On Thailand. Kate Davis Bavin alongside me, or Bavin even. Thanks for joining us here, Kate.
Yeah, hi Will. Looking forward to being here and seeing what these two teams can do. Like you say, unfortunately not qualifying, but good game to start the day nonetheless.
And they aren't able to qualify as they are the bottom two sides in a pool including the likes of New Zealand, England and the United States. Also South Africa, Ireland, Hong Kong, China, Samoa, Fiji. I mean, it's a pretty stacked group. It's certainly the tougher of the two women's pools as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, the competition is so tough. Like we say, the biggest World Cup
yet
here at Nottingham, and
I haven't got any of
it's not been easy for these teams, but putting on a good show so far in the first couple of minutes of this game.
Well, our opening round of fixtures is from the Women's Opens, but it's a really packed schedule here on pitch 2. Action from the Men's Open next before we head to some quarterfinals in the Mixed Open competition. It's a plethora of different categories today because it's the Mixed 30s, men's, and then the Men's 30s at 12:35 and 11:30. Australia take on Chile in a quarterfinal, with Australia the heavy favourites. In our next game in the Men's Open as well, South Africa desperate for a win against New Zealand to keep their tournament alive. Netherlands and the Philippines, though, both searching for their second win of the competition. Kate, it is finals footy here at the Touch Rugby World Cup, the largest Touch Rugby World Cup there's ever been. And every game, as we head through today, has an air of finality about it, with knockouts at every stage.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, finals footy, it's a fun weekend every time, but it's that little bit more special, obviously, when we're at the World Cup here. You know, like you say, there is a sense of finality in these games, but, you know, the legs are starting to hurt a little bit. It's been a long tournament, but it's that last bit of push, and this is such an important weekend for these teams as well, and lovely score there through the middle there for the Netherlands, getting off the scoreboard.
You can just run me through at half-time, that'd be great, cheers.
Opening
score here, as you say, Kate. I mean, it looks pretty impressive. Just a little show and go through the centre. It's our Mamsa Turst who has the first try. Well, the Netherlands then take an early lead against Thailand here. Slip of the tongue there. It's also the Philippines in this group, but it's Thailand on field now, of course, in there. Well, it's a pretty lovely strip as well, isn't it? The gold and blue, Kate.
Yeah, it really is. Really nice kit. Obviously, that's one of the best things really about a World Cup as well, is looking at all the different stash that's on offer around for these different teams, and yeah, we're seeing some really nice kit knocking about this World Cup, definitely.
Absolutely, and well, the Dutch in their famous orange looking to hunt for their second score. Lydia van Deurzen that time.
Yeah, it's lovely as well. The Netherlands in the orange over there, you can see that wall of orange supporters over there on their on the try line that they're scoring on.
In the Dutch sub box as well. They're looking very vocal all around us here.
Yeah, very much so. Very supportive environment that we can see in front of us here. It's lovely to see, and a really good defensive set there for the Netherlands.
Right,
and
it's a highlight of this Touch Rugby World Cup, just how supportive people have been. I mean, we're talking to the New Zealand women's team, for example, and they've got every single member of that team has someone supporting them from either the UK or coming over from New Zealand itself, and that's a feature of the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely, and it all means so much to those players as well. Like we've been saying throughout the week, you know, it's a long way from home for them, and to have that family support, that friend support as well, and it's lovely to see. Lovely attempt at the line there from the Netherlands again. Well,
the Netherlands certainly look the more threatening of the two sides, and they've had some good results in this tournament. They beat the Philippines by 7-4. That was their only win of the competition. But they took Ireland very close, losing just 5-2. They had just a 1-point defeat to South Africa, And, well, they also gave Fiji a great game, going down by just 7-5. So this Dutch Women's Open side has got a lot about them, Kate.
Yeah, some good scores in there. And also sometimes, you know, in touch, like we've had it with games before this week, the scoreline doesn't necessarily reflect what we've seen in the game. Like, you know, a team may have had a really cracking game and that scoreline might be a little bit like bigger than what you would correlate with that being a good game. But yeah, some really good scorelines there, and you know, they're looking really quite strong and aggressive here. Very structured Netherlands side we're seeing.
Thailand looking for their first win of the Touch Rugby World Cup 2024 in the Women's Open. They were defeated 7-1 by the Philippines. That was their closest fixture so far, as the Dutch have got the Vuvuzelas going to our left as they score their second try. Just the miss pass over the top. A good ball from Jessica Tan, but dotted down on the wing. A great finish by Celine Salita.
Yeah, lovely finish there on the wing there. Just a little 2-on-1 over the head, and yeah, brilliantly finished there on the wing by Salita.
The Philippines, though, on the offensive. Vorda Hagachakal driving on. Well, they've got a couple of touches to strike here against the Netherlands. Touch Nederland in defence, camped on their 7. Thailand looking to strike for the very first time in this game. It's been all Netherlands so far, and they shut them out again.
Yeah, good defensive set there for the Netherlands. They're really not giving Thailand anything to work with here. And like we say, just the calibre of the competition, really. This Women's Open group is so strong.
Well, that was Selena Stalita's 4th try of this World Cup. She's their second top scorer, tucked in behind Natasha Tibbats. And here come the Netherlands again, driving on through Mahmisi Torstedt. Wide they go, lovely soft hands. Torstedt again involved, but just can't find the winger, who was a little bit too flat to the line there, Kate.
Yeah, lovely sweeper set, like pickup play there, but yeah, just not quite to hands. But no doubt they've got something else cooking on the 7 here.
Well, in this pool, it's New Zealand who are likely to top the group if they can get a win in their final fixture against South Africa. That's the next game live here on Pitch 2. England will sit in 2nd, regardless of results elsewhere. And then it's a 3-way tie between the US, Samoa and Hong Kong, China on 21 points, as the Dutch look to go in for their 3rd, but denied at the line. Van Duursen. Well, that South Africa game desperately in need of a win against New Zealand to try and overtake Samoa, Hong Kong, China or the US and squeeze into that last spot in 4th place.
Yeah, no doubt going to be a bit of a tense day for those mid-table teams.
It absolutely will be. The United States just need to beat Ireland to confirm their place in the next round. And Samoa, with that superior try difference, also just need a win in their final game, and they're taking on the Philippines. It's likely they'll be the top 4 heading through to the quarterfinals that take place later on today. The Dutch transition up to halfway, and they look to hit the box.
Unfortunate ball down there, just not quite to hands, but good transition for the Netherlands up to that point. But Thailand have got another attempt to, I think, get some fresh legs on maybe, or get up there and try and get a score on the door here.
Thailand, look to transition. My mind on the Philippines this morning after the great performance from their mixed open side yesterday. They beat Scotland, Kate. That's a result that took you by surprise.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, I mean, the Philippines, they've been, you know, wasn't really expecting the strength that they've had coming into this competition, but it's brilliant to see, and it's really nice to see an underdog in the World Cup, and how far they will go.
We've got action from the latter stages of the mixed open live here in our 3rd game of the day after the conclusion of the Women's Open, of course.
Yeah, who are we looking for in the mixed open? Who's your underdog in the mixed open, Wilf?
Well, I think the Philippines have got a great chance of getting through. I think Italy were looking very strong. I wonder if they got through their round of 16 game yesterday. Japan as well, looking bright. And I am, of course, just avoiding talking about Australia and New Zealand because obviously Australia and New Zealand are going to be quite good. I've watched that New Zealand mixed open side a couple of times, and they've dominated every game they've been a part of.
Yeah, they absolutely do. It's always a lovely game to watch. And
Japan were their closest challengers, and they beat them by 14-3.
Hey, goodness me, what a scoreline! They're just so clinical. They're just absolutely so clinical in their execution. The pace. I mean, the pace and the fitness of New Zealand and Australia is well, it's world renowned. Should I say?
Fitness is just a level above as well because of the amount of touch they play. Really impressive unit.
Yeah, absolutely. Netherlands looking to get up the field again. Subbing off here. Lovely bit of yards there on the wing. Little cheeky handoff, and that's unfortunate there. Bit of a ball down. I'm not too happy with that call, but it is a ball down, and Thailand have got it on their halfway line. A good opportunity for them to try and go a little bit more direct.
Philippines on the attack, up over the 10. There's the touch. And Thailand, sorry, well, I do need to start getting that one right. I need to stop talking about this mixed open competition where the Philippines are looking so strong. We'll focus back in on the women's open. This is the final game for both these sides. Would be a second win of the competition against the Dutch, where they have also beaten already the Philippines in this pool. Thailand narrowly beaten by the Philippines. That was the closest game that they had. But they're still very much in this fixture with 8 minutes still to go.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Still all to play for here. Looks like just a little bit of a station here. Might have been a bit of a injury, maybe. Thailand are going again. Got a bit of an attack nearer to the line here, working up to that 7 metres.
What can Thailand create? There's the ball back on the left-hand side towards Patrayanan. Patrayanan will have it off the half.
But they've got another 6 there, so it's a great opportunity
touch on
here.
Sriwanovic, and then diving over Patrayanan. But I think she's been kept out by the Netherlands again. This Dutch defence in this early morning game have looked very impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, a wall of orange there. Like I say, we've got the supporters over there on the try line, but there's no getting through that defence at the moment. But a bit of a loss of control there. Going into the roll ball, and Thailand have it back. Looking to just work their way up there at the moment.
This is a much better period of the game for Thailand.
Yeah, they almost seem to have settled into it a little bit more now. Obviously, you know, like we were talking about finals footy.
Long ball, they find a hole at the link, but flying across to make the touch. It's a good touch by Tateno.
Really well read there on the wing, but a good opportunity created there by Thailand nonetheless.
Here's Sriwanovic, ball inside to Patrayanan, and then looking to the left-hand side. That's a great take off the deck by Thailand. And I think they've won a penalty as well.
They've got another on the line there.
Make it count.
Make it count, that's the call from the touchline as Thailand are on the offensive again. They've got 6 touches at the line. Tip up on Patrayanan. Finds Tolan. Tolan back on the inside. London Tolan caught again. They will have another strike at the line though, Kate. This is the best period of the game for Thailand.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really good to see them trying to create these things. That's a little bit unfortunate there. Just ball gone to ground, not quite to hand, but you could see what they were trying to do, and their defensive line there.
Punarut Sipathana Siri is finding some good place in the hole between link and wing, but as of yet unable to convert.
Yeah, it's one of those things, you know, the tries might not be coming, but if they keep sort of plugging away at it, hopefully they will break through. Those cracks will appear, and they can capitalise off that.
The Netherlands then back on the offensive, up over the 10. They've already scored twice in this game. They've been the more clinical of the two sides, but they've given it away there. And this strong period of the first half continues for Thailand. They've been the better side for the last 5 minutes or so.
Yeah, absolutely. Like we're saying, just sort of settling into the game a little bit, and yeah, just getting that forward momentum. As we can see here, it's gone a little bit static again. Testament to the Netherlands defence there, I think, that turnover. And Netherlands have it back on the halfway. Good opportunity here for them to execute something special.
Got a quick changing of the guard there. And the Netherlands will look to strike for a third time. Little show and go back on the inside from Van Dersden. Opening up the pitch now is Cerns.
Lovely sweeping round there on the
Van
outside.
Diemen over the try line, but looking for the miracle pass, trying to pick out Philippa Jonsson.
Yeah, that's a bit unfortunate there. Just, you know, the holes were there. The last pass just wasn't quite. And but right idea there from the Netherlands.
Thailand then look to transition as they head towards the box. Good defence from the Netherlands though. They forced the Taiwanese to burn a couple of touches before they make it to that edge. But that's a lovely ball to get them rolling. They're up over the 10 with a bit of momentum.
Yeah, Thailand doing really well to overcome that quite high press defence there.
That's a good ball to the left. Well, it was a good idea at least, but not quite the execution, Kate.
Not quite to hands there again. There's been a couple of that from both teams actually. Bit of that happening, just not quite getting that last pass off. Netherlands having it back, seeing if they can get a roll on and get that momentum. Lovely miss pass there, but doesn't quite go to hands, and it's a ball down.
Jonsson there, caught offside. Just in front of the pass, so turnover for the Taiwanese side, looking to get back in the game. They head to the box again, but Netherlands with some good line speed. Good touch made by Van Rammelen.
Yeah, there's some lovely defensive touches being made here, like really trying to hold up.
Well, Van Rammelen flying out of the line to make another touch, and this time it's created a turnover.
Yeah, absolutely. Like lovely defensive touches, really getting in there, trying to disrupt that roll ball and the speed at which the Thailand team can get that down.
Von Sommers, little show and go. The Netherlands up to the 10. Onto the ball is Röda Thyssen. But another penalty, Kate, and the error is just creeping into this first half.
Yeah, a little bit. It's, you know, like we say, it might be a little bit of nerves here. There's, you know, first day of finals footy. And like we say, not qualifying, but it will mean a lot to these teams. And they will have a point to prove, so...
Well, we've heard from, I had the president of Luxembourg's rugby touch, well, he's the president of all of Luxembourg rugby, to be fair, because touch is their major format of the game, and he was saying that it's just a great opportunity for these smaller nations, not just for learning about the game of touch. You know, when they played Australia, he said it was a real lesson in how to play the game, but also just their presence at this tournament is very inspirational for other sides in other divisions, like Luxembourg's women's side. There's lots of young girls playing touch rugby in Luxembourg, and them seeing this massive women's opens category with so many competitors is a huge part of what's going to help grow the game over there.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's interesting, you know, like you're saying about the women playing touch as well. It's really important to get young girls interested in the growing game.
Vandenberg scooping in behind, and there's great running lines from the Netherlands. Plenty of options to pick out. It's
lovely bit of momentum there
with her second try of the game. This is a great scoop from Vandenberg.
Lovely momentum and finish there, just on the wing. Really a foot race there. Yeah, lovely bit of momentum coming off the back of their drive.
Who set up the try. It was the second of the game. Or, well, I think it might have actually been Natasha Ter Bart who touched down, the top scorer for the Netherlands this competition. That's her 6th try of this World Cup.
About a minute left of this half now. Thailand have got the tap, so they'll be looking to try and get on the scoreboard.
Player being led off the field there, hence what that ripple of applause was for. And that will bring us to the break. in this opening game of Day 6 of the Touch Rugby World Cup 2024. Here in the Women's Opens competition, both these sides may be out of the contest with no hopes left of qualifying, but Netherlands looking for their second win of the World Cup. They've already beaten the Philippines, and now they're 3 up against Thailand at the break.
Yeah, absolutely, and you know, Thailand having creating some real good opportunities there in that half. It'll be interesting to see if they can sort of fix those little errors and get themselves on the scoreboard. And, yeah, both teams showing a real passion and a bit of fight in this first game of the day.
Second half still to come here in our final game of the Women's Open pool stages. Yeah, I think you've got the van.
Thailand, let's go!
"20 minutes still to play here in our final Women's Open pool of the World Cup 2024 here in Nottingham. Netherlands hold a commanding 3-try lead against Thailand at the break. Thailand still looking for their first win of the competition. Well, they did have some decent field possession in that first half, Thailand, but unable to break through this orange wall. Kate, Netherlands looking the strongest of the two sides.
Yeah, definitely, Wolf. I'd say that's a correct assertion here. And yeah, unfortunate, you know, Thailand were creating those opportunities, but you know, those last passes and few errors, it just meant they weren't being quite converted. But Netherlands looking to get another score in here, and it looks like they're happy with it. Lovely score there. We'll see it on the replay here. A 3 setup and back side. Their trail ball is on. And a lovely
Tyson
finish.
is involved in that move at every aspect and finishes it off as well.
Absolutely, a lovely score there for the Netherlands. Again, increasing that buffer up to a 4-point lead.
The Netherlands go 4 ahead.
Yeah, unfortunate error there again for Thailand. Just slight small errors that are costing them a little bit and letting Netherlands off the hook, I'd say, a bit in defence as they're getting into that 7-metre danger zone.
They do have it back as well, the Netherlands. A 5th try would probably take the game beyond this Thailand side.
Yeah, absolutely, and no doubt that is what the Netherlands will be looking to achieve here. And that they have done.
Well,
we'll just see this on the replay.
Thailand have yet to score more than 4 tries in any of their games, so this is perhaps an ominous sign for them as Armamsa Tursit goes in for her 2nd score.
Yeah, lovely score there and lovely finish too.
Well, the Netherlands' biggest result was a 7-4 win against the Philippines. They're looking to match that here. Thailand still looking for their 1st try.
Yeah, got an opportunity here just up on the in the danger zone. Not looking quite as organised as the Netherlands, but maybe something can come of it here.
Tang Trongchitter denied at the line. Tang Trongchitter again plays it out to that right-hand side where Farah Wynn is waiting. Then Grant looking to scoop back on the inside, but is caught by the Netherlands. Turnover again, the Dutch defence holds firm.
This Netherlands defence is looking really strong on the line. Hear the comms, you know, we can hear it from the box here, you can see it on the pitch. It's paying off, and you know, they'll be wanting to keep this team sheet to 0 for Thailand, definitely.
And they're up to the box as well. They make it to halfway and they make a couple of changes. Berta Tyson on the ball amongst them. Try score it already in this 2nd half. Tyson plays half. Little scoop straight through the centre. Great movement. Whips a long ball out wide. And it drops to the deck. Right in front of Celine Salita, and a collective cry goes up from the Dutch box.
Yeah, we can really hear it, can't we here, Wilf? But yeah, unfortunate there, just not quite to hands. But a right idea there from the showing how dangerous they can be on the ball, getting up there.
Diving touch from Tyson to halt Singapore, to halt Thailand's momentum. Just touching upon Singapore in this open because they are they better run through some latter stages. They're still in with a shout of qualification in this Pool A. Australia, Japan and the Cook Islands lead the other, with Singapore tucked in 4th place. They've got a really important game in the final round of women's fixtures when they take on the Cook Islands in 3rd. That's how the lay of the land is in the opposite pool. Our next game on pitch 1 as well in the men's open is equally important because it's England-Australia. And if Australia lose, then England will overtake them and they will top that pool. But if Australia beat England, they could fall behind Lebanon and drop into 3rd place, which will set up a difficult tie against the Cook Islands in the final round in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, that'll be a game to watch for sure, Wilf. Both teams will be coming into that. I think, again, might be a little bit of nerves there. But yeah, that'll be a real showcase of a game. So if you are here on the live stream, it's definitely one to watch.
That's over on pitch 1. Here on pitch 2, it's a must-win game for South Africa, who are looking to knock Ireland out of the competition. Ireland need a win against Wales to guarantee themselves a place in the quarterfinal. Wales are already out of the competition. If South Africa beat New Zealand and Ireland lose to Wales, then they will be through in 4th place.
Yeah, it is really interesting to see how, you know, as we go into finals footy weekend, it's how things move around and how one scoreline can really affect the chances for different teams moving forward and their progression in this tournament. It's
the Women's Open is shaping up to be a really fascinating contest as it's put down by the Netherlands just short of the line.
Thailand looking to get a bit of a roll on here, but the Netherlands being not very forgiving in those midfield touches. Cracking midfield defence we're seeing here from the Netherlands. The physicality of these girls is really quite impressive.
Claudine Van Diemen there at 16 was rushing out to make the touch, and she'll roll it back as well for the Netherlands. Their defence in the midfield, as you said, Kate, it's been especially important, and that's why they've got this clean sheet.
Yeah, absolutely. I must say here as well, I'm really enjoying the orange boots that match the orange kit here. Really quite well coordinated from some of these girls.
Yeah, great work from Van Diemen. She's got a wardrobe right coming into this World Cup. It's that famous orange strip of the Netherlands that are crossing over the line again. That's a lovely finish as well. Just rolling over this time. Van Dusen gets the score. It's a great scoop from Tyson. And back on the inside, and actually crashing over again is Van Ramela.
Yeah, lovely. Really well held there, picking up on the scoop. And the trail line is on there for Van Ramela. And yeah, lovely finish. And just in between those two middles, which is, as you know, is not really where you want to be letting people score.
Lovely to see as well between Rhoda Tyson and Van Ramela embracing after the score. She's had a really good game. The number 4, Rhoda Tyson. Big opportunity though for Thailand. They've got a couple of touches at the line, but they're just being ushered out of the contest by the Netherlands. Laid it back here to Holloway. Holloway on the wraparound. There's no one there to play half. However, the touch is made anyway by Natasha Tivaerts, and the Netherlands have it back.
Not quite got that momentum that the Netherlands have when they're going up to the line. Maybe a bit of lack of organisation there, unfortunately, for Thailand. But getting up there nonetheless, and they are, you know, trying to create some plays here.
Here come the Dutch changes as they get fresh legs onto the field. Amongst them, Helen Searns with a good carry, and then Searns back to the short side, show and go from Jessica Tan.
A good completion of 6 there. Up the other end. Fortunate there, just again, not quite to hands there for Thailand. Gifted it back to the Netherlands there on in their danger zone. Fresh set 6, be interested you've got coming here.
Tan lifts it into the path of Helen Searns, who returns it to Jessica Tan. Tan, Searns wants it on the inside and gets it, sliding in for another try. Searns goes over for the Netherlands.
Yeah, lovely try there. You can see it here on the replay. 32 setup, just on the out there, and foot race, and yeah, lovely finish there for Helen Searns. Really nice dive.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thailand have got the tap again.
Incredibly welcoming Dutch supporters just come over to ask us if we need anything halfway through commentary of this game. It's excellent to see, and well, driving on now is Thailand, but just to drop past there.
And just unfortunate, just slightly small errors coming in for Thailand. Yeah, Netherlands have it back.
And the Netherlands don't fancy heading to the box side this time. Slicing round the outside. They might bring it from left to right here, but instead Rhoda Tyson finds a bit of space over on the left, and the Netherlands will strike again here. No need to box for them this time. Good pick up by McAnally. Wide they go. Tyson in for a second score. Architect of their most recent try, and she grabs her second as the Netherlands are well in control, and they're on their way to the biggest win of this World Cup. their largest result, a 7-4 victory, their only previous win. And as you can see down that far side, there's some of the Dutch players from the men's side enjoying this fixture. Well, the call from the coaching side is just to keep up the levels of intensity. They already lead by 7. They're looking for their biggest scoreline of this World Cup.
Yeah,
Kate, this has been a really good performance from the Dutch.
Yeah, and it's a good point there as well, though, because, you know, when you do have that really, you know, increasing scoreline, it is easy to let your intensity levels drop and, you know, not sort of meet the standard that you've been executing in the tournament. So, yeah, really good coaching advice there in the Netherlands.
Just going to see if I can try and grab a member of the Dutch coaching staff as well. We're live here in this game. You're 7 up. It will be your biggest win of the Touch World Cup this year. If you can grab another win in the Women's Open, you must be really pleased with how you're ending this tournament.
Absolutely. The ladies are showing the consistent performance at the moment. The error count is very low from us, and that's what's really working for us at the moment. As long as we keep that up for the rest of the game, then it will be a good win for us.
Well, thank you for speaking to us as well. Really pleasing performance from the Dutch. As we're in their sub-box, Kate, might as well get some Dutch voices on the stream. And, well, a pat down there from Thailand, so they'll have another 6 at the line.
Yeah, they've got another crack there. It's unfortunate. I thought we were going to get an intercept and a bit of a half-pitch run there, but it didn't quite come off, unfortunately, in Netherlands again.
Instead, it's another Dutch try. This time, Natasha ter Baart dots down on the left. Her 7th try of the World Cup. She's Netherlands' top scorer, and she picks a great line there. Another assist for Armase Terset. Armase Terset's had another great game. And there they are, the Dutch supporters, really pleased with this. 8 tries up, their biggest win of the competition so far, by some way.
Yeah, lovely to see how much it means to supporters there. They are really having quite a lot of fun down there. But yeah, again, lovely support from the Netherlands. Just which they're coming at the line and chopping that link chop hole is really good and paying off for them. Definitely making a statement with this game.
Great line speed then to make the touch, rushing out, trying to force a touch and pass, but the Netherlands get on the outside of them for now. Redom Sitipat backpedaling. More good line speed though from Thailand, just getting on the inside of Udomdi there, the Dutch. Winding up and opening up the field. A powerful touch there on Helen Cerns.
Yeah, really putting the body on the line there. Bit of a collision course, but both okay and unaffected. Good to see.
Another time for the Dutch to strike. So we've got 7 minutes left in this game as they look to...
7 minutes.
Really great take by Supathana Sire out there. But that's the end of the attack as she is caught. Mesayo Teteno rolls it back and the Dutch look to hit the box. Teteno there at the half again. Von Sommers, Teteno, Thyssen looking inside and out.
Unfortunately, they're just not quite to hand coming on there at pace.
So a big opportunity then for Thailand, looking for their first try of the game as they've got 4 more touches on halfway to try and break down this Dutch defence.
Yeah, we can see some real pace coming on the pitch here, and unfortunately down quite to hand. Yeah, what would you say the attitude is like right now, Wilf, in the Netherlands box?
I think they're pretty pleased with the performance. I actually think they've still got their eyes on a couple more scores here. The message from the coaching staff is just to keep up the energy levels all the way to the final minute. This is their last opportunity to show what they've got here at the Touch Rugby World Cup 2024. And they're on the defence again, on the spin. Good take from Leo. But the Dutch keep them out for yet another set of 6.
Yeah, absolutely, and we can really see the energy levels from the Dutch are not dropping at all here. With that being said, Thailand are really putting in some good defensive touches here, and there is a turnover. And this is a great opportunity here because the Netherlands defence are scrambling for almost the first time in this game.
A very rare error in this game, one of the very few that we've seen from the Dutch in their transition, and this will give Thailand a chance. Well, I've spoken too soon there because I think it's been lost by Thailand with a couple more touches left for them to play with.
Unfortunate there, like limping off the pitch though a little bit. Yeah, bit of an opportunity lost there for Thailand. Unfortunate.
Spilt by the Netherlands, another error for them in this dangerous position inside their own half, and Thailand looking to strike again. Good pickup from Silwanovic, and then there's the pass, looking for a bit of space in the middle. Thailand denied for now. Rolled it back to Burena Stidapon. Silwanovic back on the inside, searching for Tolan. And once again, the Dutch are denied. Much deny the Philippines. They're desperate for this clean sheet. It'll be their first of the Touch Rugby World Cup. And Gizaku wants it on the return. This time stepping off the right, Petrayanan goes over.
Lovely bit of footwork there from Thailand. Good couple of attempts at the line there. Well defended out by the Netherlands, like you say, looking to keep that clean sheet in the last 3 minutes of this game.
Tipapapon Petrayanan is denied in what is possibly the best opportunity Thailand will get in this closing stage, as now the Netherlands hit the box and make their changes. Oh, another ball down. The error's creeping in for the Netherlands. I mean, they are 8 tries up, so perhaps it won't bother them too much, but they'd love to keep a clean sheet for the first time in the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. You kind of want to finish the game, and as you started it, really, like you say, that energy up. So they're going to want to minimise those errors coming into the last couple of minutes.
Long ball over the top, stepping off the left. Oh, and that pass has just gone down.
Yeah, unfortunate there for Thailand. Not quite to hands. The Netherlands have at it again. Go direct and a lovely pass around there. Lovely bit of pace, just opening the legs out in the midfield there. Number 16, Van Diemen. Good pace on the ball. Bringing it back, they've got the touches. 4 is coming, comes the call from the box. Lovely setup and looking to go wide again, and the take is there. But really well read there from Thailand far wing over there.
One more strike at the line then. Here's Cerns. Finds the pass out wide. Lovely wraparound. Surely some space out wide. Simplest try of the game from Masaiho Tateno. And it's a very popular score here in the box. Wonderful work from Helen Cerns. On the wraparound, gave the pass. Tateno benefit, sliding in.
Yeah, really nice finish there again. Just the 2-on-1 there, and the Netherlands supporters down there are loving it as well. Thailand looking to attack the line as we go into the last 30 seconds of this game. Netherlands so far have proven that they can keep them out.
Well, one more attack at the line for Thailand, but they've been denied by the Netherlands again, and if they burn these 6 touches, they'll take a 9-0 win out of their final pool stage game at the Women's Open. It won't be enough to propel them into one of those quarter-final spots, but they've got to be happy with this. It's a huge win for them, their biggest of the competition. Little show and go, through the whole day go. Henry McInally will finish for the Netherlands. There's the cherry on top as they crack double figures for the first time in the tournament. What a win for the Dutch.
What a performance to be proud of from those girls, and I mean, what a way to end it there. Show and go straight through the middle. That was that half-pitch run that I was looking for. And yeah, lovely finish there.
Well, jubilation amongst the Dutch. Kate, I'm going to go try and grab one of their players and talk a little bit more about what this win means to them. Be back in just a moment.
Is
Well, I'm joined by Amund's two-set of the Netherlands, the biggest win of the competition for this Dutch side in the Women's Open. You've got to be pleased with that.
We're very, very happy. It has been a very difficult competition for us, but this is a really good team that we've sent this year, and we're really proud of how we've played in defense, our attack, and this was a really good game for us. Yeah.
Double figures and a clean sheet. You can't really ask for much more in one game.
I must say we were not expecting this. I think we did better than what we expected. So we're definitely really happy with this win. And I mean, Thailand played amazing. It was a really good game. It was really good.
Well, thank you so much for chatting to us, even briefly, because the countdown is going ahead of our next game. Thank you for joining us and well played. Well, I'll have to hand you right over to Adam Collins here because it's a huge game in the Men's Open between South Africa and New Zealand. South Africa need a win to stay into the competition.
Thanks very much for that, Wilf. Yeah, thanks for that, Wilf. Here we are with this Men's Opens game. It's Adam Collins in commentary, joined by Ben Meeks. Ben, this New Zealand versus South Africa. As we heard from Wilf there, South Africa have to win this one. Crucial match if they want to stay in the competition.
Yeah, tough competition as the Kiwis just get through. The ball goes to ground. Yeah, tough competition so far for the South Africans. But great, really good. And I'm going to pick them to they can beat Australia in the final tomorrow.
Yeah, that is the traditional rivalry, but it's all about this match here at the moment as we speak. And it is New Zealand on the attack here. First big opportunity for them.
Come up, 6.
On the 7-metre line. They come back, long ball over the top. Defence is up to the task. Turn the attacking rate back into the midfield now.
Up here, 6, up here.
New Zealand holding into that 7-metre line. Wrap around play, short ball. The ball goes to ground, but touch in flight was the call.
Yeah, so a repeat set here for New Zealand. 23 quickie on the short side. Sets backs, dives, referee says touch there, so fourth touch or third touch, squeeze. Long ball there to the right. ML plays, no, they give the FML, so it's a fake.
Matt Sinclair there just looking for Aoife Jones, but unfortunately that one goes to the ground. And South Africa stand tall in defence, turning away the attack of New Zealand. Not looking as sharp as I thought they might have here earlier this morning.
Just a bit of a wake-up call. Couple of balls to ground, couple of miscommunications. So, turn it on for the game.
South Africa now up over the halfway line. Great attacking opportunity here for Lorado Moepi. Long ball over to the wing, but unfortunately for the South Africans, that one to ground. Referees just call the ball away, and it will be New Zealand to start off their own 7 metres. They'll punch up through the midfield and then look to move the ball for their sub-box. It's exactly what they've done. They're up to the halfway line. 5 metres their own side after 3 touches. So 2 touches remaining in this count. Here they roll on at speed. Half goes, looks to the right. Skip out, but again, the defence up to the task. South Africa back in attack. Working out off their own 7. They'll move it to their sub-box. They want the fresh legs on early here. New Zealand moving up in defence, showing much more aggression. That's the 4th touch on the own side of halfway. Here's the final touch now. South Africa have to penetrate, but they don't. And a handover 10 metres into New Zealand territory.
Yeah, a bit of a midfield battle so far. Kiwis are probably just winning it because they're going further every time, and that obviously told because South Africans only 10 metre line of New Zealand. Bit of a slow step as they go forward, and it's a forward pass. Yeah. So, saying that, bit of a, back to South Africa now.
Trey Poihipi it was that took that ball and forward pass called by the referee. So South Africa here on the halfway line. They go deep on that first settle, no forward movement. They actually ended up behind where they took the tap. Again, too slow in the midfield. Downtime for the ball. South Africa really need to fix this play up. Now they penetrate deeper into the line of New Zealand. And then a fumble at half.
Yeah, just two sets of 6 from both teams, both in the 10 metre lines between the halfway, both not really completing or communicating. Seems a little bit better on this set.
Juggle there, but they maintain possession. They roll forward. New Zealand up over the halfway line. Best attacking opportunity for a little while here. Scoop from half. That's Sinclair. Sinclair goes through the line with a diving touch of South Africa.
Yeah, Sinclair really good. Picks up short side. South African defender just takes him with him. Then Sinclair steps back, goes through the middle channel. But the closing middle just gets him, so good defence by the South Africans, but then they've just given the ball away for a forward pass across the ruck.
Cheap turnover there. You can't afford to give them away. Cannot afford to give those penalties away. And now it is New Zealand. Sinclair working there with Hutchinson. Hutchinson and Sinclair, a little pop-out play. They have an overlap on the right-hand side, and that is Aoife Jones. Outstanding. Well-constructed play there. Hutchinson and Sinclair in the middle, then just the hop-out pass to Aoife Jones to open the scoring for New Zealand.
Yeah, the two middles of South Africans were very up. First one on the board for the Kiwis. But South Africans get back, they need to get one pretty quickly.
More direct through the middle from the tap off, but just delayed roll ball. Again, too much in the middle, slow roll ball. The Kiwi defence is reset now. This time they look long themselves, but look at that push out from the New Zealand defenders.
South Africa just picked up short side, and the Kiwi defence is very strong that side. They all go man on. No holes to exploit there, so get the ball back on the 7-metre line. Good first drive.
It is New Zealand now rolling up the field. This is much better, more crisp from the New Zealanders. Now we see them up over the halfway line. 2 touches remaining in the count. We'll see a set piece on the end of this. Here comes Jones sweeping to the open. They go short again, hole running, but the ball finds the ground, cannot find the hands of a support player. And that's better defence from South Africa, but this set here coming off their line, so crucial. They need to just start making headway up the field. The defence of New Zealand pressing forward. This is better meters now. Here they are on the halfway line. That's a good drive. Now they need to clear it quickly. One more touch, and there's nothing doing. It's all individual, one out play. Another poor end of the set.
South Africa are doing well to halfway. They're getting this off, but they can't. Oh, if you watch it, get onto the pitch, they come forward with speed. More of that was they come over there into the half.
And it is New Zealand on the attack. Midfield play. It's Awa Morris. Dives for the line. That's Sinclair diving for the line. Referee says the ball was down. That's Sinclair. He's been tireless so far here for the New Zealanders. And that dive, we'll see it here, off the left foot. Inside defender just slipping over, and that's all it took. Matt Sinclair seizes the opportunity, gets the ball to ground for the second try for New Zealand. Now it is South Africa back on the attack, but again, too many people around the ball. There's just confusion reigning supreme here for South Africa. I think this pressure of playing New Zealand and the importance of this match has just come down to bear on them for a little while. They're certainly capable. There's an intercept taken off the line, but taken the defence comes across in cover.
It was Finn Barrett on there. Yeah.
George McClough it was. It shut it down because that was danger signs. And Barrett may have gone the length of the field. Now they roll up. There's Jones penetrating hard into South African territory. Nathaniel Turner, the number 1. Now they move the ball again for Jones. Dives at the line, but a great touch from Caleb Roberts, shutting that one down.
There.
So the defence of New Zealand moving forward here, but one out. This is a good opportunity if they can move the ball. Pass should have gone back inside for extra metres. This is a better drive from South Africa now. What can they do off the back of this? Offside calls from the bench. The referees disagree. Referee is anticipating an earlier touch over here and found himself in the attacking line.
Go there.
Now it is New Zealand. They go to their sub box. Trey Poihipi it was, took that drive down the interchange line. Now they wrap out. Good play.
Tip on there by the Kiwis. Extra yards.
Keep an eye on number 7 here, Tiwi Davies. Here he is in half now. Nice ball out to the wing, but he stepped out.
Yeah, just a nice 32 long. Expected everyone to shut on it.
I mean, it was a 32 extra long.
Yeah, it was. South Africa giving the ball away again. I think it was just ball pass off that ruck. Referees are looking for that all tournament. So.
Just we're tucked away in behind the South African sub box. There's a lot of frustration. They're not performing to their own strengths, and they're trying to take it out, telling the referee that the Kiwis are offside. The referees aren't making the right calls. They're looking to blame somebody instead of picking it up and going about it themselves.
Definitely. definitely looking to play for someone else other than themselves, but now they're trying to rally around. On AML there for short side, hole one.
One thing having been around the game for so long, you have to control the controllables. There's no good apportioning blame to others. You can't take a victim mentality into this game because it'll eat you up, especially against the likes of New Zealand.
No, you've got to take things in everything that you can. And over time, right?
It's experience, I guess. Better roll here. Now, this shape here, that's much better. Moving the ball in the midfield. Need to get a half in place. That's excellent. From Osman. Beautiful try. Individual work there. Let's see it on replay. It really is just a hot stepper.
Yeah, absolutely. Snap. Great step there. And if you make a Kiwi walk off with their head looking at their toes, you've definitely done something right.
Tiwi Davies it was. He reached in. It was just the movement of South African that, as you said, made him put his head down and walk off.
Clearly they've got some players that can do something. They just need to get there a little bit more. Hopefully if they can defend this set, they'll go back down and do the same again.
Oh, that's a coach killer.
Offside. Ball back a bit too quickly.
Late in the set, 7 metres out from your own line. There was nothing happening and they give away a penalty. That's just begging here. And that low dive that the Kiwis are known for. Lance Davids on that occasion. Let's have a look at that in replay. He gets down. It's almost snake-like.
He goes across two players here. So you see he steps right and steps left and kills both middle and link and just gets into the channel.
Dive from about 3 metres out. Just slides the ball along the ground perfectly. And Lance Davids adds to the total here for the New Zealanders. 3-1 the scoreline. South Africa on the attack. Much better again. Numbers and the ball over the top.
That one was caught in the crowd.
But much better from South Africa. They penetrated there. They went more direct and then had players at width on the end of that play.
Yeah, they did. They ran an ML right to left, hit for hole one. Good defence by the Kiwis. So South Africa went phase. Just ball just went into the crowd.
And now it's New Zealand again, looking for this sub box. Now they roll forward. Kiwis now here, we have them on the line, switch back into the inside. Look short, diving defence in time. Great touch there by South Africa. And now they have to bring it out of their own end again. Good momentum on this set. South Africa have picked up here. They've gone away from that mentality of what are the opposition doing, and they're taking it to the Kiwis.
Yeah, they're rolling so much better than they were in the first 10 minutes. They just going down the sideline, getting more yards, and then they shoot one touch here for the South Africans, what they love playing, but they get caught on the just away from.
And then a penalty to New Zealand on the end of that. Those little things, the small things for South Africa. If they fix those, they're well in this game.
It's only 3-1 as well.
Rehana Finch it is that makes that big break down the right-hand side. Punches deep into South African territory. There's Finch in half. Touch made. That looked like it was danger signs, but a penalty for a forward pass from the ruck to the South Africans. Again, another start to a set deep in their own territory. They have to move this ball forward. Here comes the defence of New Zealand, right up in the face of the South Africans.
Only two, and they're going to lose the ball there. So good defence there by the Kiwis. I would like South Africa to maybe just do an away set, because the Kiwis are always looking to defend the South African sub-box here. Why don't they just go down the other side of the pitch and try and just, as the Kiwis come here for a sweeper.
Yeah, the
follow
sweeper play.
Ball, referee's going to point to the floor for a score.
That was beautifully worked. You saw the big sweeper, then they broke back short, but the sweeper also changed angles and just tucked in on that little hip pocket line. Let's see it. The sweep around will come. Stick with the live play here. Tap on the halfway line for the South Africans. bring you a replay on that one. And it is the South Africans now on the attack. 10 metres out from the New Zealand line. The sweeper play again. New Zealand number up in defence, talking the whole time. You might be able to pick that up in the effects, Mike. There's a big step, but unfortunately for South Africa, Yanni Meiberg loses possession there, and it's a turnover, New Zealand.
Just fumbles as he steps, so New Zealand got the ball on the road here, past the halfway third coming here. Nice rolling with David Teal, the fourth, fifth coming. Looks like he must have been offside, play on, referee says. No call, so he's...
The penalty given. New Zealand threw that ball into a South African, hoping for a 6 more, but they get the penalty instead. They came from a long way there. I don't know. Advantage must have been played. Everybody appeared to make it back on side at some stage.
Yeah, I think they looked offside to me, so the referee agreed and gave the penalty.
So now a tap for New Zealand. They just moved the ball across the line.
Wing forward, wing dropping.
Hoffman. This is Hoffman again. Legion Hoffman gets the ball down. That's a nice delivery. Hands here for New Zealand. Should find the scoreline, and it does, despite the best efforts of the South African defence. That was just beautiful hands from the Kiwis. Here we see it. Hoffman with a quick dump. That's a beautiful ball off the ground. Now it moves out through the hands, and try time for Trey Poihipi here in the corner. And that extends the lead for New Zealand now, 5 tries to 1. Starting to get away from the touch box. They need to regroup here.
Yeah, it definitely is, but that's a way to use the whole width of the pitch from New Zealand. They use every inch of grass there.
Really has been a team performance from the Kiwis, maybe a little bit one out from South Africa. And I think that's the difference. If the South Africans can regroup here and start playing as a team, they certainly have the skill sets out there to compete against these New Zealanders.
Yeah, it's a team game, not an individual game. We'll see individual scores, but that won't give you the win at the end of the day. So I'd like to see some more team play from South Africa. But good hands there.
Yeah, nice little juggle.
He's just picking himself up off the ground gingerly. He's actually, I think he's got tape on his right leg already. So, great part. Referee says touch, penalty actually.
We'll keep an eye on that too. Jones has just struggled away to the sub box and gone straight to ground. Seems to be in a lot of discomfort. The right leg of Aoife Jones, and he's a crucial player for the Touch Blacks.
It's that ankle. It looks like that. It's that ankle that was taped up. So hopefully he can look after that and probably just stay off the rest of this game.
So New Zealand back on the attack with that 5-1 lead. Nice touch up off the line from Michael Duplessis. And it is Kiwis attacking once again. 7 out. Short ball. Back on the inside. Numbers there. Had to come up out of the line to try to take that one. Shafiq Abrams.
Yeah, he just pops up out of the line. He gets a hand on the ball, thinks he can go full field intercept, but the ball just goes to ground. So interesting to see what the Kiwis run here. Going to sweep it the opposite way this time. David steps back. QB 3-on-2. Can the ball get away? No, great defence there by South Africans George Makalouv.
Was well held there by Nathaniel Turner too. He could have tried to squeeze that one away.
Yeah,
it would have been potentially an error. Now as the Kiwis back to the line they go. Wrap around play. Quick hands there. Penalty right on the half-time break for New Zealand. So do they try and put on a one-touch play here? Do they absorb it and go to the half-time break with this 5-1 lead? Let's see what they do. There is Turner back on the inside. Wide ball. Cuts back and then just throws it up for a changeover. And that is the end of the first half. Plenty of action here in this game. It is New Zealand leading South Africa 5 tries to 1. And we're right here behind the South African sub box. We're going to have a listen and we'll bring you all of that information and action from the second half here shortly. I'm thinking potentially they've go live in 30, guys. Put up for this one.
No, they haven't so far. Interesting to see what changes they make coming into the second half as they start off defending, to see what they can come back. I know the Kiwi started slow too, so they'll want to have a better start in this half as well.
It is the Kiwis with this first opportunity. They move the ball to the left-hand side of the field, trying to left to right movement, taking the ball right out to the extremities. Now they tuck it back in the middle. It's a quick roll ball there. Sinclair off the left foot, back on the inside. Too good, too quick.
Too good, too quick. That is absolutely correct. It's just here. Is it an open side quickie? Yeah, it is. Sinclair steps back, snap, hole one. And the defending link just couldn't get in there.
Defence come across in cover through Wesley Moberg, but just, as I said, too fast, too quick. And it was beautiful try there. The Lance Davids, the work of Sinclair around that half was exceptional as well. And South Africa with another cheap turnover.
Yeah, incorrect roll ball there. I think the ball just went to ground, so easy defensive set for New Zealand, and they're looking to go over the halfway within the first 3 touches, which they're doing just now.
Now they've called no touch there. They're going to get it. Referee just reacting to the player.
Yeah,
South
interesting
African
call.
player calling no touch.
Kiwis didn't really argue about that one though either, so potentially that was a right call then. So South Africa get their tap off back essentially. They're past the 10-metre line of New Zealand.
Now it is South Africa on the attack. Ball in the middle. Keep an eye on Shafiq Abrams, who was tucking himself into position at half there.
Now a penalty for South Africa. It's just a hard touch. Coming in from the side more than anything. Just puts the South Africa player on his back.
This is Abrams with the ball now. Quick roll ball. Off the ground. It was a nice pass and a diving try. Beautiful work there from Mohamed Hosman. Usman getting another try. That's his second of the game. So both scores for the South Africans from Osman. And now it is New Zealand with a 6-2 lead. They'll tap off, but see, again, South Africa capable of breaking this New Zealand defence.
Yeah, and it looks like it's a South African 6 who's going to cause some more trouble. I'd be giving him the ball more when he's on the line, so he's causing a lot of trouble.
Just saw a yes-no call there. So the referee said you've called it when you've missed and then recovered to make the touch, but the original call of yes-no is what was penalised there. Now they just move the ball through hands, and beautiful to watch. Morris, the try scorer, but beautiful setup from the inside man of the New Zealanders. Here we see it. Sinclair always involved. Here he is, that nice little loop pass, and this ball is on the money, and that is Kiwi Davies.
And South Africa just dropped the ball as soon as they tap off, so another frustration here from the South Africans. Nice simple play by there from the Kiwis on that early release call. Just simple speed getting on the outside there, so.
But it was all about the setup. They're moving the ball constantly, asking questions of the defence. South Africa, similarly, they're
quite
slow,
static.
they're static, and they're just, there's no questions being asked of the defence.
No, the Kiwis will look to try and get 3 or 4 defenders up before they strike. They go for an ML here, step back right to left.
Yeah, Kiwi.
That was thrown into no man's land. And defensive set completed for the South Africans. Now the hard bit of trying to get off.
But error made, nothing said, they just get back on with it. And they're ready to roll here in defence. Up they go, there's Davies. Up into the line of South Africa, slow down time, the roll ball, effective. Confusion again. Better penetration that time from the South African settlers. Now it's about this next phase of play. Sweeper's coming on. And there's a penalty. He's up in the line of the attack.
So South Africa have just changed their subbing pattern there. What they did in that set, instead of going straight to the box off the 2, they took 2 up the middle. That actually caused the Kiwi link and wing on the South African box side to be offside. So good change up from there from the South Africans. It'll be interesting to see if they do it all game and if South Kiwis can hit back.
There's Osman again, close to the line. That's where he's been dangerous, working with Shafiq Abrams in the middle. There's Abrams in half. There's Osman. Oh, there it is, Shafiq.
Wow.
Shafiq Abrams. I told you to keep an eye on him, and the Kiwi defence should have as well. You see it off the ground here, just that left foot ankle breaker. And you saw the hands up from the Kiwi defender. He knew he was beating all ends up and said to his team, sorry boys, that's on me.
You can play as a team, but you can also have individual brilliance. New Zealand look to sweep, give the sweeper to Davids. Steps back, tries to snap some of himself, but he can't this time.
Yeah, the South Africans need to be on their toes here. The referee, you could just hear the referee talking about an offside player. So they really need to be on their toes. They can't afford to give anything away from Sherman Manuel. Manuel there, up out the line, knocks it down, gives the Kiwi 6 more, but he had to make that. Otherwise, it was try time New Zealand. Jones is back on his feet now. That's great to see. That injury that he picked up in the first half, not so detrimental. He's back out there.
I think he's actually got more tape on that right ankle.
Very heavily strapped.
Yeah. Moving well though, look good laying ball. David steps back.
Lance David's just pretty to watch.
So good. Really, really good footy there.
It is, again, you talked about the individual brilliance, but it is team setup here. You see, into position, then just a big left hand dummy. He actually fooled 2 players from South Africa. They both turned their heads and charged out, and then David strolled over the line. Plenty of interested viewers back home in Australia watching the Kiwis here. Fancy to be the opponent of the Australian Men's Opens. And there's another try.
There's his hat-trick.
That is his hat-trick. Working tireless. Aussie as the team call him. Oghamad Osman. Beautiful try, again, individual. Referee just saying that the defender was up off the line. Play through was the call. Try time, South Africa.
That's 8-4 to New Zealand. South Africa have scored some really good scores. There's been a lot of individual brilliance, but they're hitting back a lot more. They're getting up around each other in this box here.
Here's New Zealand on the attack once again. They roll through the middle, players in motion. Defence up to the task this time. Now it comes back to the right. Long ball for the winger. Right on the money. Served on that platter.
Such a good ball. Such a better finish as well.
The finish was on
so
song.
good.
Let's see it here. Here's this pass.
It's so good. How do you defend that?
Rayhana Finch. It was George to Urban Burgess that delivered that perfectly timed pass. And Rayhana showing how to complete the try for the Touch Blacks. South Africa back on the attack. Hop step, get the ball away, but the defence has all the answers. Matthew Hutchinson there with the diving touch. That pass, just lost the handle on that one.
I think the referee's going to call touch pass there because he's made the touch and that's how it's been knocked out. So touch pass or even forward, one of the two. And the Kiwis get the ball on their own 7, touch 1. Good touch 2, good driving here.
Little juggle there, but they regain composure up to the halfway line now. Gets the ball down. They work to the right-hand side, back to the left. Now they sweep. There's Harrison. Matt Sinclair, sorry, was that lost possession there.
Yeah, a bit of a juggling act. Just couldn't keep that one in his hands.
The pace of those drives was very impressive from New Zealand, but a changeover here. The referees found an indiscretion.
Yeah, the New Zealand winger, just Rehana Finch, just says no touch, no touch. The on-field referee says that's correct, so New Zealand get the ball in the South African half. Let's see if they can actually get the handle on the ball this time and get a strike play.
Sinclair it is. Dishes off at the Urban Burgess. That's Jones. Jones looking to come back inside. Sinclair was in a beautiful pocket with the line wide open. Jones couldn't get the ball away. These two players dangerous together. Jones with the ball. That's Sinclair. Jones drives in Sinclair to the line. Pops it back up. There's the ball over the top from Jones on the inside. And a beautiful team try once again. George to Urban Burgess is the try scorer, but that was a team try if ever I saw one.
Yeah, Rehana Finch on this near side wing gets the ball, taps it back. So good score, good team score, as you said there.
Beautifully executed. Nobody dies in the play there. They all still maintain their runs. Even though the ball went over the top there for Rehana Finch. Urban Burgess tucked on that inside hole and was ready. Well, may have been. He gets the points, and that is how you play touch football. South Africa. Again, another juggle outside, a tap over, straight into the hands of the New Zealand winger, and now they push forward straight away. Plenty of lateral movement there, chancing their hand with the ball. They're at the sub box now. This will be a drive. Up over halfway now. Fresh legs on the field for the Kiwis. Look at the drive there. Sneaksy.
Close, so good. And they've just spread it. They've got so much width. Oh, just can't get the ball away. Good defence in the end, but the flow on from New Zealand, you can't really see it, but I can see it from the New Zealand box. When New Zealand are flowing on, they're moving in the box to be sprinting as soon as they get on the pitch. And you see the difference. South Africa are all static in their box as they're coming on. That's such a big difference that we can see here.
I have to give a shout out to George McClough in the 14 for South Africa. He has been working himself to a standstill in defence. He shut down quite a few of those Kiwi raids.
3 or 4 for definite.
They come back to his wing now. And there's the final roll of the set. And again, we see this movement. They'll punch it up through the middle now, get some foundational momentum. Again through the middle. Now they go to the edges and a penalty through the middle with that drive forward.
Just the way the Kiwis punch through the middle, you're always going to be, that offside line's always going to be punished when New Zealand are running so hard. So they've got essentially a tap off from halfway, and they're just going to practice their tap offs for later in the tournament.
They slip it out there for Matthew Hutchinson. Hutchinson into the line, and it's played through. Try for Matthew Hutchinson for the Kiwis. It's starting to blow out here. Favour of the Touch Blacks.
No tap-off move needed, just spreading the ball from right to left, and holes were created, and just went through one.
Sherman Manuel it was, that caught him, found in no man's land, and he had a decision to make. I thought he did it well, but just the sheer brilliance of Hutchinson scores another one. I said there'll be plenty of viewers back home in Australia watching this one, thinking that the Kiwis will be taking on the Aussies in the final. That's how it's panning out, but I know England meets it they want to put a spanner in the works there.
My family are watching back home, England versus Australia. They live in Australia, and I keep getting through my watch. It's Australia 9, England 3. So I'm keeping ahead of the score as well on that one. Good step again, and he gets another one.
Aussie.
Honestly, the footwork of this guy.
Yeah, he was one to watch as the importance of the individual. Had a good chat with Aussie earlier on. He just said he was disappointed in the way the team's been playing, but he just had to step up and take some control, and he certainly demonstrated
He's definitely done that. He's made a few of these Kiwis look daft at times, and hey, that's the game we play. Touch is about individual brilliance as well as team individuals, as a team performance, sorry. Is New Zealand get on the outside and show what a team can do? Just get caught. But yeah, he's just showing that he's got some individual footwork and has made a few Kiwis slip over.
You have family back home in Australia sending you scores of the touch games. My son Lockie sitting at home sending me scores of the rugby union test being played between the Wallabies and Georgia. So shout out to Lockie.
That must be a similar shootout game to this. Quite a lot to a little bit less.
I believe Georgia were right in it there for a while. There was a red card to one of the Wallabies, and nothing else happening. Full time it was 40 to the Wallabies, Georgia 29. Thanks once again to Lockie, keep me updated. The other side of the world, as it is South Africa on the attack here. That's Manuel leading to the line. It stops dead. This is where the breakdown in speed and communication. There's Yanni Moiberg. Short ball in for Manuel. Olorata Moepi.
Kiwi Davies just stops that one near side, so turnover for the Kiwis now. They're just rolling over just near the halfway line. Over it now. That's fourth. Rolling into fifth. They're going to run a cut play. Great footwork.
Ball over the top, the juggle, a bounce, ball down. Couldn't control that one. Finn Barnett it was, just bounced the ball. The referee was right on the spot.
Yeah, defensive pressure there from South African's wing, George McAloof again, so that's why that happened.
And here the South Africans drive as they make their way under the field. They certainly haven't given up here. Taking it to the Kiwis, that's what the touch box are all about. We'll flick past there. Ethan Jones calling for that one.
Oh, some good footwork over there. I think that was Trey Pahipi.
Their man Ushman, they came across in cover, shut that one down. Now they just roll forward here. Plenty of time up their sleeve, Kiwis. Call from the bench, they were trying to number up. Matthew Hutchinson in the 12, that's him with the ball now. He's had the hot hand, scored some individual tries, but beautiful passing as well from Hutchinson. And the touch box knew they had to keep an eye on him. They turn it away and now attack from their own line. There's Osman down with a roll ball. Punches hard forward. Moiberg. It's a nice drive there from Miguel Duplessis.
Great roll on there, and he's getting loads of high fives as he comes into the box. And because of that roll on, the New Zealanders gave a penalty away.
Paddy Faber with the ball now. Back inside to Moepi. This is Moepi with the ball. Taking it into the line. Moepi, the left foot step. Couldn't get through the line, but that was close. Millimeters in that one for Moepi.
Good touch by Turner there.
Sweeper play. Back to the right they go. Long ball over the top. Defense slides across, and that will be the end of the set.
Yeah, loopy pass there from the South Africans, so the Kiwis could just slide over and get that defensive touch. They're over halfway now, rolling into the South African 10.
At the back for Davies. Davies on the inside now for Sean Law. There's a late switch play, and it will be Legion Hotham on the end of that one again. The attack for the Kiwis, left and right, moving the defence of South Africa around.
Although there's a lot of deliberation over there, referees talking to a few different people.
No,
it's definitely a try.
It's definitely a try. After all of that, we're back with the original call of try to Sean Law. So it is Legion Hotham. So it is South Africa on the attack once again. 1.5 minutes remain here. South Africa, they need to get on the board. They have to do it now. The referee's going to have a chat here.
Was he offside?
There could be a try here for South Africa.
No.
Touch call. Fourth touch.
One touch. Not doing there from South Africa.
So through the hands here, the final minute of play in this final pool match, men's opens.
Oh! That was
out.
South African Sherman Manuel. He just puts in the shoulder. You can see he just puts no hands into this. Referee's going to talk to him, thinking this might be a forced sub yet, so he's going to come to the sub box.
Yeah, the fourth sub, so a number advantage here for New Zealand until the interchange is made. So on he goes. And New Zealand force the ball back inside. And that's a turnover. So this, the end of the set, will be the end of the match here for South Africa. They have to take it all the way down the field if they want to add to their scoreline. 12-5 currently. And it is South Africa on the charge. Shafiq, ball in hand, they go for the scoop, but unfortunately the ball on the ground, and that is the hooter in the background for the final scoreline of 12 points to 5 here. New Zealand defeating South Africa, and Meeksy, it really was a dominant display by the Kiwis, but just showing that holding a little back, I think.
Yeah, they just used the play of the ball, they used the width of the pitch, just moving the ball from left to right, no specific moves in that game. What I will say, South Africa gave it to the Kiwis in that game. I think they should be proud of what they've just brought out in that game.
Yeah, well, that is the end of the match. We look forward to bringing you plenty more action here from the World Cup 2024 in Nottingham. I think the next game here is Singapore, South Africa in the women's 27s division.
Welcome to pitch 2. Our coverage continues here on the Saturday of what's been an extraordinary week, as we have Singapore against South Africa, and it's the women's 27s. And already we're getting the cheers from the Singapore box right next to our commentary position. Delighted with the defensive effort that's going in, as South Africa look to start to try and find some width on the outside. Delighted to say that Kate Davis-Bevan is currently with us. How are you, Kate?
Yeah, I'm really good, thank you, Nick. Excited to be here. Thank you for having me.
Oh, pleasure.
Yeah, looking forward to watching some good touch football this weekend for the finals.
Absolutely. Well, it's my pleasure to be here as well. Jumping on, it's the Singaporeans who are jumping on here and looking to try and create a little bit of room over on that right, trying to suck in those defenders, and they managed to do so. They didn't have an awful lot of room to work in, and not enough touches left on that set.
Yeah, no, good defensive effort there from South Africa, keeping Singapore in their own half and giving them an opportunity here to drive out and get a bit of a good roll on here.
South Africa coming forwards with Amy Dixon, looking to just feel that ball back inside, and Monalisa Tiatia comes forwards. Now they're going to just try and tease out this Singapore defence from the line, try and set things up, try and look for that middle dump, and just not quite able to let the ball go to hand. We'll try and bring you up to date with how these two teams got here in due course.
Yeah, no, Singapore looking to have an answer to that attack here. And yeah, both really strong teams here, definitely, aren't they, Nick?
Yeah, they're certainly just cancelling each other out. A lot of midfield play. The defence is largely winning out so far in this one, as Linda Wilson it is. A lot of lateral movement so far from the touch box. Not as much go forward as perhaps they need to get those last couple of attacking touches on the line. Just a man on defence at the minute, which is proving sufficient.
Yeah, Singapore doing really well there, and a bit of a high piston press defence there. Really sucking out the momentum for South Africa, getting up to that 7, that danger zone there.
Looking to try and get some of the fresh legs on. They've got themselves up over the halfway line now, and a chance for them to make some key meters. As Joelin Tok is the one who takes that last dump, and Now they might have a chance to get a strike on the attack here as fifth is signalled. They're through the gap, looking for the support to try and get that down, but the touch was in. Well, that's the best we've seen of Singapore so far.
Yeah, absolutely. Showing they're looking quite dangerous on the ball there. Lovely pick up and go, but yeah, the support that last bit of play just wasn't quite there to execute it, to convert that to a score on the door.
Journey of Singaporeans so far as we just see South Africa coming forwards on the ball and sensing a real chance to strike here. That wasn't the greatest pass. They lost out to Scotland early doors at the start of the week, 6 tries to 8. They had a 3-3 draw with France. Singapore beat the USA 9-2. They beat Spain 7-0. Went down 12-0 to Australia. No shame in that. And then a win against Hong Kong, China 9-0. Losing out to England 3-6, so a tight hold affair that one, and then beating Switzerland 9-4 yesterday. So that brings them
Sorry about that.
this stage of the competition this morning.
Sorry about that.
Looking to finish off the round robin. Such is the case with so many teams in this division.
Yeah, absolutely, and you know, in the mixed open division as well, sort of having those knockout games almost before getting to quarterfinals, it's been intense.
It has, but we are going to get the first touchdown, are we? Try awarded. South Africa get the first score on the board.
Yeah, lovely here. Just a bit of a fire up on the outsides there, and really well finished. That simple 2-on-1 there on the end, but lovely vision there from the middles, and really well finished there by Singh, number 7 there on the wing.
Pump of the ball to Singapore. Try and make it happen. Look to try and sell the dummy through Jarnell Charlie. Just pulling out the defence again. Looking to try and get that sweep around. Oh, is the sweeper going to be fed? Yes, and is it going to be enough to get the ball down? The referee certainly thinks so. And Singapore strike back with the next set. Exactly what they wanted.
Yeah, absolutely. What a response there. Like I say, the sweeper coming around really lovely executed there, and then it's just a foot race to the outsides, causing that link to bite in as well, so the option is there on the outside.
Jasveen Sidhu getting the score. Karen Matthews, the coach in the box. And Karen from her time in South London. Enjoying a chance to come over and get into the coach's role with Singapore. Little ball back in field.
And South Africa looking to set up again, almost giving Singapore a taste of their own medicine with a sweep round there, and just bringing it back. And unfortunately, it is a turnover there for them. Sixers are up. Getting a little bit caught there, getting to their box, unfortunately.
Yeah, it just seemed that the players that were coming off just took a moment to actually exit the last few metres of the field, and it just slowed down those players coming on. Ball on the floor for a little too long, and disjointedness just undoing Singapore there a little.
Yeah, you know, it may seem like a really small thing, you know, for those that haven't watched or played touch before, but it can really make a difference to a team's momentum coming on. But they've been gifted the ball back by South Africa.
Talking rugby union about ruck speed, don't they? And ultimately, in the game of touch, it really matters. You could probably drill right into the detail of that ball on the floor time as to the efficiency of a team in its attack and its transition. Lovely pump on the dummy there. That was absolutely superb. Jesslyn Lim. One all here on pitch 2. Had the chance a few minutes ago just to take in the match on pitch 1, where England Men's Open were taking on Australia. Men's Open for England managing to get a few on the board. And of course, the Australians doing what the Australians do. The Emus getting the victory over there. This is Singapore against South Africa. This is 1-1. It's Singapore on the line, looking to strike.
Yeah, lovely dive at the line there, but maybe looking to just condition these South African players just a little bit on the line, bringing them out to set up that strike dump there.
It's another dive. It looks like it's another agreement on the score from the referee. But we are just going to have a little conversation here. They've given a touch. Referee looked happy to give it, but the assistant said he's seen the touch.
Yeah, it looks like they're bringing it back there. It's unfortunate the ball's thrown back to the middle. Singapore were convinced that that was going to be the score on the door.
Rolled a few of the subs on. They're going to have a few fresh legs now to strike here, and that looks a little more effective. That will be the score. And having gone down here, Singapore get their noses in front for the first time.
Yeah, lovely score there. What a response. Just a step back there on the outside and then a step back in the middle there. Scoring in between those two mids. It's never really where you want to be scored on in this game, but yeah, lovely score there from Deborah Louis for Singapore.
South Africa coming forwards. Magashule just looking at the option inside, continuing that run, unable to just quite get hold of it. South Africa had a good win against Spain yesterday, 9 tries to 2, a 4-all draw against the USA. As we see Singapore coming forwards, picked up wins against France and Scotland and Switzerland and Hong Kong, China as well themselves. Get those transition touches after the drive over the halfway line, which they managed to do, Singapore here, but they'll try and make something happen here. They're beginning to go backwards, and that is 6.
Yeah, unfortunate there, just a little bit of hesitation on the line to set something up, and yeah, 6 touch and turnover there for South Africa to get some fresh legs on, as we see coming on now.
They are certainly fresh legs. Decent running from Rachel Ann McMahon. Now the pickup. Looking for the big switch, keeps the ball alive into midfield, but nothing McMahon could do about holding on to that one.
Yeah, unfortunate pickup. Unfortunate that. Nice pickup and the right idea going back against the grain, but yeah, that final pass just not quite a hands.
On comes Singapore once more. Managed to get themselves in front, having gone behind. That's it.
That is one thing we were talking about, though. There's been a lot of roll ball infringements happening this tournament. Don't know whether it's just happening more, if the referees are pinging it a little bit more, but not one you usually see.
South Africa. Oh! It didn't quite come off for them that time.
Lovely bit of pace there coming on, though, from South Africa.
Just impressed at some of the freshness in the legs at this part of the week.
Absolutely, that's it. That's it. Maybe it's testament to all these tons of ice that we've been having delivered to Highfields for those ice baths.
Never seen so much ice in my life. It was pushing the high 20s centigrade here, 30 degrees in Nottingham yesterday, so the ice baths were incredibly popular, partly for the S&C, partly just a cool off. It's been a remarkable effort over the course of the week so far, as we're here on the penultimate day of the 2024 Touch World Cup. Big miss pass out to the left. They're looking to try and find options, and Singapore bench are screaming for the defence to get up. Oh, but they've lost the ball straight away, so it's going to be another chance for South Africa to get going.
Yeah, unfortunate there. That was a really good defensive effort from Singapore, but again, just gifting it back.
Magashule off Vandenberg. Two of them just working on the buddy there together, and Magashule with that long reach isn't quite going to get there that time. in terms of no touch. Singapore doing enough.
Yeah, lovely dive at the line there.
Could almost jump the whole 7 meters at full extension. Looks to communicate in, wants to perhaps look at getting Boltman onto it. Boltman then on the slight switch, back in for Magashule, and then the quick release. Can they find their way into the corner? Covering defence, doing just enough.
Yeah, really well read there by Singapore far side wing. You know, we were talking about how technical it can be, that wing position, and knowing when to bite in and when to stay out, and really well read there. You've almost got to be a bit of a, you know, you've got to predict things, and it's not always the easiest.
Tell us about your touch experience, Kate.
See, I was never a wing because I could never predict those things. So I've got a lot of respect for good quality wingers, for sure.
Bit of International Women's Open.
Yeah, International Women's Open. I was privileged enough to be playing in the last World Cup in Malaysia, and yeah, I do not miss that heat for sure. But I was speaking to a couple of the girls earlier, and they were saying, you know, it was almost feeling a little bit like Malaysia, like you were saying, over the last couple of days. You know, it's nice that it cleared up a little bit for them after the rain in the first 2 days of the tournament.
I think it almost caught a few people out. When you know you're going to a particularly hot and humid country, you're almost more prepared than actually when suddenly it got super hot yesterday. And I think, and towards the end of the day before, and I think a few people are sort of just tiptoeing into having to take care of themselves where the sun and the heat were concerned.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now then, this is a good attack from South Africa. They've got absolutely acres, and they've got to finish it in the corner, which they do. That was well worked. Managed to compound the Singapore defence one side, all the space on the left.
Lovely there again, just ending up being a bit of a 2-on-1 there, just holding on to the ball and getting that release at the right moment, and that's the second on the draw for South Africa.
Sing with the score. 2-2 here in this nail-biter on pitch 2. Singapore coming forward once more. They managed to hit back super quickly after the last South Africa score. And hips not square on that particular dump.
Yeah, again, I'm so surprised to be seeing all these hips not square calls. It was a real theme of the day down at Riverside when we were down there, and it seems to have come up here as well. And it may just be that refs are a little bit more hot on it now, but yeah, it's not your average penalty.
There is a real strictness, as you said, though, about those roll balls, particularly perhaps whether the foot, whether the hip is passing over the ball, and influence of some of the more experienced international referees just saying some of them are just not good enough if you've been slightly rocked back in the touch. That's a really strong touch. It needed to be. I say strong in terms of strategy rather than brute strength. South Africa, Zambe Pienaar back in field, managing to just, but they'd crossed over the line, I think.
Yeah,
just stepping out.
Yeah, that's unfortunate there. Unfortunate there. They did really well to get that pick up and get through, but you have, you know, it's a fine line. You've got to be running along the back of that, and you're desperately, frantically looking for someone, and the support was there. That is unfortunate.
Where are all my friends all of a sudden? Oh, ball down. 2 minutes remaining of this first half then. South Africa coming forwards into second. And that's a real injection of pace. Need the rest of the team to get there, which they do. Now the chance to feed it back to that left side. Singapore are appealing the touch. Another hat on this week. Operating Pride House. First time we've had a Pride House at a Touch World Cup. Pride houses existing in Commonwealth Games, Olympic Games, often as a building or a venue off-site where LGBT athletes, allies, volunteers, officials can attend and be in a safe space, and certainly when 2019 was held in Malaysia, country where it's illegal to be LGBT, well, really proud to have founded our organisation Pride in Touch, which does work to make the sport, which is already super inclusive, a mixed sport, even more inclusive and welcoming to those that want to perhaps step into team sport, where, as we know, for LGBTQ+ people perhaps struggling with their identity when they're young, team sport can seem like an environment that is not for them. But certainly Touch is proving itself to be a brilliant sport in that area. And having founded Pride in Touch, our inclusive organisation 4 years ago, we're delighted to have been here with Pride House this weekend. Half-time whistle goes. It's the last play. South Africa leading Singapore then by 3 tries to 2. And I'm pleased to say that we can bring you a little flavour of our last Pride in Touch tournament that took place in Glasgow last year.
So we're here at Hillhead Sports Club, the 3rd year of our annual Pride in Touch tournament. We have 16 teams, over 200 players. We've got about a dozen or so referees. We've had also a whole heap of volunteers. It's been brilliant to come to Glasgow after previous versions in Manchester and London, and it's ended up being our biggest tournament to date.
You get a lot of curious players that want to try out touch rugby for the first time, so they might be a bit nervous, but I think they come down, they hear the tunes that are playing, they see all the rainbows, all the smiling faces, and I think they realise that actually they can just have a good time. Our ambition is to make touch rugby one of the most inclusive sports there is. We want it to be super accessible to anyone. We don't want there to be many barriers or any barriers to picking up the game for the LGBT community.
What's been amazing over just the 3 or so years that we've been running Pride in Touch has been the interest and the growth and the opportunity we've had to platform good practice from people across the world that are wanting to do more LGBTQ+ inclusive initiatives. Now more than ever, we certainly feel it's really important to make sure that we amplify the voices of inclusion, show people that team sport can be really good for their mental well-being and their physical well-being, and hopefully we've got plenty of those people who have felt like that through enjoying our tournament today.
And I'm representing the HIDEX programme, which is one of the sponsors of the Touch Rugby World Cup. HIDEX is a collaboration of a number of universities based in the Midlands, including the University of Nottingham. One of HIDEX's main aims is to support industry to innovate, developing new products and services in the hydrogen economy. We decided to sponsor the Touch Rugby World Cup, particularly in relation to energy use, so that Geopura, a locally based business, can provide hydrogen to be utilised at the event, making the event more sustainable and improving air quality for visitors and competitors alike. We hope this support will encourage others to look for more sustainable ways to run similar events in the future. Finally, just to say, we hope everyone that's involved in the event has a great time.
I love Nottingham, the home of Robin Hood. From the bright lights of Goose Fair to the peaceful nature of the Sherwood Forest woods. There's a feeling of togetherness, unity, pure, honest, love. And that feels great like a bright summer's day at the horses down by the lake at Colic. All I love Nottingham. The River Trent, the embankment, the Nottingham Carnival, different cultures dancing. The diversity, just walking down Columbus Street on a Saturday. The 2 lions in the square stand tall with pride. And when the markets in town come alive, it gives me life. Listen, as the council house clock chimes, and depending on how many times, lets you know the time. I've been to concerts at the Motorpoint Arena, and I've been to concerts at the Nottingham Caves. I've been here all my life and I'm still amazed by this place. I love Nottingham. Sometimes I stare at Hockley's graffiti colourful walls, and sometimes I gaze at the deers running around Woolton Hall. Supreme thrills, from chilling up at Greens Mill or up at that castle on the hill. Nottingham, I love you, and I always will. Visit Nottingham today.
Welcome back to the second half of our match here at the Women's 27, Singapore against South Africa, their final round robin match. An engrossing first 20, wasn't it, Kate?
Yes, it really was, really was. Two pretty well matched teams, I'd say, both coming at each other with some serious pace and creating those opportunities. Be interesting to see, you know, what they've fixed in their sub boxes at half time and what's going to happen moving forward and who's going to come out on top in this this first set of 6.
Kate Davis-Bavin, who is with us, Women's Open player at World Cup in Malaysia 2019. And it's Singapore who have the tap off. What will have been those key words at half-time from the coaches?
Yeah, I mean, in terms of, you know, for Singapore, obviously they're trailing here. You know, they are the ones chasing the game a little bit at this point. So it's their main thing. They will have known they got the tap, obviously, and just looking to complete that set of 6.
Haven't seen too many of the long balls wound up in this one, but they certainly went for one there, and but they're going to get the penalty call.
Yeah, they'll be happy with that for sure. It gives them another set on their line, obviously, as you know, and gives them an opportunity to condition this South African defence and get into it a little bit more.
Helena Chi on the ball with the number 1 on the back, looking to try and get through a hole in the middle. She's the top try scorer so far in the competition for Singapore. Again onto the ball. Now the sweep coming round. Defence looks well set for it, and they are. Look from the referee to the assistant just to check that everybody was onside. Got the nod. Now the chance to try and attack at that defender. Oh, now then. Touch just in.
Yeah, lovely finish there from Singapore, but yeah, not quite there. But they'll be happy with that. They've kept South Africa honest on the line there, and it's been a good crack at the line for them. And just be focusing now on trying to get up and really in their faces to mess up this drive for them and stop that momentum.
As you can tell by the scoreline, it's been a game broadly about defences, making key touches, shutting down that space. First 5-10 minutes of the first half, very much a middle of the field game. Then we've started to see more of the attack. South Africa having opened the scoring, Singapore getting themselves back in front. But it's then the touch box. Have the lead. Singapore will be looking to try and unpick this green and gold defence.
Yeah, just looking at some lovely defensive touch there from South Africa. It's very much gone in their favour there, and it's given them a nice set of 6. Not too far from their halfway line, so it'll be interesting to see whether they're going to go direct here or get fresh legs on.
Oh dear, just looking to use the footwork to get around the touch, but in the process, not square on their hips at the roll ball.
Yeah, that call again. And Singapore have gifted it back to South Africa.
How sporting of them.
No, you have it.
Yeah, exactly. Ball off the floor. Support players often find that when they're almost half a second behind in terms of the subbing, they're actually the perfect sort of depth to be running on.
Yeah, absolutely.
Can have players arriving too early. Looking to try and get round on the outside, but the pass desired a little more from Janelle Charlie.
Yeah, unfortunate there for South Africa. Coming at it with some serious pace, as we've seen from them. But yeah, not quite to hands there on the wing.
Subs made by Singapore. Yvonne Lin keeping it alive from half. Get it round to the link, looking to run that sweep, but no. It's the dummy on it. South Africa in good position to make the touch. Mariam Marcard.
Good game management from Singapore there, though. You know, keeping that ball over in that far wing. It gives South Africa a bit more of a distance to go to get those fresh legs on.
Trying to turn that middle infield to create the space on the outside. It's a scream that she wanted her teammate in the hole on the outside. That's got to be a late pass. Singapore need to get themselves down there. Got to start having a crack on the line. That's 3, just inside the half. This isn't going to be that opportunity as loss of control. Touch box come forward with Van der Berg once more. Nabila Boltman. And it's Amy Dixon coming off the sub-bench. Rachel McMahon. And McMahon will get it back. Looking back inside. Owen sells the dummy. Space opened itself up, but she needed to slow down just to want that touch on the 7 and make Singapore work even harder. Wide ball. Singapore able to live with it. Richardson was stopped. But again, it's now down to the work of South Africa to stop Singapore getting the touches they need. And they're not going to be another strong set for them. Slow to regroup and get there, but it's 4 and they're only on their own 10 here, and this is going to be light work for South Africa.
Yeah, really, really lovely defensive effort there from the midfield in South Africa. Singapore actually doing really well there to get another 20 metres almost.
Bit of a height differential as well, isn't there? You can see Singapore having to work hard, but they're probably perhaps half a stride shorter than some of the tall South African players in those middle positions. They're just getting shut down.
Yeah, I can definitely sympathise with that for sure.
This is another decent attack. Oh, and that is going to be the score. And South Africa are able to capitalise on the strong defence by being in a good position to strike for that attack, and for the first time opening up a 2-point lead.
Yeah, lovely score here. Just getting that ball away with a little hop, skip and a jump there, and just on the outsides there. That's really come from that momentum. South Africa coming on there. Lovely, lovely finish by Zandali Pillay there. Just really strong run-in we're seeing here from South Africa.
4-2 to the touch box. Drift inside from Singapore. This is a better setup. It's from the tap-off. They needed that. That pass will go begging. They need to learn a little bit of a lesson from the touch box here and try and shut them down defensively to give themselves a decent position from when they will have possession again here.
Yeah, absolutely. South Africa just looking, they're just working that Singapore defence just ever so slightly better at the moment. They're just getting that gain line, and they're forcing those errors as we're seeing here. And it's giving them another set of 6 here, which is not what you want to be doing at this stage in the game.
I think the referee was just signalling you can't quite get a high tackle in touch, but I think it was the nature of the touch was just a little less safe. Semi-high shot given as a hard touch, so touch box come back to the right. Gap's going to open up, is it? Oh, Van der Berg gets it away. The referee's happy enough with that. It is going to be the score. Linda Wilson getting the touch box 5th. Daylight starting to appear between these two.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely lovely pick up there from South Africans number 6, Tiatia. And yeah, just really pace on the ball, forcing the Singapore girls to bite in there to make a decision and creating that opportunity for pretty simple 2-on-1 there on the outsides.
Just those big left to rights when they're needed are not just quite flying as they might hope, Singapore. Of course, when you're confident, when it's all going your way, you can hold your space, passes go to hand, everything is rosy. When it's not quite, you tend to bunch, you want to help your mate out, you don't want to leave anybody stranded, you close the gaps, and it ultimately makes it easier for the defence, and we've perhaps seen that a little bit from Touch Singapore.
Yeah, absolutely, and touch is as much a mental game as it is a physical game in that instance, and It can become quite difficult when you're trailing.
Magashule gets the ball back, looks for the line, but it's going to be the one inside. And mentally you can tire, physically you can tire, and it's just that 1/10 of a second sharpness that's costing Singapore now, not quite shutting that middle hole quick enough, and it's the score.
Yeah, lovely, lovely quickie play there, really, from the middles, and then the trail ball is just on.
Van der Berg getting the score. 6-2 now then. Certainly took a while to settle into this one, but the touch box now looking in control. All a bit static for a moment, but then they look to strike. Then it's the miss pass, goes to ground. Little rueful smile from Makard. That's one. What a lovely dummy. That gets them touch 2 in the heart of the touch box territory. Now can they get the platform they're looking for? Get the dump in the middle. Now the chance to go through the gap. Surely this could be an opportunity for Singapore. Referee is calling an assistant over. He wants his view. It's going to be a penalty. Players being blocked on the line.
Yeah, Singapore will be happy with that, having another attempt at the line there. Lovely scoop through, though, and again, like looking for the support, and it is there. South Africa doing well to read it, but unfortunately giving away the penalty in the process.
Just trying to operate without an awful lot of time and space. A set of players very happy to sub off now. They've had a fair bit of time on field, so there's changes made.
Yeah, those repeat sets on the line can be really tiring on the legs, especially day 6 into a tournament. Singapore looking to go a bit direct here, getting some recruits on here too.
That age-old moment of wanting to get away from the chasing toucher, but acknowledging also the value of initiating the touch yourself. It's undone us all on a touch pitch at one time or another.
Absolutely, absolutely. And it's one of those things, it's the first thing your coach will say to you when you come off and initiate that touch.
So at that point, you have to know you're playing the feedback tango. You know it's going to be said. You have to acknowledge it. Both
Exactly.
of you know you should have done better. We'll all walk away. Thanks very much.
Exactly.
Coming up after this one, incidentally, as the South Africans leading Singapore 6-2. We've got a mixed 30 game on pitch 2. Australia against Chile. Well, the South African players has just run into their own player there. Quite see how that happened. Singapore looking to try and set up here. They went on the strike, just come in field, and then just bundled over a teammate. They down and look quite uncomfortable, but certainly hope it's not as serious as it momentarily looks. Might have been a bit of an ankle turn. Unfortunate incident of just a collision as they look to try and get around and make those defensive touches. Singapore on the attack. Now they're at, oh, just losing the footing, unfortunately. They're just unable to finish the wrap. Now South Africa. They've got all the time in the world with that 4-score lead. Taking the meters up to halfway. Oh dear, oh dear. Pressure was just slowly building on each one of those carries into the contact, into the touch there. Knew they didn't have an awful lot of time on it there, Singapore, and eventually handling error. Well, that's decent pressure from Singapore. That's better. Can they get themselves a third score in this match?
Yeah, it can be really difficult as well. You know, obviously Singapore are trailing in this game, but to keep your heads up and to keep that intensity up as you're in, you know, the final 5 minutes of the game, keep competing and taking it to South Africa in this case.
Coming forwards, Edeline Go. Gets it back. Touch came in. McMahon shooting up. Stephanie Chi working with Go. Looking for a trail ball, just wasn't quite tight enough.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate there, like you say, just not quite close enough, and maybe needs to be chopping that hole just with a little bit more intensity, and that would have been a sure score really there.
Again, one of those on the social touch fields of Clapham where I look at the gap that the ball's been passed to and go, yeah, that's where I should have been. Yeah, I should be there. Yeah, I'm not. I'm absolutely not.
At least you're seeing the gaps there, though, Nick.
Yeah, it's all up there mentally. It's just 3 meters off the pace, but you know, in thought and deed as well. But hey, again, that South Africa press, and just the sense of urgency of Singapore is just at times causing them to lack a bit of clarity. I think they're going to get penalty there. South Africa offside as Singapore tried to attack. Ball released. Is it going to be the score? Touches in. It was a decent one from Pillay.
Yeah, South Africa's defence really going from strength to strength here in this game. They are looking pretty impenetrable, as I say that.
Referee's going to have a conversation here. Touch for the call.
Yeah, well covered there on the wing.
That was the tighter trail. That was what was needed, and it will be the score. Cheers resume in the Singapore box.
Absolutely lovely score here. Just taking it in, a step back, picking up. And like you say, the trail ball is on there. The touch isn't quite in. And a lovely score there. Natasha Yeo.
90 seconds remain then. It's going to be too little for Singapore, but certainly be pleased to have got that score in the second half that was eluding them for so long. Now the touch box coming forwards again. Magashule winds out that left to right. Good cover. Now into the middle they go. Done with a quick release. Oh, and now straight into that link hole. And the game of honesty. Singapore saying, I didn't make the touch. It is going to be another one for the touch box.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate there, just on that pickup and chopping that hole there. it is good to see, you know, like you say, touch is a game of honesty, and just saying, nope, did not make that. And yeah, lovely chop hole there in South Africa.
Singapore again. Can they get one more? Oh, and they go through the hole that time. It's call of touch has been made. Thought they were in for another, but it's the touch box who are celebrating the defensive touch that was made. There's the hooter. It will be all over at the next touch, and it is. Well, South Africa stuttered through that first half and looked like they were leaving the door open for Singapore, but they showed the nous and physicality and certainly the defensive effort to deny Singapore and get those 7 touchdowns on the board. They have beaten Singapore by 7 tries to 3 in the women's 27s. Kate, a fair result.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, it's nice to see, like we say, South Africa's defence really, really strong, especially in that midfield. But it was really nice to see Singapore sort of come through at the end there, creating those opportunities and sort of starting to convert them a little bit, finishing on a bit of a high for them, definitely.
Absolutely. Well, senior mix then coming up next year, Australia against Chile at the Touch World Cup 2024. Great to have your company here in Nottingham. Do stay with us.
So what does it mean to you? The time?
The sweat. The passion.
The thrill. The determination.
The support.
The camaraderie.
But it's so much more than that.
We're playing for something bigger.
You ready?
Question is, how are you going to leave your legacy?
Turn now. It's our turn now. It's our turn now. It's our turn now.
I love Nottingham, the home of Robin Hood. From the bright lights of Goose Fair to the peaceful nature of the Sherwood Forest woods, there's a feeling of togetherness, unity, pure, honest, love. And that feels great like a bright summer's day at the horses down by the lake at Colic. All I love Nottingham. The River Trent, the embankment, the Nottingham Carnival, different cultures dancing. The diversity, just walking down Columbus Street on a Saturday. The two lions in the square stand tall with pride. And when the markets in town come alive, it gives me life. Listen, as the council house clock chimes, and depending on how many times, lets you know the time. I've been to concerts at the Motorpoint Arena, and I've been to concerts at the Nottingham Caves. I've been here all my life and I'm still amazed by this place. I love Nottingham. Sometimes I stare at Hoxley's graffiti colourful walls, and sometimes I gaze at the deers running round Woollerton Hall. Supreme thrills, from chilling up at Green's Mill or up at that castle on the hill. Nottingham, I love you, and I always will. Visit Nottingham today.
So we're here at Hillhead Sports Club, the third year of our annual Pride in Touch tournament. We have 16 teams, over 200 players. We've got about a dozen or so referees. We've had also a whole heap of volunteers. It's been brilliant to come to Glasgow after previous versions in Manchester and London, and it's ended up being our biggest tournament to date.
You get a lot of curious players that want to try out touch rugby for the first time, so they might be a bit nervous, but I think they come down, they hear the tunes that are playing, they see all the rainbows, all the smiling faces, and I think they realise that actually they can just have a good time. Our ambition is to make touch rugby one of the most inclusive sports there is. We want it to be super accessible to anyone. We don't want there to be many barriers or any barriers to picking up the game for the LGBT community.
What's been amazing over just the 3 or so years that we've been running Pride in Touch has been the interest and the growth and the opportunity we've had to platform good practice from people across the world that are wanting to do more LGBTQ+ inclusive initiatives. Now more than ever, we certainly feel it's really important to make sure that we amplify the voices of inclusion, show people that team sport can be really good for their mental well-being and their physical well-being, and hopefully we've got plenty of those people who have felt like that through enjoying our tournament today.
And I'm representing the HIDEX programme, which is one of the sponsors of the Touch Rugby World Cup. HIDEX is a collaboration of a number of universities based in the Midlands, including the University of Nottingham. One of HIDEX's main aims is to support industry to innovate, developing new products and services in the hydrogen economy. We decided to sponsor the Touch Rugby World Cup, particularly in relation to energy use, so that Geopura, a locally based business, can provide hydrogen to be utilised at the event, making the event more sustainable and improving air quality for visitors and competitors alike. We hope this support will encourage others to look.
And welcome back to the Touch Rugby World Cup, the penultimate day. And we have a mixed 30s game between Chile, attacking from left to right, and Australia in the traditional green and gold kit. And I'm joined on comms from Alice Summers.
Yes, and I'm very excited for this game as Chile's just trying to weave their way around that Australian defence, but Australia in this pool have been so strong, and definitely a lot to see from this Australia team.
Yeah, and it was Ignacio Hinojosa trying to get over for Chile as Australia. We get first look at their transition, and Australia always so direct, great hands to the wing.
Just coming up here with a lot of space and a lot of time. Chile maybe need to step up a little bit more in their midfield D.
Yeah, but it's easier said than done against this Australian side as Chile forced the turnover. So Chile, first look at their Guibel. This is down and looks like she's in a fair bit of discomfort.
Yeah, and it is really body on the line with this sport here, and the ground has gone a little bit harder, especially because of this sun. It has had a massive impact. So when players have hit the deck or gone for a dive or anything like this, it has hurt. But it's looking like Chile are going to play on here, and it's going to be Chile's ball just in the Aussies 7. So just looking here what Chile can bring to the side. Chile working round Australia's defence, looking round for a mid play, looking short side, giving the ball to the link, but a great recovery by Australia's number 6, and that's Kelly Jones coming in with a great touch.
Yeah, another good touch from Australia. Just a little bit of technical difficulties, taking a break. And a good opportunity to go over. It was number 12 for Chile, David Scott, Chilean heritage, looking to go over. And 2.5 minutes in, no scores on the board. Chile look to be really taking it to Australia.
Yeah, and of course, with any game like this is knockouts, and every team needs to be stepping up for it. And it looks like both sides are gas for it.
Yeah, and there'll be another roll ball infringement from Australia. So a far from characteristic start from the Emus. And it's Chile again with David Scott in the number 12 jersey, trying to inject some pace, just burning a couple touches. Sergio Miranda.
Yeah, the majority so far has been in the Australia's half, and Chile on the ball now. Just Seaman can't finish the execution there. Great defence by Australia.
Yeah, Sergio Miranda trying to go for long, but they had extra touches to play with. He was trying to find Macarena Navarro on this near side wing, and Australia now look to finally get out of their own defensive half. It's a much better transition, walking a tightrope on this touchline.
Yeah, I've noticed with all these Australian teams, they get super close to the box, so it makes it so much easier for that player to come off and on that pitch.
Yeah, and it's Australia now looking to drive through. It's number 9 for Australia, Timothy Wilson, looking to go over, deliver the ball out to the wing, number 5, Gill. And Australia, although struggle to get out of their defensive half over the first 5 minutes, do manage to get to the Chilean line and put some pressure on. It's Chile rolling through their sub. It's a nice momentum again. It's Sergio Miranda at the heart of everything positive. Checks off to number 11, Hinojosa. And unfortunately, that's the turnover.
That is a turnover against Chile, and Australia just wanting to drive out this box, and we've seen their sub in play, looking for the touch in, but extra yards there, just made by that Australia link, and very, very nicely done.
Yeah, and Australia looked potent in their line attack. A check-off, 5th touch, scooping play comes through, long ball is on, it goes, it's a spiral sinker to the wing, and once again, Luciana Gill getting over for the score in the corner. And Australia didn't have the lion's share of field possession, but when they do get to the Chilean line, make it count. And a beautiful pill in the corner.
Yeah, what a put down and what a finish. Just, it's like the Sydney Bridge, right? That that loopy ball over the top, and really nicely to see that Australia can execute.
Yeah, of course they can. Definitely the favourites in every division that they enter. But Chile have put a good account of themselves out there so far, especially when they've got number 12 on the ball. Here he is, David Scott, at half at the moment. Can't get touched. Looks like sweeper plate. No, just a middle touch. Just burning a few. Static plate. And it's Scott on the ball once more. Scott, open side quickie, but that's a loss of control.
Yeah, that's just going to be a roll ball infringement there, and really important about these penalties and what we can do and see from these sides.
Yeah, and it was Juan Pablo Sweat Cuevas trying to provide a bit of a platform for Scott. Doesn't quite happen in the aggression from Australia in their subset, but good midfield defence from Chile. And Australia not having it all their own way in this first half. This is fifth, scooping from long. Long ball goes to the wing. Oh, and it's just asking a bit too much from number 5, Luciana Gill. But Australia once again showing they can threaten in the sub move.
Yeah, looking really threatening there, and that's where they scored their first try, and just trying to throw long to this side, their box side wing again, and they know they've scored there before, so why not try again until it stops working?
Yeah, if it's not broke, don't fix it, but it's not quite clicking in line attack for Australia. And Chile, sort of the sweethearts of international rugby at the moment, and an emerging nation finding their feet. It's Maximiliano Perez trucking up the middle at the half now. Perez get away with a sloppy roll ball. Perez picking up, taking a bit of a stumble, but needs to check the ball off. Lovely little out the back pass, but nothing doing, and that'll be 6-touch turnover. And Maximilian Perez working with Sergio Miranda. And Chile asking a lot of questions of Australia.
Yeah, and I'm really delighted to see this from Chile, and they are a strong side, and the score really reflects it. I mean, 7.5 minutes gone, and only 1-0 to Australia here, and Australia driving though onto Chile's, putting Chile onto the back foot here. Australia checking it back in, picking up, looking long again, but they're passing it to that Lincoln, and I think she's found the line.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Kelly Godwin started the drive, and it's the work of the Australian middles again. Justin Otto working with Watene, finding Kelly Goodwin in the link wing hole. And even though Chile look to be really in this game, Australia once again off the back of the transition asking loads of questions.
Yeah, so from their first one we saw them throw long, so that winger might be expecting to see that long ball, so they could have released earlier, leaving and creating that space for that link that just chopped that hole so delightfully for Australia to make it 2-0.
But Chile now on the attack. David Rojas picking up Hinojosa on his right hand side, but the ball just goes to ground, and Chile need to use all of their attacking sets if they want to stress out this Australian defensive line. That's a good touch in the midfield, and Chile trying to put a bit of a defensive press on the transfer.
This is where the game's going to be won in this midfield, and just Australia looking a little bit stronger here, looking on the outside, a little shimmy from number 15.
Yeah, lovely feet, lovely hips from Ben Hones, but unfortunately it doesn't quite go over for Chile, for Australia even.
Yeah.
And Chile looking dominant in their defence at the moment.
And Chile doing a great work to keep Australia out here, driving down. Like you said, what do they need to do on their line attack here?
Yeah, so for Australia, in their line attack, they're superbly dominant, engaging the Chilean middles. And then Chile just need to take a leaf out of that book. And good pace injected around the outside from number 3 for Chile. Magdalena Alcino, unfortunately, gets caught. And this is 5th touch, so they won't have any to play with. That looked like it could have been touched in flight, just a little bit from Kirsty Wakely. But referees adjudge the ball to go to ground.
Yeah, so Australia's going to have the ball here and just going to want it to drive out their own box. But lovely meters made from that. But Chile putting on a lot of pressure, not letting them gain that much.
There's been a couple decisions that's maybe gone in favour of Australia. There's been a couple times where the dump seemed to me, for my liking, to be slightly off the mark, but Chile do get the defensive shot.
Yeah, here, Chile just making the forced error there from Australia. So turning the ball over, and that's going to be another ball down. It's just, like we say, again, it's the error count, and both teams are having a lot of errors here. And
yeah, it's been a bit characteristic of this penultimate day. It's been a long week of touch, especially in the age categories as the body starts to tire. But Australia looking to put Chile to the sword again.
Australia on the ball here, looking for a pick up, looking long, and a finish in the wing. Is that going to get given?
Yeah, I think for me it's forward pass. It was Timothy Wilson trying to go around the outside for the Australian. Chile with an opportunity for the tap penalty. Tap penalty, driving up the box side, but good midfield press from Australia. There's Chile burning the third.
Yeah,
so this is fifth coming now.
Let's see what Chile can bring, and looking on, it's just another roll ball there.
Yeah, another mistake at the roll ball from Chile. And the execution rate is leaving a lot to be desired at the moment from a Chilean perspective. Australia, though, the beneficiaries, good midfield press, forcing turnovers. And here comes the dangerous pod for Australia. It's number 2, Nick Grant, on the ball, checking off to Bale.
Picking up, looking long, and he fizzes it, and another try in that left-hand corner. And I think it's the second try, maybe third.
Yeah, it's Luciano Gil over the beneficiary from the good work of Grant and Bale in the midfield. And at the moment, Australia, it's not been textbook. It's by no means vintage Australian touch, but it's doing the job against a valiant Chilean effort. But if Chile wants to stay in this tie, they're going to need to get the next score on the board. As Chile roll into their line attack. And then once again, an unforced error, this time from Antonia Livingston. Just surrender field possession to Australia.
Yeah, and like you say, Chile really, they have been in this game, which is not on the scoreline here, but Australia just coming out on top and putting a lot of pressure on right now. Great driving down. Number 7 on the ball for Australia. 15 going in. We've seen their playmaker.
Another long ball out to the wing, and once again, it's rinse and repeat. And this time, it's Cassandra Feldman getting over. As we see once more, Justin Otto working with Ben Hones, the long ball. And at the moment,
but I don't think this didn't get given. I think they called a forward pass there. So Chile on the ball right now and trying to drive out their own box, getting good meters here. Chile would be quite glad and relieved that wasn't a score there for Australia.
Yeah, it was not a score for Australia. Drifted forward out of the hands in Chile. Good meters made. However, they've lost track of the touch count. I believe it was number 6 for Chile. Nicholas Schweitzer trying to provide a platform, but that is 6 touch turnover. So once again, Australia with a good defensive shot. And Chile looking to put a bit of a press on. Beautiful yards made by Antonia Livingston. And Livingston in at half. Checks out.
Yeah, just picking up here, number 7 going short side and looking for that link chop. And it's going to get given a score for Australia again.
Yeah, Justin Otto, the architect of this score. Otto, left foot step, lovely hole hit again. And shock horror at Ben Hones, involved in the score again.
But really, really nice trying to get back from that Chile link there. Just trying to get that dive on that Australian player. Looking really sharp and just looking millimetres away, I must say.
Chile trying to play around the midfield press. It's Rojas. He's looked a bright spot for Chile. Rojas at the half, picking up. Oh, I think for me, the option was on this left edge. It was number 8 for Chile, John Scott, who'd run a really nice line off the ball in the link wing hole. Not spotted, though. And once again, Australia gets to roll through their transition.
Yeah, just trying to step up here, Chile, in their midfield defence to try and stop Australia because they're so dangerous on this transition, getting the fresh set of players on the pitch, and look at this again, picking up. Which way they're going to look?
Yeah, it's all too easy for Australia at the moment. Kirsty Wakely.
But it's just going to be ball down.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah, score's been given. It was Kirsty Wakely going over. Lovely hole hit off the ball. And we'll see it here. Good disguise. Looks long, little drop off. And it's Kirsty Wakely ended up having to deliver the extra pass out to Ben Hones. So Wakely to Hones. Thought Wakely could have gone in herself. Almost assumed that she did. And it is Hones going over for the score.
Yeah.
And Chile looking to go through their line attack, and unfortunately haven't been able to maintain any sort of field possession. We'll see if they can.
Yeah, Chile here on the attack and looking like he's going to pick and go, looking for that link home. Is it the first one? No, that's touch 6. Really strong defence here from the Australian team.
Yeah, good defensive spacing from Australia. And at the moment it's all one-way traffic, although Chile, not for a lack of endeavour, trying to find some defensive spacings. However, it's here with Kelly Goodwin where things really start to become stressful for Chile. This is fourth, so fifth coming. Australia will strike from deep, not like they're strangers to it. Nick Grant looks at the half. Good scooping play once again, and it's Justin Otto looking to go on the open side. Good hands, and that might be given penalty. It will indeed.
New set of 6 here for Australia, just the offside being called, looking very dangerous and looking on the front foot.
Yeah, it's Justin Otto once more causing problems for Chile. Otto and Grant in the middle pairing have been dangerous. Here is Grant, Otto at the half. Just engaging the touch, flick touch is made, so Grant will have to take the ball back. Grant and Otto again. Otto picks up, looks left. Oh, lovely little show and go. Ball out to the wing as easy as you like from Justin Otto. And once again, it's
Looking
Otto
at
and
this
Grant.
replay, we can see it's going to be a mid play and just picking up and just going out. But I think the Chile players were saying they didn't make the touch there, but a lovely try in the end by the Australia team.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if you don't engage, as long as there's some sort of touch made. The roll ball's initiated. And Chile, even though they had a very good start in this game, unfortunately, this quarterfinal clash in the mixed 30s division is starting to run away from them, and the nature of the contest is starting to fall by the wayside. There's good ball manipulation from Chile, rolling into their line attack. It's number 13, Miranda, working with Perez. Perez at the half. Miranda looks to go through himself, delivers the long ball, however, that'll be a just to go forward, but better line attack from Chile.
Yeah, just out the grasp of the Chile's winger there and couldn't quite get the reach on it. But Chile looking very much stronger in attack here and definitely upping their line attack.
Yeah, Australia roll through their transition once more. There's Goodwin involved. Good yards made, and that's Grant up the box side, and here comes the dangerous Justin Otto flooding on in the 7. Number 11, Bale. Bale looks wide, goes wide, and that will be a beautifully worked score in the corner, and Gill is the best job in touch, being an Australian winger, dotting down once more.
Yeah, and just a lovely hands play, picking up 33, taking it short side, and just a simple pass to the link, pass to the wing, and you're going to be ecstatic if you're that Australian winger.
And then once again, Chile coughed the ball up unnecessarily in the midfield, and it's a recipe for disaster if you keep surrendering field possession to such a dangerous Australian line attack. And it's Bale once again working with Otto. Bale on the ball, calling for the switch underneath. Otto, and they get the tap penalty. And I mean, the two Bale brothers, Bale, Otto, back to Bale, back to Otto. Lovely ball to the wing, and once again it's Gill in the corner. The combination of Bale and Otto is proving all too much to deal with for Chile.
Yes, let's see this play again on this replay. Just coming in, and quickie QB just there and chucking it long to that winger. Just a lovely
and that
score.
will beat half time, so score right on the hooter for Gill, the beneficiary of the good work in the Australian middles. And aside from a bit of a slow start from this Australia mixed 30 side, they've looked really good value for the win. As we are going to take a very quick break at half-time. We'll be back with you in just a moment to bring you the second half of this quarterfinals mixed 30s clash.
I love Nottingham, the home of Robin Hood. From the bright lights of Goose Fair to the peaceful nature of the Sherwood Forest woods. There's a feeling of togetherness, unity, pure, honest, love. And that feels great like a bright summer's day at the horses down by the lake at Colic. All I love Nottingham. The River Trent, the embankment, the Nottingham Carnival, different cultures dancing. The diversity, just walking down Columbus Street on a Saturday. The two lions in the square stand tall with pride. And when the markets in town come alive, it gives me life. Listen, as the council house clock chimes, and depending on how many times, lets you know the time. I've been to concerts at the Motorpoint Arena, and I've been to concerts at the Nottingham Caves. I've been here all my life and I'm still amazed by this place. I love Nottingham. Sometimes I stare at Hoxley's graffiti colourful walls, and sometimes I gaze at the deers running round Woollerton Hall. Supreme thrills, from chilling up at Green's Mill or up at that castle on the hill. Nottingham, I love you, and I always will. Visit Nottingham today.
So we're here at Hillhead Sports Club, the third year of our annual Pride in Touch tournament. We have 16 teams, over 200 players. We've got about a dozen or so referees. We've had also a whole heap of volunteers. It's been brilliant to come to Glasgow after previous versions in Manchester and London, and it's ended up being our biggest tournament to date.
You get a lot of curious players that want to try out touch rugby for the first time, so they might be a bit nervous, but I think they come down, they hear the tunes that are playing, they see all the rainbows, all the smiling faces, and I think they realise that actually they can just have a good time. Our ambition is to make touch rugby one of the most inclusive sports there is. We want it to be super accessible to anyone. We don't want there to be many barriers or any barriers to picking up the game for the LGBT community.
What's been amazing over just the 3 or so years that we've been running Pride in Touch has been the interest and the growth and the opportunity we've had to platform good practice from people across the world that are wanting to do more LGBTQ+ inclusive initiatives. Now more than ever, we certainly feel it's really important to make sure that we amplify the voices of inclusion, show people that team sport can be really good for their mental well-being and their physical well-being, and hopefully we've got plenty of those people who have felt like that through enjoying our tournament today.
And welcome back to the second half of this quarterfinal mixed 30s affair between Chile and Australia. Australia 7 tries to the good. After that first half, And Chile will have to change the tone of the game, although Australia rolling through their line attack early with Bale once more.
Yeah, just there, Australia looking for that sweeper play coming round and looking really explosive, but just getting up there, and I think the ref's going to give a hard touch against Chile. So a new cell 6 on the 7.
Yeah, and you can hear the boos ring out from the Chilean supporters. We love it, but it's Bale once again. And it's the two Bales in the middle, Nicholas and Matthew, operating as a middle pairing. Bale to Bale, back to Bale. Chekhov back on the inside, and I believe it was Goodwin trying to cut a line at the link hole, but it's well marshalled from the Chilean defence. And here's Bale again. Chekhov for the link punish. It happens. They look, oh, good dummy. That'll be half court, if not for an offside penalty. And it was Sweat Cuevas who just released a little bit early.
Yeah, I think just an offside there, but a lovely bouncing step here. Looking for a mid-mid, going in, stepping back, and gives the ball all clear. That's another try here for the Australia team.
Yeah, it's all too easy for Australia. It's Bale to Timothy Wilson, and we'll see it on the replay. Wilson takes the dump, check back to Wilson, to Bale. And again, the middle pairings of Chile just can't match up skill-wise to Australia.
They were knocking on that door with getting loads of penalties there, so good try, but Chile needing to score here in the second half. They want to prove something to Australia.
This is the pod that seems to try and make something happen. It's Rojas checking out to Hinojosa. Rojas hitting the line. That will be a score for my liking. Although the Australian link just gets onside, and here's Rojas on the ball. One more, and that'll be 6-touch turnover. So Australia once again able to repel the most recent Chilean onslaught.
Yeah, just Australia working off really hard here, and Chile just trying to stay in their face, but looking like they're going for the direct set. But it's going to be a loss of control there in that roll ball, and we've seen that plenty of times so far.
Yeah, it's a collector's item really from Australia. Many times they cough at the ball unnecessarily, but it's good midfield press from David Rojas once more. Definitely the one for Chile, looks to make things happen. Number 12 comes on, Scott, another bright spark for Chile. Scott checks off, a little bit lateral. They've got another couple touches, don't need to go off this one. And it was a very nice design set up to try and get in on the Australian link. It was number 6 for Chile, Schweitzer, trying to get over, and unfortunately it doesn't quite happen for them. Another lovely touch up the box, and Australia just playing around the Chilean shooters with ease, and it's Gill who had a stormer of the first half involved to Wakely. Wakely checks off Hones. And it's Hones running the passive link here. Oh, it looked like the ball was destined for Ben Hones to reel it in to expose a 2-on-1 on this short side, but it doesn't quite happen. It goes to Wakely.
Just a penalty. There's going to be 6 touch there, so Australia thought they got another set there, but just getting called back onto the defence now. Chile back on the ball and driving with strength up through the pitch. Graham meters. And some strong touches here that we see the passion from both sides.
And it was Schweitzer taking the ball in once more. Half a little bit isolated there. Here come the fresh legs, and it's Sergio Miranda. Unfortunately, though, loss of control at the roll ball. So Chile not having it all their own way. And they're really up against it with one of the most well-organised nations you will hope to see on a touch field.
And coming against this team is just a scary thought. But Chile has really stuck into it and haven't made it easy. But Australia just bouncing up now, killing the momentum from Chile. Back into the middles now. Let's see if they can get a scoop play going. Number 7 for Australia picks up, going short side. Burns around the outside and cut from number 1. Checking it back in, looking like we have numbers. Will they get the pass off? And they do. Dive in the corner. A great finish from Australia.
And once again, it was Justin Otto, the architect, with Kelly Goodwin. And the ball goes wide, and it's shock horror. Nicholas Bale delivering the killer ball out to the far wing. At the moment, Australia really enjoying their time on pitch 2, all but securing themselves their place in the semi-final. I mean, they'd expect a final, if not anything else. So Chile really just playing for pride here at this point as a physical touch. I think Australia feel a little bit hard done by that they've not had some go their own way as well. But it's Scott as Chile roll into their line attack, working with Hinojosa, Scott, and Rojas. Hinojosa. And it's a good sweeper step up, step back, and the wing, was cutting quite a nice line off the ball. Daniela Vicente, but the accuracy of the pass delivered to her is not what was needed.
Yeah, just unfortunate there for Chile, but well defended out from Australia. We know they're so good at this, and Chile just trying now to put some defensive touches here, just trying to press Australia back down, but looking like Australia have a good momentum there and rolling into it.
Yeah, Australia picking up number 12, Winnie, trying to look for the long ball out to Nick Grant, but unfortunately just behind
Looking
Grant.
for that passive ball from Australia, and this is where that player sits really deep, so when running onto it you have a really big, just a roll ball down there from Chile, so it's going to be Australia's ball in a good field position.
Yeah, it was Hinojosa just bobbling the ball as he tries to dump it. And once again, Ben Hones in the 15 jersey, working with Heroini. Hones checks off to Grant. Hones in half, Hones will platform, Grant, sweeper play, nothing doing. So once again, they'll reset.
Back on the ball here for Australia, looking like they want to set doggies. Going round, gives the ball, going on the, stepping back in, and they are going to give that as another score for Australia's number 12.
And it's beautiful from Joseph Heroini, getting over, and the sweeper play comes round, as you call it. And Heroini, good right foot step, left foot step, shake and bake, Chilean link, sort of cornering to nowhere. And Australia in once again, very quickly. 9 becomes 10, and Chile started the first half the stronger and were outclassed. And unfortunately for the Chilean side, it seems to be more of the same as they roll into their line attack. They look to dive at the line, nothing doing. 16, Perez picking up. And it's a good opportunity to try and play it to this wing, but I'd maybe like to see them go and condition that right-hand edge. There's definitely space out there. The lion's share of the Chilean attack has come down the left edge, which is well, Australia would like them. It's Sweat Cuevas checking off to Perez. Perez taking the dump, a little bit static. Sweat Cuevas in the half. Here he is, number 16, Sweat Cuevas. Perez looks to receive the ball back. They need to inject a little bit of momentum into this line attacks. At the moment, it's relatively easy. They look to come to this outside edge. They look to run the 32 short. Ball on the line, but touch is made. And Chile always running down a congested lane. Australia are able to number up and defend it well.
Yeah, it's going to be massive here if Chile gets a score. Just bringing some energy back onto the pitch. But Australia being really aggressive in their defence and putting Chile under pressure there. If you are the attacker and you see a defence rushing up like you do feel the pressure put on, and that is what Australia are doing really well.
Yeah, and there probably should have been a roll ball infringement for either team there, but the refs just wave it off. So nothing doing. And here comes that potent Australian transition as we see the fresh legs of Justin Otto orchestrating the attack. And it's 13, Watene looking long. Oh, and it's a lovely long ball. Check back up on the inside, and Goodwin just can't quite reel the tap back.
Yeah, just really nice play there. We see the long ball come out again from Australia. And the tap back, like you said, was on, but just couldn't execute it. Just diving on the line there, but unfortunately a ball down. But now it's going to be, Chile are just going to be asked to take the ball back, but it's still going to be their ball. And looking like they are apologising to the referee and making sure they are taking that exactly where it needs to be taken. Chile now driving out, seeing what they can build.
Half is isolated, and that's another roll ball infringement, so it's easy ball for Australia in the midfield. And any team going up against Australia, this is a blueprint of what not to do at the moment. You can't give the midfield possession, especially with this man, Justin Otto, on the ball, working with Watene. Watene, Otto at the half. Otto, back to Watene. No, picks up 2-on-1. Can they execute in the corner? Nice footwork, and the ball does go over. And once again, it's a clinic in line attack from Australia, orchestrated by Otto and Watene. And we'll see Otto fizzing the ball out to Goodwin. Goodwin receives the ball back, and lovely dive at the line. And Australia looking very good in this mixed 30s.
Yeah, we just saw Maximilian from the Chile side try and come in for that touch, but Australia so clinical in trying to get that ball down, so really well done.
And it's valiant attempts from the Chilean defence, outclassed by the Australian line attack. And I've got a feeling we'll probably see the biggest roar of the day if Chile do manage to get over against Australia.
Chile's crowd and supporters have been a massive factor, and we have been loving all the support from the Highfields pitches here on day 6 of the tournament.
Chile roll into their line attack, running close, and it's once again number 12 for Chile. David Scott, Miranda on his outside, goes towards Miranda. Miranda at the half, but that's 6-touch turnover. So Chile guilty of losing track of the touch count, and unfortunately not able to really cause all that much pressure. That looked to be a bit of a heavy contact in the midfield, not given. 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. And Australia once again look to just go direct with Hones, and Hones takes the ball up the guts. I've got a feeling we'll see Hones again here, checking the ball off the line. It is to Hones, and Hones gets over for another well-worked score, and that's the direct set going from coast to coast. And Ben Hones gets over for another.
Yeah, just a nice pick up here, and then just hitting that hole one that's being chopped so nicely. And just so clinical here. Going direct, it does add a lot onto your legs, but if you can finish it and get that try at the end, it's all worth it, and we can see it from this Australian side.
Yeah, Matthew Bale picking up from half and checking off, dropping the ball. Lovely little ball to Ben Hones. And Chile need to take a leaf out of the Australian playbook at the moment, because Australia are able to dominate in that midfield. As you hear the support from Chile start to arrive, and Hinojosa at half working with Rojas. Rojas back to Hinojosa. No, flashes long, and it's a good idea to try and chop that link wing hole. It was definitely on as the ball goes to the wing, and unfortunately for Chile, once more another line attack opportunity goes begging.
Yeah, and just at least Chile are getting through the touches here, but just can't seem to execute anything, and that's really what's letting them down. This Australian side have been super tight in defence, and we can see it from the scoreline, not letting any scores pass. So Chile still needs to work and not giving up in any aspect.
Yeah, and once again, Hones orchestrating with a great pickup, great speed. The switch was on. That'll be a late pass though, and it was number 9. Timothy Wilson trying to get over, and for me the switch play is the right option. Chile are able to crowd out the most recent Australian onslaught.
Yeah, really lovely touch there by the Chile defence, and really class, just chasing them down and be able to compete to that short side and make it. Really hard when you come across some of these players that their hips don't lie, basically.
Yeah, it could have been a roll ball infringement for a hard touch, but nothing doing from Australia. And once again, Hones trucking up. Goodwin involved in everything positive in the transition. Half is isolated, and here come the support from Australia. There's Bale, checks back off to Bale. And we've got number 7, Justin Otto. So Otto with the Bale brothers out there. Bale to Bale. And playing around in the midfield, not really bothered about not going forward, such as their confidence in line attack. Link punish is on. Otto to Bale, and Bale.
Wow, what a touch by that Chilean defender. Steaming in, as we can see.
Yeah, and it was Hinojosa getting over to make the touch as Bale and Otto look to work another score. Otto on the ball, 32 short. Bale checks off. Lovely early release on the rooster. Long ball out to the wing, and once more, it's another gorgeous score for Cassandra Feldman, the beneficiary from the Bale brothers in the midfield, working with Justin Otto, and Australia putting on a line attack clinic.
Look at that long ball by the Australians. We've seen it plenty of times in this game, and plenty more, I suspect, and a really lovely finish.
Yeah, and it's just under 5 minutes left to go in this mixed 30s tie, and you can hear the Chilean supporters screaming for their team to finally get over that whitewash, and they've stayed in this game really well. But unfortunately, there's been too many of these midfield errors that have turned the ball over unnecessarily for Australia.
Yeah, just talking about it there, Chile just done another one, as we can see. But Australia on the ball now, trying to drive out, and just a lovely switch play, but I think that's going to be called for a late pass, so that's going to be a touch and pass set for Australia, against Australia. And some horns from the supporters, as we might be able to hear. But looking great here in a good field position. Chile with momentum on the ball. Let's see if they can get a try.
Yeah, and it's David Scott involved again with Magdalena Alceno. Scott here in the number 12. Wraparound is on, doesn't give it. Engaging the midfield defenders, but a little bit static at the roll ball. Scott working with Sweat Cuevas. Sweat Cuevas takes the ball in. Scott looks to this near side, drops the ball off in a space for Nicolas Schweitzer. And ball goes down, so once again, Australia are able to repel the Chilean attack.
Yeah, nicely done by Australia, and we've seen it plenty of times in this game. It's just so hard to penetrate this team, but it's just going to be in the ruck there. So Australia is going to get a new set of 6, and maybe a little bit sloppy here from Chile, just fatigue kicking in, and especially in the later stages of the World Cup.
Yeah, it's Timothy Wilson now on the ball working with Otto. Otto at the half, back to Wilson. Wilson just biding his time. He's got Watene on his left. Watene to Otto. Otto, oh, a lovely float ball once again. And this time, I believe it's Carly Walsh getting over in the corner.
And we've seen it time over time here. Just hitting that ML line and chucking it long.
It was indeed Carly Walsh getting over in the corner, the beneficiary from the beautiful long ball from Justin Otto, and he's been a standout performer. I mean, challenged only really by Ben Holmes. Whenever Holmes and Otto are on the ball, although there's a little bit of a tumble for Wilson in the midfield, so momentarily 6 on 5 for Chile. They don't take advantage. We'd love to see a Chilean score here. It's number 11 for Chile, Hinojosa, playing the dump with Rojas. Hinojosa checks off. Hinojosa at the half, running down a bit of a blind alley, but there's a 2-on-1. Oh, lovely little disguise on the play, but that will be half court, and Chile, that might be their final opportunity to get a score on the board.
Yeah, really nice opportunity there from Chile, and one-handed dummy by number 11 was just so lovely to see. And it does look like they're all having fun out here, and that's what it's all about at the end of the day.
Yeah, although this is finals footy, I think Australia would be the happier of the two with the 14-0 scoreline at the moment. And with 10-8, good lines up the, good meters made up the box, sorry. Bale in 11 receives the ball back from number 18, Bale. So the Bale brothers don't quite get over on that occasion. And Chile do have ball in hand, just over a minute left to play.
Chile still have time to get up to Aussie's 7-metre line and try line if they can perfect this midfield subbing pattern. Let's see if they can get up there.
Yeah, it's good hands around the corner from Chile's number 13, Sergio Miranda. He's not stopped trying all 40. And Miranda picking up from half, looking to check off, but that will be 6 touch or half court. Take your pick, referee. And with 45 seconds left on the clock, Australia will look to finish with a bit of a flurry and show that they've still got scores in the bag. 40 seconds, they roll into their line attack. They're not going to sub, they've not got time, not with these two boys on the field anyway. Bale stepping back on the inside. Bale receives the ball once more. The ball goes out to number 12, Heroini, and Bale diving at the line, and they are going to finish with a flourish, and it's Bale to Heroini, back to Bale, and it is all too easy for Australia.
Like we see again, Bale round on that sweeper play on the leg, just on the mismatch here. So boy on girl, and just the boy mid from the Chilean trying to come in and make that touch to help out. but Australia with the score. And what a way to finish this game. Australia 15, Chile 0.
Yeah, and it's not for a lack of trying for Chile. They did have a couple cracks at the line, but nothing doing for them. And to be perfectly frank, a bit outclassed on pitch 2 in the mixed 30s division with Australia. A very comfortable win and thoroughly deserving of it. Well, we're going to take a very quick break, and then we will be right back with you for yet another game. And this time in the men's 30s division between Ireland and New Zealand. Don't go anywhere.
It's our turn now. It's our turn now. Yeah. It's our turn now. It's our turn now.
Nola, and I'm representing the HIDEX programme, which is one of the sponsors of the Touch Rugby World Cup. HIDEX is a collaboration of a number of universities based in the Midlands, including the University of Nottingham. One of HIDEX's main aims is to support industry to innovate, developing new products and services in the hydrogen economy. We decided to sponsor the Touch Rugby World Cup, particularly in relation to energy use, so that Geopura, a locally based business, can provide hydrogen to be utilised at the event, making the event more sustainable and improving air quality for visitors and competitors alike. We hope this support will encourage others to look for more sustainable ways to run similar events in the future. Finally, just to say, we hope everyone that's involved in the event has a great time.
I love Nottingham, the home of Robin Hood. From the bright lights of Goose Fair to the peaceful nature of the Sherwood Forest woods, there's a feeling of togetherness, unity, pure, honest, love. And that feels great like a bright summer's day at the horses down by the lake at Colic. All I love Nottingham. The River Trent, the embankment, the Nottingham Carnival, different cultures dancing, the diversity, just walking down Columbus Street on a Saturday. The two lions in the square stand tall with pride. And when the markets in town come alive, it gives me life. Listen, as the council house clock chimes, and depending on how many times, lets you know the time. I've been to concerts at the Motorpoint Arena, And I've been to concerts at the Nottingham Caves. I've been here all my life and I'm still amazed by this place. I love Nottingham. Sometimes I stare at Hoxley's graffiti colourful walls. And sometimes I gaze at the deers running round Woollerton Hall. Supreme thrills, from chilling up at Green's Mill or up at that castle on the hill. Nottingham, I love you, and I always will. Visit Nottingham today.
And hello and welcome back to Pitch 2 at the Highfield Sports Complex for the Touch World Cup 2024, the penultimate day, and we're into finals footy. It's quarter-final affair between Ireland and New Zealand. And we're in for a tasty one, Kate.
Yeah, absolutely. No, looking forward to seeing what these two teams bring. Two pretty strong sides in this division, and yeah, excited for a bit of finals footy today.
Oh, it looks like out of the middle, Sebastian Caldwell trying to go over. Nothing doing, that could have been given forward, isn't. Caldwell checks off to Kennison. Lovely line, cut off the ball, a big collision. I think the referee in the defensive line.
Yeah, looks like he's shaking that one off, luckily.
Yeah, we'll see it on the replay here. It was Kennison checking off to number 8, John Ennis, colliding with the ref, and Ennis is a big boy, wouldn't want to be that referee.
New Zealand got a 7th defender in that line.
As we see New Zealand now roll through their line attack. Goldsmith, great feet from Goldsmith. That's 5th touch. It's picked up by O'Hea. Oh, lovely intercept, and both teams feeling each other out early. And Sebastian Caldwell with a couple really good interventions early doors.
Yeah, lovely there, really well held. You know, it's always, we were saying about high risk, high reward on those intercepts. Got to make sure you keep hold of them. But yeah, lovely and good take there, and Ireland can capitalise off this, hopefully.
Yeah, and Ireland get a tap penalty in the midfield. It's number 15, Fraser McCullen. Ireland now really stressing out. In defence early doors, Michael Kelly checks off to Langford. Langford coming back towards Kelly. They look for the long bomb to the wing. Good footwork. And it was Conor Windle just touched at the last. I'll look to recycle the play, but well crowded out. Ireland taking it to New Zealand. New Zealand driving up their box side. It's a really good carry. And Sasu were happy. Check off to Cooper. Cooper looked to dump the ball for Edwardson, but it just bobbles, and a couple of mistakes creeping in for the New Zealand team.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, if Ireland can you know, convert this and capitalise off it, it's looking like a good first couple of minutes for Ireland here.
Yeah, Ireland riding their confidence, that's for certain. In this men's 30s quarter-final, there's no second chances on finals footy. You've got to go hard, you've got to make your opportunities count, and just as we're complimenting Ireland's attacking threat, they cough the ball up. New Zealand with a good midfield platform to launch and an extra 10 metres for not delivering the ball back to the mark.
Yeah, you don't want to be giving New Zealand that opportunity really on the halfway.
Some would say it's a recipe for disaster, giving unforced errors to New Zealand, such as their hands as they look to go expansive. Early doors, Hornbrook in the 6th jersey, trucking up the middle. Here is Hornbrook, working with Hodgson. Hodgson, Hornbrook. Hodgson at the half, back to Hornbrook, back to Hodgson. 3-on-2, can they execute? They look for the long bomb to the wing, and that will be the opening score. And it's Haimura Samati getting over in the corner.
Yeah, lovely setup here. Just with that pass back, going against the grain. Lovely peel to the wing there, and safe hands on the wing, like you say. Lovely finish for New Zealand.
And we've sort of been joking all week. It's best job in touch being a New Zealand or Australian winger, because you just benefit from gorgeous play in the midfield, and then your name's on the score sheet.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Collect all those scores on the door for sure.
Yeah, I know where I'd like to play. That's for sure. Just stand and look pretty on the wing, and then dot down. I mean, we saw Francis, the Australian Men's Open, chalk up 17 a few days ago in one game, which is just outrageous. As once again New Zealand with Goldsmith, great yards up the middle. Oh, big contact in the midfield. Another ML play, low passive link, and it is stunning as Kit in our commentary booth starts to go flying due to the wind. Thank you very much, New Zealand sub-box, for saving us. And it was O'Hea thinking he went through on the passive link, but the ball adjusted to go forward.
Yeah, New Zealand letting Ireland off the hook a little bit there, and giving them an opportunity to get some yards up, get some fresh legs on, as we're seeing now, injecting that bit of pace.
Oh, nice ball out to the link, 2-on-1, but touch is made. It was number 12, Nicholas Long. trying to funnel this New Zealand defence, but nothing doing, and great yards made again from Edwardson. Real workhorse in the midfield, chewing up yards left, right and centre. New Zealand into their line attack, scooping player. Can they find the spare man? Is there any space? Oh, it's beautiful from Happy Man line sort of Haki, and very quickly they double their lead.
Yeah, lovely finish there, just on that pickup. He's looking for support, and there it is. Lovely finish, really well held there, keeping control of the ball.
And it's rather rinse and repeat from the game that we've just seen on pitch 2, where Chile looked really strong in the opening 5, and then Australia just started to turn on the class and run away with it. And we're in danger of having a rinse and repeat script here in the men's 30s as Ireland cough the ball up once more, and at the moment it's all one-way traffic.
Yeah, looking like it a little bit at the moment.
It's another penalty, foot in the ruck from Ireland, so great field possession for New Zealand, and it's actually we're happy taking the tap penalty. He's got Cooper, Lance Cooper in at the half, we're happy, Cooper at the half, and that'll be a hard touch, and it's easy meters at the moment. Sasu, we're happy. Yeah, at the half. We're happy. Looks to dive at the line. Good covering touch. And we're happy. Rolls the ball for Cooper. Cooper, pick up. We're happy. Oh, looked like the link. It ghosted through a lovely little gap. Nothing doing though. We're happy up to keep hold of the ball. Cooper. Well, that seems to be off the mark. Not given. Oh, an intercept and might go full length. He's going to stick the gas on. There was no touch made. New Zealand are appealing for it, but we could see the daylight between the two. And it's Sebastian Caldwell. Although they will look to pull it back. And referees, for me, yeah, referee calls the no touch, good integrity. And it is Sebastian Caldwell that goes all the way.
What a lovely finish there. Absolutely steaming through full pitch length. Lovely score there.
Yeah, I've been begging to call a couple full-length intercepts, and there's one from Sebastian Caldwell. He's been the bright spot for Ireland. New Zealand, though, with the tap, so we'll try and rectify that perceived wrong. It's Hornbrook in at the half. Hornbrook at half, picks up, step back, looks long, goes to dive, but that's half court. So Ireland starting to find their feet in this tie.
Yeah, absolutely. Really good mid defence there. Just stepping up, knocking off, taking away those options off that pickup.
Yeah, and that's a hard touch from Penare Wells, and a little bit of frustration creeping into this New Zealand team. And we were after a close game, and I think we're getting one here.
Yeah, it's good to see. It's good to see.
Oh.
Really physical touches here.
Yeah, the physicality just creeping up in this men's 30s clash. That time, I believe it was Cian Mullen driving up for Ireland. I think just moments being taken, tap penalty. We've got the pod of Kennison. Out to Langford. Langford. Kennison. Early release, good feet, but that will be a penalty for offsides. Releasing early from Mark Hodson. New Zealand under the cosh a little bit.
Yeah, seems to be giving away a few uncharacteristic New Zealand penalties here. So this is a really good opportunity here for Ireland to get it back up to 0-0, as you would say.
We've got Langford back to Kennison. Oh, passive link. Really good option, and it's the try scorer Sebastian Caldwell trying to cut a line off the ball. Nothing doing, good defensive spacing. Caldwell. Caldwell at the half, Kennison. Oh, lovely show and go. See you later. And Ireland equalised, 2 tries apiece.
Just a lovely, this is a 32 setup here. Just looks for the dummy on the wrap and has everyone fooled, even almost the cameraman as well.
Yeah, cameraman sort of going with the dummy, and Kennison is over, and New Zealand looked like they were really in the ascendancy in the opening 10, but these last 2 minutes have been all green, and Ireland finding their feet on the men's 30s clash. It's been as we see over here. Oh, nice feet, good options from Lance Cooper. Flat ball out to the wing, good footwork, but that's 6-touch turnover, so Ireland finding their feet.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're in for a bit of a treat with this game, Joe, actually.
Oh, nice, the unforced turnover. Celebrated by this New Zealand box. They're desperate to go ahead. They feel a bit aggrieved by that intercept score. Just a bit of a conversation happening between the sideline ref and the New Zealand winger. New Zealand with a fresh set of 6 now at the line. Can they make it count? Hornbrook. You've got Hornbrook taking the ball, dumping hard. Bow here. Oh, lovely passive link. No touch, I don't think. Really good honesty from Ireland, and an even better line cutting through the middle. And once again, it's Hornbrook and O'Hare. And it's a beauty of an out-to-in line run by Rumaya Ruti. Getting over for New Zealand's third.
Yeah, lovely score there. Like you say, really hard running line, and a bit of deception there with the sweeper coming around as well, keeping the Irish defence honest. And New Zealand have got the ball again here, looking to get some fresh legs on and inject a bit of momentum coming on.
Yeah, it's great yards up the middle, and look at the pace down the wing. It's well crowded out, but it's number 15 for New Zealand. Hamati trying to go over, nothing doing. That's a physical touch. That might be foot in the ruck or physical. Either one you could have been given. Nothing doing, and New Zealand starting to really turn on the style. NRL finish in the corner, and Tamati over for one more.
Yeah, what a lovely ball here. See it on the replay, hitting that short line, hit the wrap, and that miss passes on, and a lovely finish there.
Yeah, I think an extra bit of flair, because he knows, yeah, lovely little celebration as well. At the moment, New Zealand are finding their feet once more, grabbing this game by the scruff of the neck and saying, no, Ireland, you look good, but we're better. And a couple unforced errors from Ireland, just surrendering possession to New Zealand. And again, it's touch one for me off this transition. Just eating up the yards, giving the attacking pod some platform. That could have been a loss of control. It is. And Ireland do manage to get the defensive turnover.
Yeah, lucky there. They had a little bit of a roll on there. That's testament, I think, to New Zealand's attacking pace and that running, that really strong direct running that we're so used to seeing with all New Zealand sides. But yeah.
And it is so direct, as you say, from New Zealand, and Ireland don't really have any answers for it, although I thought there might have been an offside penalty there, nothing given, so Ireland looking to scoop the go long, tap back is on. It goes, however, 6-touch turnover. Oh, good manipulations, pass around the shooting Irish defence. And this is third touch on halfway. So a great platform for New Zealand to strike. And here we see it again with Lance Cooper dumping for Edwardson. Cooper almost an intercept. Up in the passing lane was Michael Kelly. But unfortunately, 6 more. This is warning signs for Ireland.
Yeah, there it is again, that high risk, high reward, going for that intercept. Sometimes doesn't quite come off.
Cooper looks on his outside. He's got we're happy. Cooper, check off. Cooper in the half, working with Edwardson. Cooper, Edwardson hit the hard line. He does. Long balls on. Oh, lovely delay round the back. And once again, it's Sasu we're happy. And this is textbook.
Yeah, lovely here. Just see them hitting the short. The wrap is on with dummy. What a line here from we're happy there. New Zealand just making it look easy, walking it into that space.
Yeah, New Zealand will be happy with their performance in this first half. Just over 5 minutes left to go, and they survived the Irish rebellion. Ireland rolled into their strike play. Nice sweeper setup, good disguise. However, there's a loss of control at the ruck. But once again, Sebastian Caldwell seems to be the player who's going to make things happen for Ireland. But unfortunately, if you're relying on individuals against New Zealand, you're always going to be up against it, essentially 1v16.
Yeah, he seems to have established himself as a bit of a playmaker in this side. And but yeah, like you say, need the full 6 on board. And here we go.
What a pill. Oh, nice little out the back as well. New Zealand turning on the Kiwi flair. Deep switch, however, just goes to ground. But New Zealand enjoying themselves out there.
Yeah, absolutely. It's nice to see them sort of start to open up a little bit and play some more of that sort of flowing, open touch.
Just a comment on the amount of support that's around Highfields today. You can see it in the background of all the shots. Literally thousands of supporters down to watch what is the largest ever touch Rugby World Cup, and why wouldn't it be with the calibre of rugby on display. Nice link hole. Oh, there's a big contact in the midfield. I think it's accidental, looked completely accidental, but big nonetheless. And I think the refs will just hold play a little bit to make sure that the Irish player's all right. Seems to be a head contact. And again, it's completely accidental, but a nasty one nonetheless.
Yeah, looks like we've got some medical support coming on.
It's number 5 for Ireland, Tom Hopkins-Flanagan. He looks to be running a nice line off the ball, but big contact and a nice gesture from New Zealand there, just offering the sympathies. It's nothing intentional, nothing purposeful, no malice in it. Just one of those collisions. That's what you get when you're running lines off the ball. You might get the ball, you might get a shoulder, it doesn't matter. It's New Zealand once again, so direct. That should have been an offside penalty for New Zealand, not given on that occasion. Ireland get away with one. And once again, it's Lance and Edwardson. Edwardson picks up, little hitch kick. Oh, and the link had run the cut. It was Ernest Torihaki trying to cut underneath, perhaps the wrong option, and Ireland get away with it on that occasion.
Yeah, not quite to hands there, but what an injection of pace there. I just love seeing them picking up so fast and running so direct at that line. They're looking so dangerous.
It is dangerous from New Zealand, however, to get away with it. Fresh set of 6 now. Take the opportunity to get the fresh legs on. That's a good shooting touch from Ireland's number 8, John Ennis, getting out of the line. They're going to need many more of them to survive the most recent New Zealand onslaught. Hornbrook receives the ball back from Hodgson. Hornbrook, Hodgson, back to Hornbrook. No, he isn't. Sold me for a dummy, as well as the Irish defence, and ball goes wide. And once more, it's Haimura Tamati getting over in the corner. Very quickly, 5 becomes 6.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this pickup again, just the dummy. Burns on the outside. He's got the options, he's got the time. And yeah, lovely finish there. Really well executed from the middles on that occasion as well.
Yeah, and it's just the different options that New Zealand have in the midfield, just able to play around Ireland all too easily.
Yeah, absolutely.
And with just over 90 seconds left to go, it's making for grim reading from an Irish perspective, although nice little wraparound, flat ball out to the wing. However, intercept, so that's touch 0, first coming. And as you say, high risk, high reward. There's your reward from a New Zealand perspective.
Yeah, absolutely. We haven't seen New Zealand go for that intercept yet, so they're giving Ireland a bit of a taste of their own medicine, I think.
Yeah, not quite the full length as we saw from Sebastian Caldwell, but good enough. But they will go coast to coast. As Edwardson, lovely little delay pass. That should be 6 more. Not given 6 more, however, so Ireland get away with a hand in the passing lane.
Yeah, I think they were lucky to get away with that there, but we seems like there might be another injury here.
Yeah, and Ireland, unfortunately, have been on the receiving end of some quite nasty collisions. It's Fraser McMullen, and another head contact. And with just under a minute left to go, 45 seconds on the clock, this might be the last play of the half. As we see all the supporters here at the Touch Rugby World Cup 2024, say the largest World Cup, the largest international touch event.
Yeah, it is lovely to see everyone coming out for their, for their home teams, and travelling quite a distance as well. It's not just down the road for some of them.
No, exactly that, and it shows the commitment the growth of touch across the globe as we go into the final 10 seconds of this half. Hooter will go any minute at the beck and call. Ireland might get one more strike. They do get a nice dump, good footwork, ball goes long to the wing, tap back is on, and that will be 6-touch turnover and will bring us to half time. And what has been a rather breathless affair in the first half between New Zealand and Ireland forced tries down, but good value for their two.
Yeah, absolutely. Like they are bringing it to New Zealand as well. Like we say, it was really close in those first 10 minutes. It's sort of been in the second half of this half, if you like, that New Zealand have started to really get into the flow of it and up the pace a little bit. So it'll be interesting to see after the halftime talks what Ireland come out with.
Definitely, and Ireland have had opportunities, but they've coughed up possession on too many occasions. But we are going to take a very quick break, and we'll be right back with you to bring you the second half of this knockout quarter-final men's 30s game. welcome back as the hooter is just about to get us back underway in this second half of the men's 30s quarterfinals between New Zealand and Ireland. New Zealand in the last 10 minutes of the first really started to put on the flare, and that's a nightmare start for Ireland. Hard touch off the first.
Yeah, not really what they want to be coming into this second half with. But a good defensive effort, but can't be affording to give away those penalties.
Yeah, New Zealand, one of those teams that will make them play. Oh, it's a lovely disguised wraparound. And that is just straight up disgusting from New Zealand off the tap. Lovely little disguise on the play. And it's 16 for New Zealand and Ari Wells. I mean, what a nightmare start for Ireland.
Yeah, that was a lovely bit of play from New Zealand, though. Absolutely. Like you say, just a little bit naughty.
Oh, and it's Sebastian Caldwell again trying to go over for Ireland and emulate, well, equalise in this second half. Not quite happening for them, though. Caldwell again, good option. Looks to dive over the covering touch, but nothing doing. New Zealand relatively easy to number up.
Yeah, again, that New Zealand defence is proving to be pretty solid, pretty strong. The Irish are going to have to work hard this 20 minutes to get past that.
Yeah, if they want to get anything from this game, it's going to be a bit of a tall order when New Zealand are turning on the style. There's a little bit of a wraparound play as well, and it's these guys, Edwardson and Cooper. Edwardson, little hitch kick, let the goose loose. He goes through a gap. Can he find the spare man? Swiping touch comes in, but ball goes down, and Edwardson almost creating another one for New Zealand.
Yeah, well defended there by Ireland, though. Watching, he scoot through. He's running through there. You've got to try and mark those players and be there to knock off those options for him, and they did that well.
Yeah, Ireland getting away with one. Oh, a nice passive link option. They don't go for it. They go for the wing. It was number 7, Conor Windle, in a bit of space on the wing, but marshalled well by New Zealand. And Edwardson's done really good to get the ball down cleanly. Once again, New Zealand, it's these yards up the box that underpin how aggressive they are in their line attack as we see Kennison. Oh, it's a beautiful pill over the top. It might have drifted forward. I'm not sure if the sideline refs are happy with it. They are indeed. And once again, it's Tamati, the architect of this one. Oh, geez, it's Mark Hodson with the pill and Tamati on the wing. And Hodson, beautiful long ball into the corner.
Yeah, lovely vision there from Hodson. Just that pickup, that step back, and just safe hands there out on the wing, as we've seen from the first half.
Yeah, and it's always been safe hands for this New Zealand wing. Again, best job in touch. Jotting down some beautiful scores as Ireland look to go similarly to that far wing. But it's that execution rate for Ireland that's letting them down in comparison to the clinical nature of the New Zealand line attack.
Yeah, good defensive effort here from Ireland. You can see them trying to rush up and knock off some of that momentum that New Zealand is so formidable with. And again, an intercept there, and well held there that time, not a knockdown.
Yeah, it was Cian Mullen getting up in the passing lane. Half was isolated, half to sort of get the ball blind, and Mullen was alive to it. Stephen Troy on the ball. Troy trying to feed off on the outside. However, Eddie Devitt didn't really seem like he ever wanted that ball from Troy. And Ireland are going to need to find some impetus here. It's Mullen. He picked off the ball. He was the ball hawk. Ennis, half's a bit late. Sebastian Caldwell looks long. Tap on option. And the ball to the wing was the right one there.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate there, just that ball down. But you could see Ireland trying to build something there, and just burning those couple of touches to get the fresh legs on as well, just in case they did have to defend this out as they are doing now.
Yeah, and they will get the turnover. It's one of those for me. That touch was 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. Could have gone either way. This time Ireland get the rub of the green, or the look of the green, I should say.
Here we go.
They need something from this line attack set if they want to stay within touching distance of this New Zealand side. And it is Kennison working with Sebastian Caldwell. And Caldwell to Kennison seems to be the connection that works for Ireland, and they do get over.
Yeah, lovely mid platform here again with the hard split right. Just coming in on that ML with the pass back there through the middle. Lovely bit of play there from Ireland. And yeah, like you say, Matt Kennison there, one of the architects really, with Sebastian Colwell.
And it seems like that connection of Caldwell to Kennison is the one that's going to cause New Zealand the most amount of problems. And they did a really good job of condensing both New Zealand middles and executing the space on the outside. But you've then got to compound that with a defensive shutout, and that's easier said than done. However, it's a good touch, so this is fifth. Once again, Edwardson looking for the long ball, doesn't go. Now it goes to the wing, and just losing his footing is Tamati in that far corner, and Ireland do get the defensive shot.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a really big 60 seconds there for Ireland. That'll mean a lot to them and give them a bit of a boost in that sub box for sure.
And a much better transition, and here comes the scoop. Oh, is he going to call play through? He is indeed. Can they find the spare man? Yes, they can. And the referees judge that Chauncey Edwardson had never hit the onside line, and it's the pace from Nicholas Long getting over. Yep, I tend to agree with the referees on that one. And it's Fraser McMullen who took a massive contact in the first half, has come into the second half firing. And dare I say, game on.
Yeah, absolutely. Lovely finish there by Ireland and really well listened as well. It's just, you know, you may think you're onside, but referee's word is what goes. And yeah, just really heads up and good listening there from Ireland.
But once again, Ireland's tall order is defending this New Zealand line attack. Oh, great footwork, almost done two in a phone booth, did Nick Birchfield. But New Zealand with another touch, deep switch, diving touch comes in, and Ireland, here we go, now we're coming to play.
Yeah, absolutely, this is good to see. So, you know, maybe those half-time talks are starting to pay off a little bit here for Ireland. They seem to have a little bit more of a zest for life in this first half of this second half of the game.
And Ireland again looking for that scoop through. I think the switch play was on, but not quite made the read. But all of a sudden, Ireland are turning on the flare. And we saw this in the first half. There was a 5-minute spell for Ireland where they looked really potent, defending New Zealand, and then they dropped off. They can't afford to do that now. Remember, this is quarter-finals footy. There's no second chances. You've got to take your opportunities when they come.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
Oh, and it's lovely disguise on the play. Good honesty as well from the Irish link, diving at the feet, no touch. And on this occasion, they can't defend the potent New Zealand attack, and it's Mark Hodgson dishing the ball off to Brenton Connell. And Connell, the beneficiary, going over. And just as soon as Ireland close the gap to 4, New Zealand extend it back out to 5.
Yeah, that pickup again for Ireland, for New Zealand, sorry, just proving to be so dangerous.
Speaking of dangerous, here's the danger man for Ireland, Caldwell, dropping the ball off into a space. Congested area though, long ball might have been on. This left-hand edge seems a little bit free. If Caldwell can pick up and find it, Caldwell does look to this left-hand edge. Great flat ball, can they get it down in the corner? Yes, they can, and I do love it when they listen.
It's almost like they heard you there, Joe. What a lovely ball here. Really well orchestrated, just on that pickup, on the fly, and safe hands there. What a beautiful finish there by Ireland's number 7, Connor Windle.
He treaded water on this touchline ever so well. It must have been millimetres from going out, but not given. And Ireland almost sort of have done away with the rule book and saying, well, if we're going to go out, we're going out swinging. And they're throwing some haymakers, but you've got to stop this one, Edwardson. It's lovely drop-off, and there's the score. And once again, it's the connection of Chauncey Edwardson to Lance Cooper that is Ireland's undoing.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, look at this pick-up, and then just on that switch play, gets through the defender. Just the footwork and the athleticism of this New Zealand team is just really, really hard to combat at times for Ireland.
For me, it's the interpersonal connections that New Zealand have an abundance. It's just looking too easy to go over that green line, and there's an unforced error in their line attack. And Ireland cough up the ball needlessly to New Zealand, and once again, that's not what you want. And Ireland are very isolated, looking a little bit leggy. offside penalty, rightly given. Irish defender about 20 metres offside in that instance.
Yeah, that is unfortunate there. Bit of a shame. Ireland have been getting a bit of a roll on. Just maybe need to try and keep these silly penalties to a minimum.
And then needless penalties as well that surrender field position to New Zealand. It is all too easy at the moment. Ireland, again, had that 5-minute spell where they looked dangerous but have dropped off once more for the New Zealand superiority. ML play, looks long, doesn't go, nice phase, but a loss of control, but it will be a penalty for offside.
Yeah, we can see what New Zealand were trying to do there. If that had come off, that was a dangerous looking play there, but they got another crack at the line anyway, as we can see.
And it's good defensive spacing there from Ireland. Number 10, Sasu Wahapi. He was electric in the first half. Not quite seen him in this second. The first 10 minutes, these 10 minutes have flown by in this men's 30s affair. Lovely ML play, diving at the line. I think the referee might call penalty, nothing doing. So New Zealand have another opportunity. They look to go open sides. We see the replay of that ball going down. New Zealand now flat at the line. And once again, it's Mark Hodgson trying to engage Irish defenders and fizz it to the outside, but nothing doing on that occasion.
Yeah, Ireland coming at their box with that an extra little bit of intensity here. Hopefully they can inject a little bit of pace coming on here, get a bit more momentum and push New Zealand back a little bit.
Ireland looking for the switch. That'll be touch and pass. Easy decision for the referee. Bit translated. And Ireland, I dare say that it's similar blueprint to the first half. Had moments where they were really in the driving seat and have just sort of fallen by the wayside a touch. It's number 7 for Ireland, Connor Windle, smashing the ball down. And there's 6 more.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate there. Again, giving New Zealand that fresh set of 6 almost on their halfway line. It's a dangerous position to attack, as we see them do here. Referee says it's fine. Acres of space there. We'll see the replay coming up.
It's Blake Hornbrook with the dancing feet. What are you doing on a touch pitch? Get on the dance floor. Disgusting. Left foot step. Tells Fraser McMullen a hot dog. And it's Hornbrook going over. New Zealand are turning on the style.
Yeah, that was a lovely step back there. Really nice score for Hornbrook.
That's good. Endeavour, good pulling out from Ireland. They're passing around the middles. Need to get a bit of go forward, but they do get the penalty. And that's better from Ireland in their line attack, engaging players, drawing penalties. Not seeing enough of that.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we can see as well, they can turn on the flare. We have seen it, so...
Doggy's coming round. Oh, did the touch come in time? It did indeed. It was Brenton Connell making a beautiful defensive intervention for New Zealand. Ireland looking to condition this link. Another Doggies. Sweeper plays a little bit late. Hands are good. That might be a judge touch and pass. It's not, but that's 4th, 5th coming. So they'll have one more strike at the line. And Scoop comes through, but always too close to the line. However, penalty. That's 2 on the line. They can't afford one more, otherwise someone will be sent for the rest of the possession.
Yeah, and New Zealand will be looking to avoid that. Ireland, however, this is a really good opportunity for them to make their mark and make it 6 tries.
Just a little bit static, and for me, I don't get anyone else on the ball other than Sebastian Caldwell. Here is Caldwell. Nice hands. Although, touch is made. Referees are just having a little bit of a chat. I think they're just telling the New Zealand link, you've got to keep going forward. And Caldwell in movement again to Caldwell. But every player running to the same angle is congested, and that is 6-touch turnover. So New Zealand do well to defend that set.
Yeah, definitely. And a little bit unfortunate there for Ireland. Obviously, they had the 2 penalties on the line, you know. It's 2 sets of 6 touches for them to do something with it. And yeah, a bit unfortunate there for Ireland.
Just over 5 minutes left in this affair, and it looks to be an uphill climb at the moment for Ireland. They're going to need a bit of magic to turn this around, and it's just floated into the air. And it's a stunning bit of piece of rugby. I believe it was Mark Hodgson, the orchestrator. It was indeed. And we'll see this here. It's like you just sort of run down a blind alley and went, well, I trust my teammate. Someone's going to be hit. And it was indeed Blake Hornbrooks. He's had 2 moments of magic in this second half.
Yeah, absolutely. What a lovely ball there. And like you say, just he knew his teammate was going to be there. Didn't even really need to look. Just floated up in the air and plucked it out. Safe hands. Got it down. Lovely score there. Again, just showing how dangerous they are on that pickup.
And again, as you say, it's the scoop through. The pace from Hodson is just proving too much for the Irish defence to deal with. And Ireland do draw another penalty on the line. So definitely running this New Zealand defence into some mistakes, but not able to capitalise on these as the 12 tries to 5 difference makes it very clear. 4 minutes left. I mean, it really would take a bit of a miracle. Ireland playing for pride. They'll like to get another couple scores on the board if they can, because I don't think 12 tries to 5 is an accurate representation of how Ireland have played. And for me, there was a dropping early penalty there all day. Nothing doing. Good pick up, long ball. Oh, don't need it. They go down the mid hole, and the last minute touch has saved New Zealand there.
Yeah, it is interesting. It seems like New Zealand discipline may be starting to drop off ever so slightly. Now we're getting into the last 4 minutes of the game. And, you know, moving forward, they'll want to sort of iron out those penalties. Like you say, it's probably too late for Ireland now, but you know, if New Zealand keep gifting them these penalties, it might be an opportunity for them to get another score on the door.
Definitely, and there's another interception. So this is 0 first coming, and Ireland doing well to get up in the passing lanes and pick off some. However, it's these fundamental areas that they're coughing the ball up needlessly under not a lot of real pressure from New Zealand.
Yeah, it is a bit unfortunate there. Like you say, these unforced errors, but they have been gifted it back.
Yeah, it's almost like New Zealand when that was too easy. Here you are, Ireland. You can roll through your transition once more.
You have it back, Ireland.
I mean, actually, we don't want the ball. We've enjoyed it too much today. They do get the midfield penalty as well, so New Zealand really goading Ireland at the moment, saying, go on, you can have a couple cracks at the line. We don't mind it. We back our defensive prowess. And from my mind, I can't see Sebastian Caldwell on the field, so no, I'm lying. There he is. He's the one you need on the field from an Irish perspective. By far and away, the player who stressed out this New Zealand defence. 2.5 minutes left. Good pick-up. Oh, the link wing hole was on. If not for a beautiful grab from Happy Mana Linus. And once again, New Zealand living dangerously on this offside line. It won't matter. There's only a minute left on, well, 2 minutes left on the clock, and they're 7 tries to the good. It's a Sebastian Caldwell again. Looking for that little dump off to Kennison. Caldwell-Kennison connection live and kicking in the latter stage of this men's 30s quarter-final. Caldwell to Kennison. That's 4th. They look for the phase, but that's off the mark, and an easy turnover for New Zealand.
Yeah, that is unfortunate there. Ireland let New Zealand off the hook a little bit there. You know, they've been pressuring them in that defence. You know, they've been having to, they've been giving away a few penalties. So a bit unfortunate there for Ireland.
Yeah, and Ireland have definitely drawn penalties. They've just not capitalised. And for me, it's the fundamental errors that have crept into the Irish game that have undone all their hard work. In New Zealand once more crucify this Irish defence through the transition, and a little drop off. If not for a really good covering touch from Sebastian Caldwell, there would have been the 13th.
Yeah, absolutely. Good defensive work there for Ireland. But yeah, like you say, it's just converting that, you know, when they're getting up there.
A minute to go now in this quarter-final tie. New Zealand, really good value for the victory. Some superb scores on pitch 2. I mean, namely that first one of the second half, the tap-off play with the disguised wraparound. I mean, that must have been one from the playbooks. It was nearly X-rated, that good. You see in the last 30 seconds, Ireland's having another crack at the line. And they will need a bit of magic to unlock this New Zealand defence. We've seen them do it, especially with long 12 done with the ball. Check back on the inside, nothing doing. That's 4th touch, 5th coming. 20 seconds left. Ireland want to score for the pride.
Yeah, nice doggies play there for them, and setting it back up in the middle again.
Oh, big touch coming in, but nothing doing. It's physical, but fair, and a good shutdown from New Zealand. And with just under 10 seconds left, New Zealand will secure themselves a semi-final spot, and thoroughly deserved. They've been superb. They might try and go coast to coast with a bit of flair. Oh, lovely dummy. Show and go round the outside. The diving touch is made, and he's in touch. And that will be all she wrote. New Zealand finished 12 tries to 5. What a performance by this New Zealand men's 30s.
Yeah, absolutely. They'll be really happy with that scoreline going forward into the next stage of this finals football weekend. But yeah, Ireland definitely a performance to be proud of there, 100%. They had some real moments of flair. It was just unfortunate at times. But yeah, a really, really strong performance from the Irish there.
Yeah, a lot of positives to take from an Irish perspective. Sticking 5 against New Zealand in any category is no easy feat. And good value for their 5 scores, but New Zealand do finish the winner. And we are going to take a very quick break before our next game, which will be Mixed Open, Philippines versus Wales. Another quarter-final. Do not go anywhere.
So what does it mean to you? The time?
Sweat. The passion.
The thrill? The determination?
The support.
The camaraderie?
But it's so much more than that.
We're playing for something bigger.
You ready?
question is, how are you going to leave your legacy?
It's our turn now. It's our turn now. Yeah. It's our turn now. It's our turn now.
I love Nottingham, the home of Robin Hood. From the bright lights of Goose Fair to the peaceful nature of the Sherwood Forest woods. There's a feeling of togetherness, unity, pure, honest, love. And that feels great like a bright summer's day at the horses down by the lake at Colic. All I love Nottingham. The River Trent, the embankment, the Nottingham Carnival, different cultures dancing. The diversity, just walking down Columbus Street on a Saturday. The two lions in the square stand tall with pride. And when the markets in town come alive, it gives me life. Listen, as the council house clock chimes, and depending on how many times, lets you know the time. I've been to concerts at the Motorpoint Arena, and I've been to concerts at the Nottingham Caves. I've been here all my life and I'm still amazed by this place. I love Nottingham. Sometimes I stare at Hoxley's graffiti colourful walls, and sometimes I gaze at the deers running round Woollerton Hall. Supreme thrills, from chilling up at Green's Mill or up at that castle on the hill. Nottingham, I love you, and I always will.
Visit Nottingham today.
Nola, and I'm representing the HIDEX programme, which is one of the sponsors of the Touch Rugby World Cup. HIDEX is a collaboration of a number of universities based in the Midlands, including the University of Nottingham. One of HIDEX's main aims is to support industry to innovate, developing new products and services in the hydrogen economy. We decided to sponsor the Touch Rugby World Cup, particularly in relation to energy use, so that Geopura, a locally based business, can provide hydrogen to be utilised at the event, making the event more sustainable and improving air quality for visitors and competitors alike. We hope this support will encourage others to look for more sustainable ways to run similar events in the future. Finally, just to say, we hope everyone that's involved in the event has a great time.
Welcome back to Nottingham. Another match here in the Philippines versus Wales mixed opens quarterfinal here from field 2. It is the Philippines that'll face off against Wales in attack. Wales in the black outfit, Philippines in the blue and gold. And Joe, mate, this one should be an absolute cracker.
Yeah, I'm sort of touting this as potential game of the tournament. Wales European champions and good value for it. They crucified Belgium yesterday on live stream, so they'll have to take a lot of confidence into this.
The Philippines, they come into this off the back of a good setup in the Youth Pacific Cup, and they've started to make people stand up and watch this Philippine mixed team as we see them now on the counter-attack, up over the halfway line. Good foot speed, a young team here in the Philippines. On the trail ball on the inside, the cover comes across in time. Great touch.
Yeah, brilliant touch, and it needed to be. Although, the Philippines seem to have lost track of the touch count, because this is now 5th, although they've just turned over the ball unnecessarily, lost the roll ball. So both teams feeling themselves out early. Wales roll into their sub-move, and this is where they absolutely put Belgium to the sword with the pace at which they roll onto the field.
And breakaway through the middle for Wales, Emilio Graterola. And let's have a look at this one and replay. It really is that breakout of acting half. Here's the strike dump, picked up, and then the little jink in and away. Graterola goes through and finds a support player in Kyle Owen. Graterola picks up, and he went in behind the line, broke the defensive line, and then picked up that inside trail. And Kyle Owen, great try.
It's a brilliant opening try. Philippines need to reply, because that connection between Kyle Owen and Graterola is just too electric. Philippines looking for the passive. Phase to the wing.
Interesting there, they didn't pull it out at the 7. The ball back over the top. The referee's going to call that all clear. The defensive line just stopped.
Yeah, it's like they just thought that there was nothing else on. The link for Wales just didn't cover.
It was looked like a basketball pass over the top, and that tells me why the defensive line held up. They were looking for a forward pass call. The referee said it was all clear, and that is try time to the Philippines. Isabel Fish on a pass over the top from Kim Solomon.
Right, but the Philippines have got to defend this man. Dan Roberts, oh lovely dive at the line and wave through, and Dan Roberts orchestrating another beautiful score for Wales.
End-to-end touch football here. It just shows the importance of standing up in defence. When you've scored a try, you really need to stand up on that next set. And we see the diving touch coming in there, but just not in time. An excellent try for Owen Carroll to put his team ahead once again.
Yeah,
2-1 now.
It's these interpersonal connections we saw yesterday on live stream. Owen Carroll, Dan Roberts, Graterola, and Kyle Owen. I mean, Wales really do operate in partnerships. And Philippines, good opportunity to go and strike.
Alan Shine takes the ball forward and followed up there nicely by Damon Funderwood. And Funderwood gets the ball played. There's Richter. Looks to go right, comes back to the left. Then the hot left foot step, but the referee tucking into position to call the penalty. And that looked enterprising for the Philippines, but the Wales defence stands tall.
Yeah, I can't help but feel like if that pass had gone a fraction of a second earlier, they were in. So warning signs early for Wales, and I said this could be game of the tournament. 3 tries, 3 minutes, good defensive shots. We're in for a classic.
Big press defence coming from the Philippines, but good meters here for Wales. They push up behind the line of the Philippines defenders. Now they punch up through the middle. Touch initiated. There's Graterola again. This time he finds player in the support of Samuel Williamson, and a penalty on the back of that forward drive. A great setup from the Welsh.
Yeah, and that's where we see Wales at their ferocious best, coming off the back of the transition, getting fresh legs through. Kyle Owen looks to drive through the line. There might be a second offside penalty.
Called the touch. I think he was saying play through, but an onside player came and made the touch.
Yeah, indeed. Open side quickie.
Pop pass, look forward. Yeah. The on-field referee, you can see there, he thought it was. He looked to the sideline for some support. And that's the third team on the field at any one time. They work together, the referees, and that was well picked up.
Yeah, and there's no game without the referees, and a really good shooting touch from Isabel Fish. So Philippines finding their feet.
Yeah, they roll on here once again through the middle. Good speed, pick up. They go to the right-hand side, a late switch back in, but the Welsh defence comes up out of the line to make the touch and a turnover. 10 metres out from their own line, rolling forward now. They're going to try and get to this sub-box. The ball back inside, extra metres, that's a nice pass. The referees just telling the player to go back, but the support player saying, play on!
I think they thought it was offside, but there was no offside line set. No touch was made.
You have to play the refs, and it is. As they roll up to the line now, and a changeover, a penalty for overstepping the mark.
Oh, and it's a bit of a killer because you've got...
It might have been a hooking, so the offensive player hooking the defender into the ruck area and creating the infringement. So just looking at the signal there, that's what I'm interpreting.
Yeah, no, I'm inclined to agree with you, and it's quite a nuanced call, that hook into the touch. And you might be wondering why that's made, but the defensive player can't get out as soon as you hook into there.
And they're also looking for a ruck infringement. So if you can drag them into the play the ball, if the ball comes out askew, the referees will see that and they sometimes react. The better referees, they'll pick up that infringement first.
Yeah, definitely. And we've got 3 world-class referees on pitch 2.
Here's the Philippines on the attack, the long ball over the top. Little juggle. The defence came across in time. The referees are going to call that one forward. We just see again that communication. The men and ladies in the white shirts. And it is now Wales pushing hard up off their line. Right in front of us here, the sub-box of the Welsh team. They now have numbers in the centre. This is Stefan Proric. It takes it forward. Apologies if I'm not pronouncing that right.
I'll help you out. Stefan Prithrick in the number 12.
Thank you. This one, the long ball out to the right corner. Molly Morris.
Oh, what a beauty. And again, off the back of the transition, Prithrick, great yards up the middle. And it's Oscar Healy delivering an absolute pill to Morris in the corner.
And Morris had all the work to do there. They're not easy to catch. They may look easy, but they fell, and Morris was perfectly positioned and great skills to get the ball to the ground. And they jump out now to a 3-1 lead. And Richter here will replay the ball. Big physical touches from the Welsh defence as well. Just trying to assert their dominance on the scoreboard and on the field. And pulling back there, that could have been a penalty. Lucky to get away with that one. Final touch. Nothing doing here, it's broken down. Late switch. As I said, not much going on there. Claims that there was a hand in, but no, the referees penalised the Philippines for not returning the ball to the mark immediately. You're not going to get away with that, turning over cheap possession, then penalised on the back end of it, and Wales roll forward. Pushing up over the halfway line here, Joe, they're in control.
Yeah, they are in control, and for me, the difference at the moment is the physicality of the touch. Wales riding that line really well. Philippines a little bit too obvious, and they're trying to put the shot on.
Yeah, it's a very youthful team, this Philippines team. So see if they can hold it together. Wales, as you said, European champions, and they are showing that out here in this match. And the ball back on the inside. The cover doesn't come across in time. It was Trayon Cora on the trail, but he didn't get there. And Reece Lynch, well, he says thank you very much. That little millimetre gap is all it took. The ball was down. Great decision by the on-field referee. And Wales 4-1 now. Dominant, controlling this match.
And once again, we talk about interpersonal relationships. Well, Lynch to Roberts, that's a combination we'll be calling all game. And Philippines started bright and fallen off in the past couple minutes. Wales capitalising.
You and me play in the middle. Quick dump, strike within the 5-metre line. Bodies everywhere. Referee finds a penalty. But that's better for the Philippines. But still, for mine, a little bit condensed. They need to use that width that they can. Another penalty. This time for not coming forward. So that's the first. The earlier one was an offside penalty. Let's see what happens now. They split out to the right. Good jam from that outside middle player. Kyle Owen, scorer of a try, but now in defence working hard as well. There's Thunderwood with a nice step, shut down again from Owen.
He's been world class in defence so far in this set, Kyle Owen, making 2 great defensive reads.
The young steppers in the middle for the Philippines. They look to Thunderwood again, this time over the top, not able to be taken. So great pressure up off the line from the Welsh defence, forcing Philippines to look wide, and that one goes to ground. So this is Wales now coming off their line. They've held strong. Now they just need to back it up with a good subset here.
I tell you what, if you're a Philippines line attack, you want to run away from Kyle Owen. He has got your number. The release off the line is perfect. And then you need to also put a bit of a nudge on, as they do, to stagnate the Welsh transition.
Now it is Wales. Good extra release here, right in behind the line of defence. Through the middle they go. That is Samuel Williamson. Now it's that man, Emilio Graterola, who breaks through behind the line. This time the touch is affected, and the Philippines charge into counter-attack off their own line.
What a strike dump that is, in behind, and there's a foot in the ruck, so penalty.
No, it's gone against the Philippines in attack for overstepping the mark.
Oh, I thought that could have gone the other way around for me. 6
Flip
of
the
one
coin.
off does the other.
Now it is Wales again. This time they'll be able to set up a play here. Ball at link. Now 3 middlemen setting up. Kyle Owen in or around the ball. That's always dangerous. But a turnover here will be the Philippines that earn a penalty. So now it is the Philippines taking it up through the middle, but just overrunning the mark and having to go back. Any momentum they get from there breaks down. They have to reset and commence again.
Yeah, and that's the difference for me between the 2 transitions. Wales predicting that touch beautifully, the cannonball dump. Philippines now finding some momentum, fading around the corner. Oh, it's good pace shown, almost goes through the goal with snake hips, but nothing doing, 6-touch turnover.
There's no question the Philippines are quite pacey. They also have that electric footwork, but it's the teamwork from the Welsh team that are building and just building in their settle patterns here, as we see it once again. Good meters on the outside, straightens up, draws in 2 defenders. Now that broken line of defence has to reset. Philippines on the attack, they go short. No touch was the call. Referee said the ball was down first, and it's Wales again asserting dominance. Let's have a look at it here in replay. The short, quick pass, then he looks to go long, goes short, and what a beautiful pass, completed perfectly by Anna Melmoth. Outstanding team play.
And once again, it's Lynch to Carroll, proving the difference, and Melmoth gets over.
Just that little double pump. He looked to go long and it held up the defence, and then the short pass. What was the key there was that Melmoth hit the line hard, ran that short unders line, and the ball was put right out in front of her beautifully.
Yeah, me and Mel were talking yesterday on the Welsh Mixed Open team, just how well they use the female links and wings in every aspect of the play, whether it's in the transition, line attack, line defence. It really is a close-knit unit of 6.
Pop-up intercept here as you're talking, Joe. And it is the Philippines through Jacob Richter. It was the perfect intercept. He popped it up and gave himself time to get underneath it, and the defence was beaten. They were all going hard forward, tough to turn around, and Richter gets an opportunistic try there.
Yeah, it's a really good read, good line speed from Jacob Richter, and that might be what the Philippines need to kick them into gear, because this has been far from typical of what we've seen from this Philippines Mixed Open side. I think that complements the Welsh pressure. They've just been electric.
It is Wales on the attack once again. Graterola out there in the #1 jersey. Keep an eye on him, as Kyle Owen as well. They work together. Over the top, the basketball-style pass. A penalty against the Philippines, so Wales get another opportunity to reset. But it is these 3 players out here for mine are key. In the middle for the Welsh team. Graterola, dangerous out of half. He's shown that quite often.
Ooh.
Samuel Williamson, Owen Kyle. But they turn it over. Not square in the roll ball was the call. And the Philippines, the cheap turnover.
Yeah, it's a brilliant touch from the Philippines league. Flew out of the line. Big slam, you'll hear that one over the Atmos mics. And I think Philippines do need a little bit more of that. Match the Welsh team for physicality.
Good movement there from Amelia Shadburn for the Philippines, pushing it up on that right-hand edge. Now they go forward again. It's a sloppy pass. You can hear the referees there. Don't go early, guys. Picked up beautifully by the effects mics around the ground. Just part of this coverage we're bringing you. Hope you're enjoying it. As Wales charge up once again. On the back of that, they're going to earn another penalty for offside. It was Buchanan that was indicated. And here goes Wales. Anna Milmoth, the try scorer, has the ball knocked out of her hands.
Yeah, it's another hard touch, and Philippines don't have any answers for the Welsh transition at the moment. It is electric.
Referee Harris has a smile there as he says to the player, "You're not going to get away with that one, son." Not on my watch. Penalty blown. Wales back into the attack here. 8 metres out, trying to draw the defence up. They do. Sweeper play comes around. Shorts back inside, but the defence stand tall this time. He's millimetres in that one.
Yeah, it's Lynch and Roberts again. You see Roberts in the half now. Roberts fakes to Lynch, looks to go long, flat pill, easy money.
Beautifully taken once again. Stand tall. Katrin Jones, well positioned, exactly what a winger should do. Holds the line, almost like a train on the rails. Beautiful completion. Well done, young lady.
Dan Roberts again, the architect. Beautiful flat pass, and for me it's the way he takes the ball flat to the line, almost half a metre away from the try line, and then whip it flat. And as you say, the hardest job in touch is holding that space, catching ground for the wing.
6-2 now. Wales jump out over the Philippines, and it is now, it'll be up to an individual here to break it for the Philippines if they can. Is that hot stepping through the middle? An onside player made the touch, but other players are offside, so the advantage goes towards the Philippines. Penalty given. Roll ball, or tap on the 7-metre line. Now they try and reset. Long ball out to the outside. Nice skip pass. That's better. Well constructed. And it is Kim Solomon who'll take that one on the wing for the score. But let's have a look at it in replay.
It's that man, Richter.
That's that little step out. That beautiful pass delivered. Nice cover defence coming across, but just not in the nick of time. And Solomon gets another one for the Philippines.
Yeah, and it's the good weight of pass from Richter. Not too fizz to make it too difficult to reel it in. And we said it's going to take an individual performance to change the tone. Richter is holding his hand up.
So another interesting penalty here. The Welsh team were charging forward again, and he grabbed the shirt of the defender. So it's an offensive penalty. And here on the back of that one, they get another 10 metres. So great advantage here to the Philippines for indiscretions by the Welsh team. One in attack and one in defence.
And easily preventable as well. And for Wales, you don't want to allow Philippines field possession to give them a bit of confidence, because if Philippines can take a two-try deficit, they're in this.
Especially with this sort of a lead, it is important to maintain control. You don't want to give away possession or opportunity to a diver like this one. And that's exactly what it means. Just the opportunity that was presented. See it again. And this is a replay of the previous try, not the one we just saw. But it was a great try there to the Philippines. Individual skill, the right foot step and the dive from out, well out off the line, and slides it over.
And we are in for an absolute classic.
Don't take a rest here while this one's on. Wait till half-time, which will be coming your way in a minute and a half. So here it comes. Wales on the attack once again. Prithridge involved. That one goes to ground. The Philippines will bring it out of their own line.
Ooh.
They have a minute remaining here.
This isn't good
This
for
is
Wales.
the replay. Replay of that previous try to Alan Shine. And now it is the Philippines who will get it off their own line, but an injury to Wales.
Yeah, it's not good. This is Stefan Prithridge, and he's had a career littered with injuries. The Welsh mixed open side, you're hoping that that knee hasn't taken another knock.
No, we do hope that he's okay. He'll have half time to recover here as well. We hope it's not a long-term injury, as we see a break down the right-hand wing all the way from halfway to the scoreline, right in the shadows of half-time. Wow, let's see that. Just an out ball. Beautiful pass on the outside. And he races away to score. Jacob Richter, outstanding. And now 6-5. Wales look to be dominating, but it's been that individual breakaways from the Philippines that might mean the difference here.
And Jacob Richter, individual performance off the Richter scale. It's beautiful. Wales look to go over once more.
Penalty given, penalty on the halftime siren, so we'll play the penalty out.
Oh, little bit of afters. It's getting a bit feisty.
Just wants the ball back. Wales' job to get the ball here. Now they have, can they do a bit of one touch? This will be all about ball movement. They get on the outside and skip. Pass back on the inside, Solomon takes the intercept, but that's the end of the half, closed down. Wow, what a thrilling finish of the half it's been. Wales look to have the dominance and we're controlling the game, but the Philippines, the team on the rise now. Wow, it's come at the right time for Wales. They'll take some composure, time to reset here, and then we'll look forward to the second half, Joe.
Oh, I mean, we thought it was going to be a classic, and here we go. Philippines, we said it was going to take an individual performance. Jacob Richter went, no, don't fancy going out in this quarterfinal. We're going to pick it up individually. And what a second half this is shaping up to be.
So go and grab a drink, take a quick break. We're going to have a breather and bring you all of this second half action here. This quarterfinal mixed open to Philippines and Wales. Back live with all of the action here in this mixed open game. Philippines will get us underway. It is Wales with a slender lead now. It really changed in the last 4 or 5 minutes of the half, Wales looked to be really dominating, but then the Philippines, an intercept, and then that breakaway try. They've changed the game here.
Yeah, definitely. For me, it was a tale of 10 minutes. First 10 minutes, Wales come out the block firing and really put Philippines to the sword. And then in the last 10 minutes of the half, Philippines grew and grew and grew, spearheaded by Jacob Richter, who decided that he didn't fancy going down without a fight. And it sets us up for a really interesting second half.
What I like about the Wales team, it has been a team effort. Their tries have been a little bit more constructed, more, process-driven. And if they stick to that, I'm sure they'll come out fine. But they need to stand up against the pace of this young Philippine side. We see the ball back on the inside. And who was it again? Let's check that one out. That was outstanding. Isaac Richter this time, through the middle. Here we go. Picks up the little quickie back on the inside. Well, that's tough to stop in any language.
That is an absolute scorcher of a ball back on the inside, and here we go, 6 tries all.
So we are all tied up. It's Wales on the attack now. They skip out to the right edge, defended nicely, turned back inside. Now they have to restart. Ball on the ground, downtime was a little bit too long. Here it is. They push out to the right. There's that same play they just had to get scored against them. And the Philippines stand tall in defence. One-touch football here. Tried to get that one through the legs, but held it. And a turnover, 8 metres out from the Philippines line, and the Philippines roll forward. They'll be hoping for a penalty here. They need to drive and try to bend this defence of the Welsh outfit. Up to the halfway line they go. 2 touches remain after this one. They pour on in numbers. You can see Jacob Richter. Thunderwood hitting the inside player in Samuel Williamson, but couldn't get it away, and now it is Wales on the attack again.
Yeah, and Wales get their turn to reply with a transition. And the Philippines have come out absolutely firing in this second half. They realise that their first half performance is not up to their usual standards, and they've kicked on. It's Wales with the dangerous pod, scooping through. Grassarola, good footwork, 3 on 2.
Forward pass. Referee tucking into the line. I thought it was forward out of their hands. Referee on field agrees with me. And it is another opportunity there. They just need to keep cracking at it. Building beautifully.
Yeah, they'll keep going over if they keep taking the ball to the line, especially with Emilio Grassarola on the field. He's been dangerous in the first half, but Philippines, here we go in their own transition. Great footwork.
Yeah, slowed down there, so they have to reset. Final touch coming now, 10 metres into Wales territory. A long ball outside, but great shutdown defence from Katrin Jones. It's well done. She scored a beautiful one in the corner and then stopped one there. Big touch.
It shows as a Welsh winger, you've got to defend just as well as you attack, and Katrin Jones gets away with it. Brilliant yards made on the box from Emilio Grassarola. That'll be invaluable to this transition.
And then on the back of it, Anna Melmoth takes it forward as well. Now they set. They're looking to come left, jammed up in defence. 6 more. They'll get a full set of 6 on the 7 metres. But great defence, great attack. What a game of touch footy we've got on our hands here.
And Wales now. Link punish is on. Oh, the ball isn't dumped cleanly.
There was a little head clash there. They're going to call it a penalty. Said there was too much effort in the touch. It's just 2 bodies clashing for mine, but we play on. Good shutdown defence from the Philippines.
Amelia Chadburn flying up out of the line, making touches when needed.
Kyle Owen, dangerous, the number 6. He tucks into half, gets it away again. Here it becomes a pace, and that is a changeover.
This is a world-class game of touch.
Forward pass, adjudged by the referee from the ruck. So it'll be the Philippines. Wales just need to consolidate here. They need to reset, stay calm. They don't want to give any cheap penalties or cheap possession away, as we see the Philippines roll forward once again.
Oh, great scoop, but brilliant defensive touch, and that should be a penalty for throwing the ball away. Not sure if it's going to be given. Gets away with one there.
Close enough to the mark, I guess. as we see now Wales roll forward once again. They're looking to come to the sub box. Downtime too long there. Katrin Jones gets it back into play. That's a better drive. A little bit of a tangle up in the ruck. That has to be a penalty.
Yeah, it has to be. Unfortunately, there's no option for the referees. It was as obvious as you'll see.
These Welsh women are certainly getting the job done. Playing beautifully for their team. Back in the middle, there's Granarola. Granarola looking for the play-through call. Doesn't come his way. In the middle with Daniel Roberts.
He's the danger man.
That's Roberts now with Granarola. Here's Granarola, wrap-around play. Holds it short, was looking for a long pass, but the defence had held nicely.
Roberts in
Williamson.
motion.
There's Roberts back to Williamson, but the defence hold up again. There's Williamson for Granarola, and that's the final touch. Ball in the hands of the Philippines once again.
Ooh, that's a roll ball infringement.
I don't know. She didn't look up at the referee. She might have got away with it. I don't know that it was an infringement. She just lost the footing. The ball seemed to have been played correctly. However, the referees find the infringement there, and it's now in the hands of Wales. They attack the line. Outside pass. Yeah, play on. Great call by the referee. The pass perfectly timed. You'll see it here in replay. Big arms, he was looking like he was going long. And Amelia Rees gets another one for the Welsh. Puts her team ahead by 1, 7-6. Joe, I'm going to take a breather, mate. Tell us what you just saw out there.
And it's just beautiful catch and release involving Daniel Roberts and Owen Carroll once more. And there's the importance of using your links and mixed touch. Beautiful line cut by Amelia Rees. As you see, Philippines, let's go down the other end. And what started from a one-sided affair has grown into a World Cup classic.
There's Thunderwood. Long ball out to the left. Another long ball to the winger who seems unmarked. And that is the answer that they needed. Aria Chadburn. Wow. 2 long passes. And that's 3/4 of the field covered. And just the winger for Wales caught way in field. And Chadburn gets it down. Ties us up again, 7-all.
This is absolutely electric from both teams. It seems like Philippines just needed to go 4 down to kick them into gear, because since then, they've been amazing. Dan Roberts, there's a bit of a collision off the ball. It might be a penalty, or they might just replay the touch, because
the referees will come together here and have a conversation. Look, even if it's accidental contact, there still needs to be an infringement. So it'll be a penalty, because it's not about the intent, it's about the action that occurred.
Yeah.
So, unfortunately there for the Philippines. And it is Wales on the attack. You and me play in the middle. Daniel Roberts, player to watch. The big long ball out to the winger. And tucked underneath it beautifully was Molly Morris. Takes it in the breadbasket. Well done, Molly Morris. Puts her team in front again. Outstanding finish.
Oh, Dan Roberts, what a pill. Sinker into the corner, and now we're in for a big old shootout.
Here it comes again, the Philippines. They need to be up. No quarter given. None asked. Philippines punching through the middle. Player caught offside. He had his back turned. And that is the penalty.
Yeah, fully deserving of the penalty as well. Running at the offside player, Philippines, fresh set of 6. This is where they've made this Welsh defence really clutch at straws.
They go along themselves. Solomon underneath it. Can she get the ball down in time? Yes, she can. This end-to-end and sideline to sideline play. It's just mind-blowing here in this Mixed Open quarter-final. Let's have a look how close it was. Solomon with the put down.
I think it's about as close as you could hope to see, and both teams throwing defence out the window. We don't want any defence anyway. Give us more scores in each possession. Oh,
there's your man out there, mate.
Yeah, Roberts in motion again. Oh, beautiful.
Touch made. Referee holding up the forefingers. Owen Carroll as well, that strap shoulder, he's been dangerous. Man with the ball now, keep an eye on him. They switch out, back to the middle, and up in the passing lane. Knocked down. Wow, that was fortuitous for Wales.
Yeah, had to be knocked down from Oliver Peregrina. The option was on 2-on-1 with Kyle Owen. You don't want to give him space.
Turns it back inside. Defence comes over, but not before he gets the ball down. Dan Roberts.
This is just amazing. Kyle Owen back to Dan Roberts in the gap. And
That was millimetres in that one.
It's so close, so close. But Wales 9 tries against the Philippines 8. And please stop defending, guys. We just want more scores flying over.
Middles work it out to the extremities, another, but no, we'll have a penalty here. Penalty for a forward pass. So the Welsh defence stands tall, forces the error, and it is Wales now who drive out of their own line. A little juggle, but the roll ball was performed okay. Granarolo wants to come to the sideline. He needs a breather. Is it any doubt? Quick roll ball, Philippines want it off the mark. Referee says play on. Ball into the middle. Intercept taken, knocked over.
Yeah, fresh set of 6. I think you heard almost 100 Philippine supporters scream off the mark in unison there, picked up through the headphones. Philippines.
Over the top is the pass, Solomon takes it.
Risky
pass. Up over the halfway line now, they need to reset here. Here comes Richter, charging onto the field, skips to the outside, turns the ball back in. Now they'll straighten it up. Alan Shine with the ball. Thunderwood in half. There's Shine around and loses a handle on that one. So another turnover. It is still Wales leading by 1, 9-8. Philippines have let a couple go begging there.
Yeah, Wales are getting away with some defensive reads here. And I said both defences sort of started to lack, and Wales have really kicked up into gear, and it's Kyle Owen who's been grabbing the defence by the scruff of the neck. Here's Dan Roberts working with Casarola.
He breaks away again, the chase comes. And then on the trail, Alan Shine takes the intercept.
Oh, bit of afters.
Yeah, it was the attacking player, as he went through, he was pushing the defender.
Go, Molly, leave it.
See Granarola being called out by the referee here. You can hear, you might have been able to pick that up. We could just hear it in the effects mic.
I wonder what's going to happen here.
The referee, on-field referee is going to call both players out.
Nice, I love that. Bit of a shake of the hands afterwards. No worries, boys. It's all competitive.
It is competitive, but that's what the beauty of this game is. People leave it out on the field. That's energy there,
yeah.
Just coming out of frustration.
And it's the pride of your country as well. You're representing your home nation. You take some pride in it. And it's nice to see two fierce competitors shake hands afterwards.
And I don't mind that outcome either. Just a quick chat. Let's get on with it, boys and girls.
Yeah, no more, but let's get on with it.
And now it is the Philippines on the back of another penalty as they roll forward. You can hear it in the effects mic there, coming through clearly. The support of the crowd for both teams. Chad Byrne gets it down now. They roll back onto the field. Nice left to right step. They get through behind the line, go short. And they find Thunderwood. Damon Thunderwood. Great try to the Philippines. And it is the pace in that middle. The young men came into the game and turned it on its head.
A naughty left foot step as well to get around Lynch. Trying to get out and make shots down in the passing lanes doesn't happen, and we're 9-all, 6 minutes to go. This is anyone's game to take.
Yeah, huge shout out there for Kalen Chadburn. It was that, as you said, naughty left foot step. I love that explanation. It was filthy. As we move out to the right, Solomon goes for the knockdown. Gets the 6 more. Gives Solomon the big, tall lady up in the passing lane. Just got fingertips to it.
bit fortunate, I think, for the Welsh perspective. Looked like ball was always going to
It
ground.
looked like it was going to hit the ground, but then you have to make that decision. Take the rest. Has a nice jam up. I thought that Wales had exploited there in the middle defence, but the shutdown comes in. Beautifully timed. Back in their hands. In the middle. Another jam up from Chadburn. She's breaking her heart up off the line. Amelia Chadburn standing up for the Philippines. Wales on the attack through behind the line. Now it becomes a numbers game. Turn back on the inside. Bodies everywhere. We have the off-field referees going to call here. I think we might have an obstruction penalty.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think it could have been an obstruction or a touch before the ball. Either way, it's sort of 6 of one, half a dozen of the other.
And a 4 sub.
Yeah.
4 subs, so they have a numbers advantage until the substitution's been made here. Wales need to get the ball in play as quickly as they can. Try to exploit the extra number that they have. Turns it to the right, gets up into the lane, knocks it down. Philippines defence. 4.5 minutes remain here. The way this game's been played, it could go either way. Wales with the first opportunity to break the deadlock.
Kyle Owen orchestrating the attack, sweeper in motion.
Sweeper. Shot ball, jam comes in. Referee on field calls the touch.
Yeah, I think the sideline ref almost waved it off, but on-field ref went, nope, touch made.
Well, the on-field ref is the sole judge. They look for support, but they make the decisions. And now it is Wales sweeping to the right, bringing the ball back to the left. Numbers in defence now. Now the long ball out to the right. And that one goes to ground. So advantage here to the Philippines.
Yeah.
They take possession, but they are deep in their own territory.
And what a defensive set that is from the Philippines. You'll take so much confidence from that. And if you can go coast to coast and bag a score, I think this crowd will erupt.
Good settle here up to the halfway line. Now they drive out, they go to the left. They down the outside, the breakaway. It was a beautifully timed, beautifully executed pass. And it will be a streakaway try to the Philippines. Let's have a look who it is. That's the pass, the money ball. Finds a support player down the wing, Jacob Richter. That's a name we've called throughout this match. Now Wales, can they take it back here? They need to equalise.
Yeah, 3 minutes left on the clock.
Remain.
And it's about as close as you could call it. And a wanted game of the tournament. Well, here we go. Roberts checks off to Carroll. Roberts.
Carroll to Roberts. Roberts looks here.
That score!
Underneath the touch. And that's what it's all about. You've got to put the pressure on the defence. Bodies in motion. And then the long levers of that young man gets down low. And that's the equaliser.
Oh, what a left foot step as well. Underneath the covering defender. It's that combination of Roberts to Carroll and Carroll underneath. And Wales needed that score. 2 minutes to go. We're all square. 10 tries apiece. Shall we whisper the words? There could be a drop-off.
Cheers around the field. Cheers around the field. Philippines crowd are up. The Welsh crowd are up. What a game here in the mixed open quarterfinal. To the right they go. Touch this time. Beautifully defended in the middle.
There's Oscar Healy getting off the line, making touches needed to be. Ooh.
Drop ball. Turnover here. Yes, Oscar Healy right on time. 10-all. We have 2 minutes remaining. This could go either way. Jams up Chadburn with a nice touch here on the wing. Multiple Chadburns in the team.
Oh, great play around the middles for Wales. Extra yards made. Roberts, the danger man. 2-on-1. Carroll. No touch made. Great step. Roberts feeds it back open side. 3-on-2.
Numbers here, but they recover. Push through the middle. Hands
oh!
Referee's calling a penalty. It's no try. No try to Wales. We're all tied up. 1 minute remains. 1 minute remains here on the clock. The Philippines may have the first opportunity, the only opportunity to break the deadlock. Wales push up in defence. They can't afford to give away a penalty. They can't afford to break this line here. Through the middle. Puts it out in front of the ball to ground. We have a penalty to the Philippines. Seconds remain here. Philippines with a big opportunity to close this one out. Wales need to stand tall in defence.
Philippines right
Back
foot
on
step.
the inside, the step. Touch made. Beautiful touch coming across in cover. Owen Carroll putting it on the line for his team, for his country. Here are the Philippines. A wraparound play. Cut down, quick roll ball. Offside play, a long ball to Solomon.
Oh,
But no,
penalty.
late pass. Penalty for a late pass. We're all tied up. Scores remain 10-all. One touch here to break the deadlock. They'll just hold it in and reset. There's the final touch. Drop off here in the mixed open quarterfinal. Wales and Philippines. 1 minute until the commencement of the drop off. I'm going to stop talking, take a break, Joe.
This is an absolutely electric game from Wales and Philippines. Philippines looked down and out in the first 10 minutes and the heart shown to come back into this game, and you can hear the chants of Wales coming from all the supporters. There's probably 200-300 supporters around this field, and we see the first drop off on pitch 2 and 2. I mean, you couldn't ask for 2 better teams to be involved in it. And this is anyone's game. What a classic.
Big fella. You're wasting more energy than some of those players out there.
Nah, I can't stop. This is what you love about touch. 2 teams putting it all on the line for the country for a place in the mixed open semi-finals. And here we go.
So that hooter commences the drop off. The next hooter you hear will be 2 minutes, where each team will drop an extra man off, and then that's all she wrote. Here we go. Philippines with the first chance of possession in the middle. 8 metres out from the line. There's Thunderwood. Try time. The opening try. Now it's all up to Wales. They need to strike back here in this first 2 minutes. If they don't, it'll be all over in favour of the Philippines.
Yeah, and they've got the dangerous Dan Roberts and Owen Carroll on the ball. And they wouldn't put it past them. And once again, Jacob Richter for the Philippines getting over. Is Carroll. Roberts in half.
They're the 2 players for mine that need to stand up here for Wales.
Carroll, Roberts in half. Roberts back to Carroll. Opportunity. There's the score. Although
he's going to come up off the line and call that one late. The pass back inside from Carroll to Roberts was called late. And that's advantage Philippines.
Yeah, 1 minute left. Philippines could just burn touches, try and draw a penalty, and they'll be home dry. But Wales need to put the press on.
It's exactly right, mate. They need to get up in the face of the Philippines attack now. They need to stand tall for team and country. This is what it's all about. The World Cup could end here for Wales if they don't. They get the ball back and they'll have an opportunity. They have to score in this set.
Yeah, they definitely do, and Dan Roberts and Owen Carroll will look to go coast to coast. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if they'll even bother with subbing.
I don't think they'll have time. It is those 2 men there. They've got the right ladies out there as well.
The space is on the wing here if they'll look for it. Roberts in motion.
10 seconds remain. They need to be aware of the clock. That ball's long. Is it on the money? No, forward pass as the hooter sounds. And on the hooter, a penalty to the Philippines. And Philippines take the tap and kick it out, and that is all she wrote. Take a bow, Wales. Please don't bend your heads. Outstanding touch football at the World Cup. The European champions stand tall against the rising Philippines, and what a match. What an effort from both teams. Congratulations to all participants. Just outstanding.
It's hard to do this, what we've just seen, justice in just a few words. An absolute World Cup classic. Both teams leaving it all on the line. Fierce competitors going tooth and nail at each other. And unfortunately for Wales, they drop off in the last minute. But Philippines, what a comeback after being 4 tries down in the first half.
Just shows that youthful exuberance, but they stuck to their game plan. There was a couple of moments of individual brilliance, but then they got back into that team structure, and those tries, those runaway tries, were on the back of good teamwork. So, as I said, Congratulations, the Philippines will move through, but outstanding performance by Wales.
Oh, Wales can take so much from that performance. A couple injuries creeping into that game from a Welsh perspective as well. You've done that 2 men down, and you've been able to go against what is one of the most emerging teams in World Touch.
So well done to both teams. We hope you've loved the action. We certainly enjoyed bringing it to you, but we are going to take a breather because it doesn't stop here. There's another game coming up now, and it will be the Women's Opens quarterfinal, the Cook Islands and the home team, England. Stand by for all of that action. Here we are. We've had time to recover for that previous game. And it's Women's Opens action here, the quarterfinals. The Cook Islands and the home team, England. We're set up right behind the English bench here, Joe. What can we look forward to here? The Cook Islands, a youthful team, but the England team, the home team. You know a little bit about them. Tell me, who can we look forward to watching out here?
Yeah, so on your pitch, on your screen at the moment, number 7, Emily Irons. She's the standout performer, but G. McKavanagh at number 9 is not someone to be trifled with either. You could pick out names from any of the team sheet here, and England will look to put on a bit of a statement in this quarter-final.
It is England with the first opportunity, but a little fumble at the roll ball, and it's a turnover for the Cook Islands to come off their own line. The drums of the Cookier beat in the background. The energy here is outstanding. The crowd's building now as we make our way into the final series, and England defensive pressure forces a turnover.
Yeah, and that's a trait of this English Women's Open side. They want to be really fierce in defence and drive hard in attack.
It is now Cook Islands looking to defend, a penalty given. So a repeat set here for England. 7 metres out.
And watch out for McKavanagh in motion. They look open side, good link punish. Emily Irons gives the ball, but that'll be an intercept, and Cook Islands dealing with the English attack early.
They roll up to the halfway line, looking to get to their sub-box. Fresh legs after repeated defensive sets, so important. They do find those legs as they make their way up over the halfway line. There's Elena Eremaya. Behind the ship now, that's Eremaya. Hands it off to Rose Berryman. And Berryman through the middle. The opening try to the Cookier as the drums beat in the background. Good start for the Cook Islands.
Oh, it's just heads up play and hit your holes. Do anything but hit your holes. And the Cook Islands, it's free-flowing, almost backyard rugby. And it goes through the gap and open the scoring.
The Cook Islands family team. There's multiple Berrymans, multiple Masters, the Adator Cars. It's just littered with family and great names in our sport. The Berrymans, internationally renowned Masters in the Cook Islands, do so much for the sport. And it is now England on the attack. The final touch, they go to the wing. Defence comes in numbers, shuts it down. And England turn it over on the 7 metre line. The Cookier look to do exactly what they did last time. Punch it hard down that left-hand field. There's contact in the half. Play on is the call. To the sub-box they go. Now the fresh legs come on. They're their own side of halfway. They straighten up again.
Oh, I thought she'd found an outside edge.
Yeah, it looked like Coco Masters had skipped to the outside, but the referee calls it back. Penalty given. England up to the halfway line now. Right on the halfway, they play the ball. Spread the ball out here to the left. No, they straighten up. That's a little pop pass. Extra metres, but a delayed roll ball gives them time to get numbers on, and the defence pushes up.
Yeah, Cook Islands look really fierce in their defensive pressure, and England need to find some momentum into their strike. Hudson is just that.
Good momentum here for England. Pushing up, Masters with a diving touch and a little fumble on the wing. And a penalty for a forward pass. So it is the Cook Islands again, but every time it's turned over, it's on the 7 metre line. So they want to try and keep them down here if they can. Defensive pressure needs to come forward from England.
Definitely, they're going to want to force an early turnover if they can. It's a trait of this English defence. But Cook Islands, the physicality and the touch, they're just rolling through the pressure. What meters made up the middle.
Eremaya on the back of Eremaya. 6 touch there on the line and a shove as the ball's handed over. Bodies come together. The English women and the Cook Islands women.
We're in for a fierce affair.
The quarter-final series. There's no tomorrow for one of these teams.
Oh, here's Emily Irons trying to go around the outside. Dangerous Emily Irons as always. Good scooping platform. Oh, lovely hands.
It's unfortunate there for Bronte Sykes. It looked like she was thinking about the next phase. She needed to control it. Just that little second of doubt and the ball goes to ground.
She knew that ball had to go quick and forgot to do the first part, which is reel it in and gain possession.
It's a catch and pass game. You've got to catch it before you pass it. It is, again, the Cook Islands who roll down that left-hand side, close to their sub-box. This one is in the hands of Marina Adator-Carr. That's her with the ball again. She spreads it out this time to Rosaria Williams. Back to the middle they go. That's Marina Adator-Carr. She gets it down for Kelsey Berryman, who can't take control, turns it over deep into England territory.
Tell you what, Cook Islands have come here to play. They look brilliant off the back of the transfer. Touches 4 and 5 are electric. Emily Irons, that's a massive contact in the midfield. Referees don't agree.
I don't have a problem with that call. She was in the action of passing. She was off balance. And it might have been a slightly hard touch, but she was already off balance, and that was the reason. The ball went to ground.
Yeah, and I think Cook Islands are also going to try and create a game that suits them. So physical game, open play, expansive hands as we see the dummy switch come in.
Yeah, it looked like a late switch was on there. The dummy was the right thing, but then she was set up for a late one. Didn't give it, but obviously they earn a penalty, but they're the opportunities they'll take later on in the game.
Oh, for sure, and Cook Islands with one of the best opportunities so far for them. Repeat set of 6 on the line.
Coco Masters is the one who takes the tap. She holds it up in the middle, drawing the defenders up. Roll ball by Chanel Berryman. Berryman there to Masters. These two together are dangerous. There's Berryman off the ground. Masters off the right foot. Goes back to Berryman. Over the top the pass. Shut down in time. And that'll be a late one. That last pass didn't need to be thrown. She should have held it there and looked for the second phase. But a good opportunity to move the ball around. They still need to stand tall here against England.
Yeah, you've hit the nail on the head there. That phase play was definitely on. But England survived the latest Cook Islands onslaught and now need to be able to find some momentum into their strike dump.
Good pressure coming from the outside. Just forced that overstepping of the mark. The young player from England has to come back. Now they reset and re-establish themselves. Good space on the outside, but a diving touch by Chanel Berryman for the Cook Islands. Delayed roll ball again. Last touch coming. Cookies come up with pressure. Using the outside the touch line as an extra player there and forcing the last touch.
I think England maybe lost track of the touch count there. It was Susanna Hudson. Looked to just go down a bit of a blind alley. I think she thought it was 5th, although that might have been ball down. No, it isn't. So Cook Islands.
Wide ball out to the winger for extra metres. Now the defence roll on. England press up in defence here and force a penalty.
Yeah, good defensive pressure in the midfield from England, and we saw that when they played Australia. They were really dominant in the midfield, but in either end of the red zone, not really doing. So England need to find their attacking prowess early. As you see, fresh legs coming onto the field, streaming on, a little bit isolated.
And it is England on the attack. You can hear in the effects, Mike, the referees constantly communicating to the players. And as we step up into these open divisions, the quality of the referees certainly has an impact on the game. And we see that one there. The ball skipped to the outside. Let's watch the replay.
Yeah, it was Rona Roper picking up, going around the outside, just great feet. Carly Wynn.
And then a quick pass. Wow, Carly Wynn, that's a name I've called quite often during the tournament. She is one of the best finishers in the game, and she gets the job done there to tie us up one apiece. And it is Cook Islands on the attack again through the middle, and then off the mark.
Yeah, and the scream in celebration from Adam Brimlow. Happy, hell of a touch. Being echoed from the sub-box. Oh, almost coughed it up. What hands?
It was almost go-go gadget arms there. She reeled it in. And now it is England up over the halfway line, but the forward press of the Cook Island defence coming up in numbers, not waiting. Nice pass to shut down again. Numbers come across in cover. No, now they get the 6 again call.
There's Emily Irons orchestrating that attack, getting the 6 again. Bronte Sykes with the roll ball. Sykes and Irons know each other's game through and through. Watch for those two working together.
Here it is, England with the ball back to the inside. That is McKavanagh. McKavanagh from half, gets it away, dive back off the left foot. The ball will be down here. The inside defender didn't come across in time, and it's a quick roll ball. The very quick roll ball, then the dish off straight from the ground. Left foot step back on the inside, try time. England through Emily Irons.
Yeah, she's the one for me that always puts her hand up, steps up to be accounted for. Lovely left foot step, Emily Irons off the deck. Cook Islands took an early lead, but England have really grown into what is quite a physical affair.
Yeah, there's never going to be, you know, a shy game here in this World Cup, especially as we make our way into the quarters. All of these teams trying to do their best for their countries. These young Cook Islanders will take it to England, but England will stand up against it as well. We see the middle play, a little juggle and knock down from the defence. But a penalty. We're going to have a penalty against the Cook Islands for a forward pass.
Yeah, and good defensive pressure again, but really nice imagination from the Cook Islands, knowing that their skills lie in their hands and the way that they're able to transfer from A to B so cleanly. So they're running those platforms to allow them to run at depth. But at the moment, England are starting to suss it out defensively.
They've got some good pressure here too, coming, ball in hand. Great driving pattern. This is the last touch coming now. Skips to the outside, then the inside, but the player called onside. And that is a touch. Turnover to the Cook Islands on the 7-metre line.
Yeah, I can't repeat.
They'll move it to the left, trying to get to the sub-box. That's one touch burn already. These are good metres now for the Cookies. 12 or so metres made up the field, but what it does is put them right in front of their sub-box. The fresh legs come onto the field now, sweeping out into the midfield.
Yeah, they come on with real depth, no touch called, good metres made up the middle again. The momentum from the Cook Islands is really rolling.
It's Talia Berryman that skipped out of half, but the defence shuts it down. Turnover to England on the 7 metres, but building nicely this game. It really, you know, both teams pushing up and down the field nicely. 2-1 scoreline, anything can happen from here.
Yeah, anything can happen, and I believe anything will happen. Cook Islands won't want to go down without a fight. I mean, the pride that they'll take in making a Women's Open semi-final, especially over the host nation, they'll be buoyed by that as we see England roll through another dangerous transition. Emily Irons.
Scoop it from Irons, pops it over the top, but it'll be a penalty for not moving forward.
It was a brilliant strike dunk from Laura Cochrane, really engaging the Cook Islands link. And this is not what you want from a Cookie perspective. Got Emily Irons, one of the most dangerous women in England, touch on the ball. What a great release.
Up there in defence.
I think it was 15. Dana Napa.
Napa just charged up out of the line.
Irons checking off. Bronte Sykes, link, Counties play. Irons, step back. Sykes in half.
Always busy, Emily Irons. There she goes. Here she is, ball in hand. Over the top. Gonna call that one a try. The pass from Irons. The referee, the off-field referee had already tucked back saying that was down.
Oh, it's an unconventional finish.
Yes, it certainly was.
It's marginal for me. Nikki Wise isn't going to mind it at all. Natural born finisher is Nikki Wise.
3-1, England here now. A 2-try lead over the Cook Islands as they push up through the middle.
Oh, it's good open side play. The long ball is on. It goes, unfortunately, just to ground, but there will be 6 more touched in flight.
Yeah, that's a tough call for the English defence. They want to try and minimise their time in defence on the line. You can't afford to give repeat sets away. It is the Cook Islands on the attack.
Open side quickie.
Split inside quickie. And try time for the Cook Islands. They get one back. It was a nice play by Kelsey Berryman.
Yes.
Berryman from half and then found the try scorer in Rosario Williams. 3-2. Cook Islands get one back and the drums beat in the background. Sending a message to the team on the field. Lift, girls, lift.
That's the one, and the atmosphere on pitch 2 is absolutely electric as England look to go over themselves, but that will be 4. I think the English sub-box let them know that it was definitely 4th, not 5th.
Either that or they're talking sign language.
Oh.
Ball back on the inside. Set up right behind the English sub-box. The energy is electric down here at pitch side. Great spot to commentate from, but just makes it difficult to see some of the players. Everyone rushes in the sub box to follow it and gets between us and the field of vision. As we see Cook Islands again, punching it down the field. This is Berryman, the scorer. Rose Berryman, scorer of their opening try. That's good meters there as well. Picked up by...
Oh, ball hawk in the midfield.
Berryman it was. Now the English team turn defence into attack. They bring it towards their own sub box. A drive back down through the middle third. Here come the replacement players. Straightens up the attack. Now they have space out wide.
Emily Irons on the short side, 2-on-1. Will they execute? She won't need. Oh, the ball just left wanting. Nikki Wise was in again.
Yeah, with that final pass, Irons had done the job. She got in behind the line. I thought she could have afforded to go herself, but she unselfishly tried to get the ball to the winger, and then unfortunately off balance, the ball went to ground. But Cook Islands now push forward. England up in defence, penalty.
Yeah, good penalty as well from the Cook Islands. They needed a little bit of respite in their drive. Just need to find some momentum again.
I think England are dominating defensively as well. That just gives them an opportunity to reset here. Cook Islands only to the halfway now. This is the third touch in the set, so, you know, not too much damage done, but it's what they do from here.
Yeah, they just need the forward momentum for me. It's a bit stop-start in the midfield. They need to get to that line, use the hands that they've got.
That is Kelsey Berryman in the middle. That's her with the ball now. Stepping out to the right. Short, jammed up in defence. Now the quick release, a dive over. The referee says touch. Final touch made. England turn away the Cook Islands, but they'll roll on here now themselves.
Yeah, Cook Islands, for me now, you just really want to put a defensive shot on. See if you can trap this pod on the field. Again, another physical contact, but one of those, 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. Referees are happy with the physicality. So am I.
Yeah, play on call. That's what we want to see. You don't want to, shrinking violet in this. That's a forward pass for mine.
Yeah, and it's been spotted, and they've got a mic in the comm box. They're listening to you.
If only. No, that was just well picked up by the on-field referees. As I said, as we progress into the final series, the standard of refereeing picks up as well. There's been plenty of comms, throughout the tournament and messages from all around the world about some of the decisions. But that's the game we play. People make mistakes. And, again, as we move into the final series, everybody improves.
Yeah, and it's heat of the moment as well. You've got to make these decisions on the fly, and anyone commentating on refs, well, you're more than welcome to come to Nottingham and try it yourself and realise how hard of a job it is.
There's a ball for you, back on the inside, but what a jam up in defence. Sensational.
We'll see how close this is. For me, it looked like they were over for all money. See it here. Oh, what a touch, covering touch from Zan Hudson. And there's a penalty for Chat as well.
So into the line they charge this English force standing up here, defending home soil. Another punch through the middle. Great meters, another one, they roll on. This English team, resolute, pushing forward. Strike play coming up here. They go to the right, the onside player makes a touch, turnover. But that's an impressive end-to-end performance there in that set from the English team.
Yeah, and it was Emily Rona-Roper trying to scoop through. Just a little bit of a stumble as she picks the ball up from the floor. Just limited the acceleration needed to get through the Cook Islands defence. But with just over 90 seconds left in this half, England look good value for the lead.
Here come the Cookies, but up over halfway. A little drop ball back on the inside. Defence moves up as well. They have to reset. Final touch. Not much doing there. A handover. Good field position here for England to bring it back into play. They charge laterally, trying to get to the sub-box. Those fresh legs, so important in these final minutes of the half. That's good penetration there from Georgina McKavanagh.
Emily Irons in the half, acting in motion. McKavanagh.
Danger sides McKavanagh to Irons. Irons on the loop pass, long ball to the wing. Steps back to the inside, drive. Touch made. Again, I thought that was super close. Defence had to be made. We see it here in replay. There's Irons on the wraparound. There's the cutout that was on the money. Steps back on the inside. Cover comes across.
Oh.
Wow. Wow, it's all down to the timing. The off-field referee has the call. Now it's the Cook Islands back in live play, charging to the halfway line. Less than half a minute remains here in the half.
They're only one try down. If they could go up the other end and equalise before the half.
Juggle. 2 touches remain here. This is slow for Cook Islands. They need to reset. Final touch coming now, and a penalty for a hard touch. But I don't think the damage will be done. They'll get the penalty, and that'll be the final play of the half.
Yeah, it's mere seconds. The Cook Islands create something from nothing. Oh, nice little wraparound, 2 on 1.
Numbers on the outside, but England have it covered, and that is the end of the half. Outstanding performance from both teams. It is England that have the 1-try lead, 3-2. We're going to take a quick break. We'll bring you a wrap-up of that half before we start the second. We are back in the second half of the Cook Islands England Women's Open game. 3-2, the home team in front. Joe, what a great half of Women's Open's touch football.
Oh, it's been beautiful and a really interesting dynamic between the two sides. Cook Islands obviously want the ball in hand, being able to play around the shooters of the English defence, whereas for England, they're using structure and then getting their super dangerous strike players on the ball in open field. And that at the moment's been the difference, but it's only a small margin, 3 tries to 2.
Absolutely right. that slenderest of margins. It'll be the Cook Islands with an opportunity here to open the scoring in the second half. They want to try and score early. Being the first to score in a half is so important. But the English girls, I heard their halftime talk, they're calm. They're trusting the process. They had a good reset period and just said, look, just stick to the process, girls, and just take it forward. Keep up that aggression in defence.
Yeah, and that's a trait of the English team. They are very level-headed, but when it comes to game time, they know that they need to be fired up and feisty.
Well, it is the first possession here for the Cook Islanders. Masters, Coco Masters with the ball now. Back to the inside for Chanel Berryman. Berryman and Masters working through the middle. A penalty against the English for not moving forward. So it'll be Berryman and Masters again. Chanel Berryman with the ball. It's Coco Masters looking for the half, claiming that the defenders aren't moving forward, hoping to get another penalty. There's Masters. Berryman splits to Masters. Back to Berryman. She showed the ball but dived herself, and Masters touched. Working through the middle. Now a third player comes into that pod, sweeps. Berryman down into half goes Chanel Berryman. Nothing doing there. That defence of England standing up tall. Out to Coco Masters. They're keeping it in the midfield. Forced error. That's great defence from England.
Yeah, they drove them back almost 10 metres with the line speed.
Constantly pressing forward. That's a forced turnover. Well done, England. And now they attack up off their own line to halfway already.
Great yards made by Cochrane on the box side.
She straightens up here. That's excellent, excellent drive from the number 3, Emily Rona-Roper. This on the back, sets up and a wide ball. Stands up the inside player coming over in cover. But great touch, Cook Islands. But that drive through the middle from Emily Rona-Roper opened up field space. And now we see a penalty in favour of England on the 7-metre line.
Yeah, and Rona-Roper is one of those players that can create something from nothing if she's an acting half. Big touch. We love a good bit of physicality, especially in the Women's Open.
Just a collision of bodies. Now play on. There's Rona-Roper with a quickie. That little ball off the ground of the splitting player. End-to-end already here. We've only had a couple of minutes of the second half.
And just as we compliment the English line defence, Cook Islands return in kind and just fly up and force the turnover.
Good pressure from England. Here the coach willing them on. Go, go is the call. Up over halfway, jammed again. Great defensive set from England.
Yeah, Adam Brimlow, an old head in Women's Opens coaching, but
that's
that'll be lots of control.
Yeah, that's just a collision there. Never in control of the ball carrier.
Yeah, it's one of those where you've driven into that ruck so fast in aggression. That dub has to be perfect, and it wasn't on that occasion.
Rosario Williams it is that takes the ball forward for the Cook Islands. Now back into the middle. This is a good settle from Peyton Ozols. Ozols into the line with the roll ball. It's Peyton Ozols again, working in the middle. This time was with Rosario Williams. Williams beats her centre player, looking to the outside. There's the line open. Ball down, ball down. She was in space. Error for the Cook Islands, and England survive one more time.
Oh, what a scoop through as well. Little shake and bake left the English defender on the floor. And if not for a final skill error, they would have had the equalising score. Warning signs for England.
Another great drive for England coming there from Susanna Hudson. She's got through a power of work. There's Emily Irons through the middle. The long levers of Emily Irons. Great pace. That just shows you hit a line hard, straighten up. There it is, in behind the line, and then pace. You can't beat pace in the game of touch football. And Emily Irons stands up, extends the lead 4-2.
Yeah, Emily Irons just makes the read. Single shooter, defensive spacing in the second line of defence. Left a lot to be desired, and you can't give her that much space. Emily Irons has wheels to burn.
So a 2-try lead here now in favour of England, this young Cook Islands team. They need to keep cracking here through the middle. try and find an opening. It may come down to a bit of individual brilliance. So far, the structures aren't finding the breaks that they're looking for. We see a little stumble. Talia Berryman stumbled, then the ball back on the inside. Doesn't find the mark, and it'll be England to roll off their line one more time.
England's defence is really levelled up in this second half. There is controlled aggression in every single touch. They are fired up. The home nation putting on a bit of a defensive clinic.
There's a hard touch, but she was saying that the player making the roll ball was off balance herself before the touch was affected, never in control of the body shape, and that's a turnover. But again, they push forward in numbers, trying to shut down the chance for Cook Islands to get the fresh legs on. 2 touches, they're still their own side of halfway. There's 3. England not up in 1s, they're coming up in 2s or 3s, really putting pressure on the Cookies.
Yeah, and they stay so connected in defence, and it means Cook Islands have to work really hard for their success. Long ball was on, the space was on the wing, but such is the defensive line speed from England. You don't have the time to look up and see if the option's there. You've just got to give it on instinct.
Let's have a look at this change over here. This is what they've done really well. The first receiver does a really direct line almost back towards the infield, which then opens up the expanses. Here's Irons running on. They hold it to the mid. There's Irons now with the ball. Takes it in. That's the final touch. But really good penetration by the England attack.
Yeah, and for me, it was first touch from Lauren Fagan, just chucking it up the middle. Brilliant yards made, and it means that your supporting players fly on with so much natural depth. They don't have to check their lines, and England looking potent in their transition.
The Cookies bring it back into the midfield. Nice turn ball back inside for Marina at the top car. Now she takes it out to the right. Rosario Williams dives with the ball on the right-hand edge and earns a team a penalty. Offside call against the England defence this time.
Yeah, and a good opportunity for Cook Islands now. They need a score from this set for me.
They have to be the next to score, whether it's in this set or the next, but they need to stop England from scoring, and they need to get one themselves. It's not going to happen individually like that. And that's a turnover, a penalty against the attack.
Yeah, hips not square at the base of the ruck. Well spotted from the referee, and England once more can roll through what is an absolutely scything transition. Oh,
dummy thrown. Excellent meters. Now, this is the important one.
Good pressure from Cook Islands. This is better transition defence. Still England roll.
Good attack up over the halfway line, but no, we've had a changeover. I think we're going to have 7 on. Yeah, an incorrect changeover.
Yeah, I think that just shows the pace at which England fly onto the field. If you don't get that timing right, you will get pinged for 7 on, and the quality of referees, they will pick it up.
It all boils down to the communication in that transition, and you've just got to wait for your player to be off before you get on the field. Cook Islands from one side of the field to the other, but also moving forward. Delayed roll ball. They need to get on quicker here, the girls from the Cook Islands.
Yeah, they roll on now with a bit more aggression in their attack. Good platform.
Too late in the set. Too late in the set as we see they go to the right-hand side, the ball over the top. Talia Berryman can't get a good pass away, and that was the delay in the roll ball as they swept on at the half interchange.
Yeah, and once again, it's almost like Cook Islands are struggling for time when they get on that line attack, such as the line speed from England. But this is better. It's a better attempt at putting pressure on the transition, but England just able to play around these single shooters.
But what I was saying before...
What a take that is on the wing, diving behind her to reel the ball in.
Putting it on the line for a team. What I was saying before about the way England make the transition, when they sweep on, the first runner comes in a really tight line to the sub-box, whereas the Cook Islanders, when they sweep on, they sweep wide, which means that the next player is coming out as we see the ball in motion. Beautiful pass, play on is the call. Let's look at it here in replay. That's a strike dump, beautifully picked up. Susanna Hudson with a nice pass outside, and then the tap on from Laura Cochran finds a try scorer in the corner in Nicola Wise, and that is how you turn defence into attack.
Yeah, textbook transition, and Nicola Wise the beneficiary. Brilliant tap on from Laura Cochrane to recognise I can't tap, can't grab this ball, it's just got to go, and it does. And England, he said Cook Islands needed to be the next team to score. They aren't, and they're really up against it.
They certainly are, and that, again, I'm not going to harp on it, but that was an exact demonstration of what I was trying to get out in time, but they showed it better than I could talk about it. And it is England standing tall in the touch again here in defence. And Cook Islands have no answers here.
It seems like England, barring Cook Islands onslaught, will secure themselves a
The
spot.
late pass, forward pass, whichever one you want to call it.
Which one do you fancy? There was both in there.
But it's a 10-minute game now. 10 minutes for England to hold out or to keep forging ahead. But it's 10 minutes for the Cook Islanders to stand up and take this one away from England if they want to progress into the final series.
Yeah, and it's a bit of a, it's not quite a mountain, but it's a very big molehill. And Cook Islands are going to need to sort out this area of the field, their midfield defence. You need to be able to stop the turnover. That's a massive touch. Not forceful by the referees. They want a bit of physicality.
I just think they're respecting both teams. It really is on the line here, and they're taking it to each other. There's no malicious intent. It's just collision.
Yeah, exactly. As you say, there's no malice, but here we go again. England. Oh, look,
Yeah.
it's sliding through, but it's
There
six
was
touch.
Rona Roper looking for an offside call. She didn't get it. The referee was right there, said the Cook Islanders have made the line, and it is play on. But these little breakdowns in the roll, they're not really getting a momentum build up here. That's 3 touches. They're still well in their own half. 4 touches gone, still their own side of halfway. This is the final touch now. Back on the inside, again, quick hands, but the ball will end in the half. That was thrown into the player. No, nothing played at. No, it's 6 more. So a good field position for this changeover for England. Now they roll forward. Here's this young lady with another beautiful drive.
It's superb.
Sophia Barkham, it is outstanding in transition. She really takes the ball forward and sets up what comes from here. Hudson charges in foot into the line now. There's Hudson with the ball. Open space, long ball to the right, but a forward pass called. That was beautiful play from England. Unfortunately, the last pass was called forward, but outstanding work, Susanna Hudson.
Yeah, who needs line attack when you can transition with such potency? You get a roll on the Cook Islands defence, and then you've got the ability and the vision to whip it long. And at the moment, England, this is a transition clinic.
8 minutes here, 8 minutes remain for England to stand tall or for Cookies to steal it away. One team goes through into the final series, progresses from this match, the quarterfinal. Will it be England? Will it be the Cook Islands? England look dominant. And this lady here with the ball in hand, always dangerous. Irons at half, dishes off this time. Back to Irons, jammed up from Rose Berryman.
Yeah, it's McCavan working with Irons. However, ball just goes forward, and that is not a pairing you want to see from a Cook Islands perspective. McCavan and Irons, I mean, give them a break, girls.
Now the Cook Islands go to their subset. Fresh legs come on. This is what I'm talking about. We'll see, that's better. They straighten up, cut down the distance that the sweepers need to come into. Better forward momentum, much more direct. Wide ball on now, jammed up beautifully in defence. They had numbers if they could let it go. But number 10, Nicola Wise, come in and shut it down. But a penalty to the Cook Islands.
Yeah, try-saving touch there from Nikki Wise. Getting up in the passing lanes, making touches. Again, defence from England on top.
Chanel Berryman with the ball now. It's Berryman again, working with Coco Masters. Berryman and Masters. Masters moves the ball out to the right, this time to Kelsey Berryman. Back inside. Long ball over the top. Nikki Wise up out the line, takes possession, and it is England. Turns defence into attack, rolls up this line, the relentless force that is the English attack.
Nikki Wise is having a game of all time. And by the way, not subbing once. She's on the field for 40 minutes straight.
Dummy in behind the defensive line, but that ball gets away. Wow.
Ooh, I'm not sure I agree with that one.
No, absolutely not. The referee was checking the defensive line. He didn't actually see what happened in the roll ball. I just thought it was momentum that took the ball away. It doesn't matter what we think. The referees make the call. And it is play on here. England on the attack again. Sophia Barkham. Barkham earns a penalty. That's the first one for not moving forward. Barkham holds it up, willing the defence to come forward. Barkham skip to the outside.
I thought the phase was on there. Barkham could have taken that quick dump. Doesn't happen. 2 touches.
Back to the 7. There's Barkham again. Splits to the right. Hits short. Back to the right again. Long ball over the top. Beautifully executed this time. No forward pass called. And Nicola Wise scores for England. And that might be all she wrote. The home team stand tall here on pitch 2 at the World Cup quarterfinal. And it is now England 6 over Cook Islands 2.
Nikki Wise, take a bow. The hands on display to reel that one in and catch it. And she saved a couple in the corner. Bagged 3 now. Nikki Wise is having a game for the history books.
The young Cook Islanders, they keep cracking. Skip to the outside was number 12.
Oh, they'll go over.
Yeah, Peyton Ozols. She's been dangerous. She certainly deserved a try. And Ozols, we see it here, one-on-one. Dummy to the inside and then steps to the out. The pace just gets over the line. Great call by the English defence. And the Cook Islanders bring it back by 1, 6-3. But it really is England dominating here on home soil. 4 minutes remain in the match.
It's brutal pace by Ozols. Little dummy, see you later and get over. But Cook Islands are going to need essentially 3 scores in 3 sets to stay in this one.
There's been some individuals that have lifted and made a tough workload, as we see Irons. Wow. That could have been close for Irons.
What a touch that is. What a covering touch.
Here it is. How close was it? Yeah, nice touch up off the line. The outside player made the touch. Turnover here for the Cook Islanders. They come forward, charging up. Loss of possession there, but a penalty. Referee says the hard touch was what affected the roll ball.
3 minutes, 3 scores in it. This is for England, you've just got to see out your sets. No unforced errors. Put the press on. There's an unforced error.
They can afford to relax a little bit here now. Just 3 minutes remain. They're in front by 3. It's just about consolidating here. They will progress from the quarterfinal stage at the World Cup into the semi-finals. Cook Islands moving laterally here in the midfield. Back on the inside, but the defence is right there. Shutdown coming, there's extra numbers. And now the Cook Islands resets, slow roller ball. Everything that England have achieved has come from more aggressive attack. The Cook Islanders have been more static.
Yeah, just a brutal roll there. And unfortunately a no touch, dumping the ball, no initiative. And 2 minutes to go, 3 scores in it, barring an absolute miracle. England are clean through.
Oh, they're going through, don't you worry about that. They'll go into the semi-finals.
It's this area of the transition as well that they've really put the sword to Cook Islands. Just so aggressive, good hands, 3-on-2. Can they execute? That'll be 6 more.
Emily Rona-Roper for mine has been exceptional for England through the midfield. Everything they've done has been built on that penetration, as has Sophia Barkham.
Yeah, Sophia Barkham, one of those unsung heroes, typically. Just goes about her business. Very, big contact, but nothing doing.
Yeah. The contact wasn't what made that roll ball. There was no control there. That one shot out before the contact was made.
Yeah.
Trying to rush the roll ball. Ball back on the inside. Not called touched in flight.
Yeah, for me, the Cook Islands physicality is that perfect amount. the way that they're sort of quite dominant in the touch, but also not full extension, not targeting the arm. It's fair ball.
Minute left on the clock here. Although England have taken this one out, they'll want another. They certainly have it in their calibre. Ball to the left now. Hudson, she's been dominant as well. Here's Hudson. Quick ball off the ground. They hold up once again, another penalty. 30 seconds remain here, 30 seconds for England. Emily Irons on the sideline, wishing them on, pushing them, urging them. Dive over. Referee said touch call.
Nikki Wise again is hugging the width on this touchline. She's ready for that ball out to the wing if it goes.
Here's Hudson. Two defenders up off the line. Final roll ball here for England. Hudson absorbs, and that's all she wrote. The English women progress 6 tries to 3 over the Cook Islands. What a great performance from the home team. Congratulations all round. The crowd are up here. And what a game, Joe. What a game.
What a game that is at the Women's Open. England dominant in defence, dominant in the transition. The transition was just impossible to defend for the Cook Islands, but take nothing away from the Cook Islands performance. They left a lot of heart out there, good value for the 3 scores, but in the end, it was the structure of England that just proved too much to deal with.
Yeah, well done to the English team, and commiserations, but congratulations also to the Cook Islands, making the quarterfinals here at the World Cup in Nottingham and putting on a great performance. Wow, we're going to take a quick breather. There's only minutes remaining until the next match comes your way via the live stream. We hope you've enjoyed the action of the Women's Opens. It's Men's Opens action coming up on all of these channels, so stick around and enjoy Touch World Cup action from Nottingham 2024.
So what does it mean to you? The time?
The sweat, the passion,
The thrill?
The determination,
The support.
the camaraderie.
but it's so much more than that.
We're playing for something bigger.
You ready?
Question is, how are you going to leave your legacy?
It's our turn now. It's our turn now. Yeah. It's our turn now. It's our turn now.
I love Nottingham, the home of Robin Hood. From the bright lights of Goose Fair to the peaceful nature of the Sherwood Forest woods. There's a feeling of togetherness, unity, pure, honest, love. And that feels great like a bright summer's day at the horses down by the lake at Colic. All I love Nottingham. The River Trent, the embankment, the Nottingham Carnival, different cultures dancing. The diversity, just walking down Columbus Street on a Saturday. The two lions in the square stand tall with pride. And when the market's in town come alive, it gives me life. Listen, as the council house clock chimes, and depending on how many times, lets you know the time. I've been to concerts at the Motorpoint Arena, and I've been to concerts at the Nottingham Caves. I've been here all my life and I'm still amazed by this place. I love Nottingham. Sometimes I stare at Hoxley's graffiti colourful walls, and sometimes I gaze at the deers running round Woollerton Hall. Supreme thrills, from chilling up at Green's Mill or up at that castle on the hill. Nottingham, I love you, and I always will.
Visit Nottingham today.
Nola, and I'm representing the HIDEX programme, which is one of the sponsors of the Touch Rugby World Cup. HIDEX is a collaboration of a number of universities based in the Midlands, including the University of Nottingham. One of HIDEX's main aims is to support industry to innovate, developing new products and services in the hydrogen economy. We decided to sponsor the Touch Rugby World Cup, particularly in relation to energy use, so that Geopura, a locally based business, can provide hydrogen to be utilised at the event, making the event more sustainable and improving air quality for visitors and competitors alike. We hope this support will encourage others to look for more sustainable ways to run similar events in the future. Finally, just to say, we hope everyone that's involved in the event has a great time.
And welcome back to Highfield Sports Complex in the heart of Nottingham. We've just seen the best of what Nottingham has to offer, and if you come down to Highfields Complex over the weekend, you'll see the best that the world of international touch has to offer as well. My name's Chris Wearmouth, and I'm accompanied for this game, this Men's Open quarter-final by Mel Day. Mel, we're going to face to be watching Lebanon over on the far side in the green against Japan. Here in the red, we can just see the emotions running through the Japanese as they're running out in front of us.
Yeah, behind the Japanese sub box, and these men look ready to play. And to take you through some of the pool action, Lebanon remained unbeaten through their pool, apart from that epic game that we saw against Australia, so they are looking very strong. Whereas Japan, as well as losing to New Zealand, they had a couple of narrow losses to Tonga and the Cook Islands. So, especially after that Australian game, I think Lebanon, for me, are probably going into this the favourites.
Yeah, I would tend to agree on this one. I think I've seen the Japanese against Singapore a couple of days ago, and they were mightily impressive. But you know, we saw Lebanon play extremely well against Australia. We saw Lebanon play very, very well against England as well. And this is really going to be a clash of styles. Japan's really, you know, their driving play is well renowned. It's going to be quick, it's going to be direct, whereas Lebanon are going to play in a very, I mean, it's going to sound like a cliche, but they're going to play very Australian way, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of the players in this team coming from Western Sydney, but representing their Lebanese heritage. And players to watch, look for number 13 and 14 for Lebanon, Luke Mansour and Rob Nukla. And for Japan, Yutaro Yamamoto, the players to watch.
And here come the Lebanese with the first attack of the game, looking to stretch the Japanese one way then the other, but also, as we say, not afraid to use the direct route in front. George Azzi with ball in hand, takes the touch and goes out. He gets the ball back again to Azzi. And John Paul Catalano as well, integral in that move. Ball goes high, up to Andre Bakos, number 6 on that far side. Hits the deck, but I think they have shown their intent early, Lebanon.
Very solid opening set of attack from Lebanon. As Japan on the counter now, and the Japanese defence there looks very, very tight.
Can I just put a shout out just while the Japanese are driving out? We just had event director Chris Simon walk in front of us, and I know there's going to be, you know, tomorrow is an awful lot of big games, but just sum up just his contribution to this event.
Chris Simon, he's been walking around non-stop. He's directing people, he's managing teams, managing spectators, and the show that he has put on for us here, not just on the fields, but off-field at the fan village behind us. It's been an unbelievable World Cup, and we've still got finals footy today and tomorrow.
If you're in England and watching this, where you been? Where you been all week? Weather, apart from on Tuesday, has been absolutely beautiful, and I was upstairs with England mixed open winger Alice Hobson, and she was just saying that today is a beautiful day in terms of conditions for touch. The sun is gone from yesterday. It's warm, a bit breezy, a little bit humid. Perfect.
Yeah, in dry conditions. So we'll see a few of these balls go long as Japan taking their second touch well over the halfway line. Driving up very quickly, the Japanese team, dodging a couple of touches.
That's Atsuki Sato there, who was dodging the touches, but Lebanon shut him down in the end. And it's a 6-touch turnover. Still 0-0 here at the University of Nottingham's Highfield Sports Complex. Field 2, the Men's Open quarter-final. Finals football has been on its way for quite a while. And the intensity, you're just hearing it around the grounds here. The cheers they got as Lebanon on the last play. What a fist out there from John Paul Catalano. But the defence was aware of what was coming, but that was an absolute pill.
Catalano, who's been involved in all the action. I've tried to catch as many of these Lebanon men's games as I can. And the speed at which Japan are driving up the Lebanese box at the moment, just incredible. Pick up from half by Yamamoto and caught.
That scoop, we've seen that a couple of times already in that drive, just the pace. We said it in the build-up. Japan attacking with directness, with pace, with accuracy, and now they're going to have another opportunity, or they're going to have an opportunity for the first time to really build some pressure through multiple touches deep in the Lebanese half. All of a sudden, now you can't really do that now. What are they looking to do?
I think they're looking to string some attack phases together. They've got incredible field position here, hips not square infringement. You can see them taking their time. Long ball out here, and what a defensive shutdown by the number 13, Luke Mansour for Lebanon.
Yeah, the attempted pass came from Shooter Higino, number 16. What it's done is it's given Japan 6 more touches on or around at least the 7-meter line. The touch comes in, the ball goes through the hands, not quite as spectacular pill out on this near side. Taishi Suiyasu on the receiving end. He gets shut down and the ball continues. But Japan still have touches in which to play. Touch comes in, quick off the floor. Oh, what a lovely deep ball from the Japanese. Lovely deep ball. Kosuke Urakawa with the pass out to the looping Shooter Higino, and Japan are on the board.
What a ball. And that wing defender just struggling to make that shut down. Incredible link hole running from Japan, and they are pumped here on the sideline.
They tried that move a couple of phases ago. Didn't work that time, did work this time. They've identified a weakness in the Lebanese. If there's one thing I saw from the Singapore game I covered earlier in the week, is Japan are very, very good at making tactical switches, especially during a game at half-time.
Ball out to the wing.
The Lebanese are back on. We've seen the pill go right to left out from Catalano, and this time it's come left to right. What a wind-up.
Luke Mansour, he's already in the double digits for this World Cup, and the safest pair of hands that you will see going around.
Wound up more than Zebedee from the Magic Roundabout. Springs into action with that pass out to this near side. We are tied 1-1. This is living up to the billing.
Great hands there.
Japan look for that deep pass again, but that's a late pass, and Lebanon has shut that down really well on Urakawa. Japan's, as we've seen already, one of Japan's key playmakers there in the mids.
And Higo Lebanon driving down the field, going very direct to their sub box. They'll start to spread the ball now.
Refereeing one of these games, Mel, I mean, we'll come back to this in just a second, is Lebanon on the 5th touch. Last strike play. Ball comes over the top from the other Catalano, Robert Catalano Jr. And Japan, as we restart this, how difficult is a game like this to referee?
The speed at which these teams are playing is just incredible. So the referees will be concentrating on setting a really strong 7-metre line, really good onside line, and just watching the ruck to make sure there's no ruck infringements. But the speed at which this is going, it's a really, really tough game to referees. But I think the referees have done very well so far. It's been very smooth, end-to-end stuff, which is what you want to see.
Check out the referee special on yesterday's Daily Show. Cutting edge tech and families all reffing together. So one of the great things about touch. Here come the Japanese. Comes, lovely passing, well, lovely accurate passing, but from Daiki Kubota, but the Lebanese are there to shut it down once again. Penalty, or turnover, should we say?
A little bit of energy out there on the field, which is what you expect. Japan and Lebanon, two very passionate teams.
That was a penalty given for a late pass. And Japan now, for a second time, gets a chance, gets a start deep inside the Lebanese half. Touch comes in, and the dive in from the bouncing feet of Atsuki Sato.
Yeah, good touch there from Lebanon.
Shut things down, but the playmaker, Urakawa, is in the heart of things once again. Gets the ball quickly off the floor. And that's a penalty once again.
I think that was a ruck infringement there, just pulling on the player by the looks of it from the referee signal, but giving this very dangerous Japanese team 6 again on the line. Urakawa out there really... Oh,
dive comes in on the far side.
Oh.
No, not given. Seiji Yamamoto. Touch just before the goal line.
Unlucky from Japan. It looks very close from here in the commentary position.
Yamamoto again. Takes the touch, gets the ball back. Touch just before. Touch comes in from Joshua Bakos there in the Lebanese mids. They're under significant pressure. Repeat sets on their own line to defend. Japan come to this left-hand side. Influential winger, Yutaro Yamamoto. He's not one of the playmaking positions, but is shown repeatedly through this week the value of having an outstanding winger to create space for the players inside him.
Absolutely. I've seen him in a couple of the men's open games, and his defence is incredible as well. As Lebanon driving down and gaining the metres, on this Japanese wing, but a loose pass in the middle of the field, gifting Japan possession within 10 metres of the halfway line.
It just seems to have broken down for Lebanon, doesn't it? Up to that early, all of the adrenaline, the pumped upness, and it's all just, the fizz has gone out of it a little bit.
And as we say that, they've got a penalty here at about the halfway line. This is the position they want. If they get down to this Japanese 7 metre line by the fourth touch and set up a real nice attacking platform, we know they've got long balls aplenty.
Advantage played on by the referees because Yamamoto is offside. It's good reffing there to keep the player alive, but this time, well, Lebanon, it fell to bits again a little bit, but there's a penalty conceded for not advancing, or for not continuing to advance.
Yeah, George Azzi, the number 4, letting the refs know when the players aren't coming forward. Azzi from half. Quick ball back. And
skipping feet over the top as the attempted touch, but that was a lovely finish there from Andre Bakos. George Azzi there with a scoring pass, but that was all created a little bit on the left-hand side for Lebanon, do you think?
Yeah, Junki Hamada, great honesty there on the line. Some of these touches, even right in front, it's very hard to see whether they've come in, but yeah, the Lebanon team just giving away a penalty now, but yeah, you can see them kind of force the defence to contract over one side of the field, and they've got the firepower to then pass very quickly and take advantage of the holes on the opposite side.
Playmaker Urakawa is in the middle of things once again, and Japan are diving for the line. But Lebanon's defence has stood firm already multiple times this game.
That was Shuta Higino in there with a diving effort.
The 5th touch, not a heavy touch, given against Ryan Goss. And Japan have one more play, and they're just going to turn this over.
Yeah, killing it as far from the Lebanon box as they can. Lebanon will have to burn a few touches as they bring the ball back over to their sub-box, but they're going very direct now. Great metres through the middle of the field.
But Lebanon, once again, their disciplines let them down. Although this time it's accuracy that's let them down with a forward pass that concedes a penalty, and Japan gets some fresh legs on.
And obviously call from the sideline ref there, spotting that forward pass.
Yamamoto gives the pass, but the touch comes in. Out comes the pill, but it's just eludes the diving Taishi Suiyasu.
This Lebanon defence is holding up. Japan have had repeat sets on the Lebanon line, and Lebanon holding strong, maintaining their 1-try lead.
And it's interesting, isn't it? It wasn't that long ago saying that the fizz had gone out of the Lebanese, but they are still 1 try to the good. And it's almost against the run of play, given the dominance that Japan have had, certainly in terms of territory and possession. But here they come again. The Lebanese's own playmaker. John Paul Catalano is at it again, and once again his pass has absolutely ripped the Japanese apart.
Straight through the middle, punching that link. What a score.
Andre Bakos is really clear to see what it means to him, but the option taking from Catalano, he's just, we've seen him fizz it wide, and this time it's, we've got a short, a medium, and a long option, and he's just chosen the right one. It's extraordinary skill to do that at that pace.
Yeah, great to see variety in those passes as well. The defence don't know what to do. Stay out, tighten up. No matter what they do, Catalano's got the ball for it.
No panic in the Japanese box just in front of us, even though they're now 2 tries down here in this men's open quarter-final. Lebanese get fresh legs on, but also opt for the drive. And here they come over into the Japanese half. Stephen Takchi takes the ball forward, and now it comes back to Robert Catalano. Just trying to ask questions of the Japanese defense. Here comes Catalano once again. Interception! Just a touch comes in. What desperation. It was just the Kubota there was just starting to get their gas going, and Lebanon shut him down. But second touch coming now.
They are intense with their driving. Passing it into the middle of the field. We've got Yukimizo driving the ball up, but just a loss of control in the ruck there, and Lebanon driving hard.
We've not seen the Japanese get their driving game going for quite a while, but that's because they've had so much possession deep in the Lebanese half, I suppose. But Lebanon have held out in defence, and they're asking plenty of questions with their variety in and around the Japanese line.
Yeah, absolutely. Going towards the middle. I think they're appealing for a Japanese hand in the ruck.
Loss of control there from Charbel as he handed possession back to the Japanese, who now get a drive on once again, and they are going straight through the middle of the Lebanese. Here comes Yamamoto.
Oh, Sato getting that ball, but a defender right in front of him.
That's a penalty given for a shoulder. So for a heavy touch. Now, just while we've got that little break in play, assuming this is still given, Mel, level 4 referee, what's the difference between a touch and a little body check like that?
Normally a shoulder. Normally a shoulder would do it, to be fair. But all day we've seen some physical touch, and I think everyone does like to play a very physical level of touch. But once you get the shoulders in there, once you're not initiating as an attacker, and once as a defender you are just using your body a lot more, that's when those penalties are going to get called.
Yes, the shoulder body check has given away a penalty for Lebanon, and there is treatment being received for hopefully not too serious an injury for Robert Nackler. But what it's doing is it is using up time. If you've not seen touch before, then the ticking clock that you see is unofficial, but time keeps a ticking, and the hooter will go, and there's no injury time. So that has kind of deflated a little bit out of the Japanese, while also giving Lebanon a little bit more breathing space with 3 minutes to go until the half-time break. And here they come, the playmaker, Urakawa. And that deep pass once again looks to pull the Lebanese out, and Urakawa dancing around.
They're very close to each other, these three strike attackers for Japan.
Deep pass comes again. Oh, there's that deep ball once again. And at this time, it didn't have to go very far to cause havoc in the Lebanese defense. And shooter Hajino is over for the Japanese second score.
Oh, just incredible. That link hole again. They've exposed that link hole a couple of times now. Japan, they're not having to throw wide to the winger, and that Lebanon winger is just staying very wide, so it's opening up that link hole for them.
3-2. 2 minutes to go until the halftime hooter, until these teams start to regroup ahead of the second half. Lebanon, Catalano, Robert Catalano. We've seen the passing at one end, but that pass is given. The Japanese are asking for a forward pass.
Oh, that was a bullet. Oh.
What one Catalano can do, so can the other. And the try scored by Jason Stanton.
That was an incredible ball. Both teams exposing these link holes in the defence.
They're not doing much. Middle. Oh, what a great ball. It's just a little bit too far. But they're not doing very much, either of them, really, around that link to try and attack the retreating link.
No, they are trying to hit those channels instead, and the respective links are really chopping those holes very aggressively and running some very good angles.
That's given this time, it's a body check from the Japanese on, we don't have the Lebanese number 12. they've changed some shirt numbers. That's naughty.
They've got some high numbers in Lebanon as well. They go all the way up to 76 with Jason Stanton, number 23, Catalano, John Paul Catalano driving the ball up then.
Catalano, the key playmaker, is on the field, but this time it's come over. Oh, lovely bounce from both attack and defence there. Catalano gives it away to the other Catalano. Oh, sweet play there by the Lebanese. And it comes out to the far winger, Atsi. It's the first bit of Fiji magic. We kind of saw Fijian style magic. We've seen a little behind the pass, a little behind the back pass.
A little bit of razzle dazzle to finish off the first half.
It's razzle dazzle for sure, and the shine is very much with the Lebanese, who lead 4-2 at half time in this crucial Men's Open quarter-final. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Go and have a quick brew. Come back. We'll see you in 5. We're at Nottingham, University of Nottingham's Highfield Sports Complex for the Men's Open quarterfinals in the 2024 Touch World Cup. I'm Chris Wearmouth. She's Mel Day, and before we talk about the game, I've seen my first fancy dress of the weekend.
Yeah, we see a bunch of bananas wandering around the World Cup today. Unsure whether it's a team that's had an early exit or a group of fans for another team, but very colourful contingent here at the World Cup.
Japan trading 4-2 after what was an enthralling first half, and the thing that we saw.
Here we go.
And the thing that we saw in certainly the previous game that I've seen for Japan is against Singapore was the way that they changed their tactics at half-time to respond to what was in front of them, and it's going to be really interesting to see if they do the same thing again.
Yeah, absolutely. They are going to want to be the next team to score 4-2 down against a very attacking Lebanese touch side, who have just got a penalty on the halfway line. And to fill you in at home on the other quarterfinals currently taking place, we've got England taking on the Cook Islands, Australia and Ireland, and finally the US and New Zealand.
Head to thetouch.live to keep up to date with all the scores. And the Lebanese were 2 up at half-time, and now they are 3 up. Mel, just talk us through this.
Yeah, just some interplay between those two mids, and what looks like an impossible ball by Robert Catalano Jr. out to his link, and a walkover in the end. Just the Japanese defence being caught flat-footed.
Japanese need to respond quickly, and response they do with the pill out to the near side. Taishi Suiyasu finishes things off for the Japanese, pulls them back to a 2-try deficit once again. The lovely pass coming from the midfield, Junki Hamada. We're not seeing much of that in the first half, but it's paid dividend immediately in the second.
Yeah, I think we'll start to see these long balls come through. And the Lebanon team rucking up the middle, taking their time. Lovely little face play out to the link, who then goes in for the score. And Mbonalem, I think that was. Great phase play, very fast off the ruck. Awesome try by Lebanon, re-establishes that 3-try lead that they've got in this must-win quarterfinal. Japanese rolling into the line, such speed, out to the wing again, and a lovely score.
5 minutes ago, I asked you the question whether we were going to see any tactical differences from the Japanese. I believe the last 30 seconds has answered that question.
They are hammering this right-hand wing, and the beneficiary of all of those tries, Taishi Suiyasu. As Lebanon now continuing through the middle of the field. George Azzi directing play. Lovely touch in defence by Japan. They want to be the next ones to score. The Japanese sub-box is incredibly loud at the moment as they drive down and get fresh players on the field. They've got some key attackers on the field now. Picking up from half, but half court with a very nice touch by George Azzi.
Lebanon haven't been rocked. I mean, they've had their try sandwiched by 2 Japanese scores, but they have the lead. They'll nevertheless be rocking by the fact that they have been scored against so quickly. Nearly create a try there. We think for Jason Stanton. Oh, it is for Jason Stanton. So all of a sudden, my eyes thought that was a 16. It definitely was a 76.
Their speed here is incredible, and I don't know whether you can hear it through the microphones, but the Japanese box are just in full voice at the moment. Unfortunately, Japan just giving away possession to the Lebanon team, and they are bringing in some of their key playmakers, taking their time with this restart to get their subs on.
Well, they of course have got that 2-try differential to play with, haven't they? So they can both set things up, get the right people on, but also take their time in doing it. It's that kind of, from the Lebanese perspective, it's the best of both worlds, and they've got a penalty.
Yeah, a foot in the ruck there. Good call by the referee. And there's that number 23, John Paul Catalano. He's been involved in everything this afternoon.
And the other Catalano, Robert, beats it back in. Oh! Strictly come dancing in a couple of weeks, and is he training up to go onto the dance floor? That's, you know, that's jiving dancing. That's jiving feet, that.
Yeah, really strong in the ruck there. Step back off his right foot and ball down. That was incredible.
We've seen the threats he has with the long passes, but that one was a proper made in the middle try, and Lebanon are back up to a 3-try difference. But here come the Japanese.
Oh,
that deep pass.
Passes on.
Oh, what a score in that far corner. We saw that happen a couple of times in the first half from Kusoki Urakawa, with that deep ball. And oh, what a lovely bit of show. And hold that play as well to give the scoring pass. Kenta Hirao.
Yeah, Shota Higino, the link there. Lovely play by him. Made sure that he attracted the attention of that defender before releasing away to the wing.
Daiki Kubota with the score. I am going to make a pretty bold prediction here, Mel. We're going to have extra time.
I think everyone would love to see as much of this game as possible. They've gone for the corner, but the refs are going to bring it back here.
Forward pass could be crucial. But I'm going to predict tonight that even if that had gone over, I still think the Japanese, as this half goes on, their fitness and the way they're doing, the way they're stretching the Lebanese, is, could be really, could yield results. And they're getting some really fast go-forward ball again. Come the Japanese, they are rolling through Yoshito Oshima. On comes the pace from Seiji Yamamoto, and it's a fresh set of 6 called by the referee.
It didn't look like there were hands in there, but potentially the Lebanon player just placed himself in the passing channel, so the referees have judged that that was played at, so 6 again. Japan
going to the left once again, which rewards the last attack. They scored on both wings in this second half. What are they going to do next? The Lebanese, do they know? Do we know? Dive comes in!
Urakawa, he is everywhere. This number 2, getting the ball, splitting hard, ball straight back, and just tearing these Lebanon middles apart.
I touched him, says George Atzi, and the referee says, mate, you never made the line. Offside and play through is the call. Japan, 7-6 down, 11 to play.
Urakawa, he has been involved in everything today, and we have a classic building up for you on Field 2, quarterfinal Touch World Cup. Oh, ball away.
Late pass. Is that a touch, or is what's being given there? No, the pass. No, the ball went. There's a discussion there from the referees. We'll have a look on the replay here. Catalano gets the ball back. Sorry, gets the ball back. Yep. Good call. The Japanese are saying that he was touched before he passed it, but that ball was away.
Lebanon definitely needed that. All the momentum in the first part of this second half has been with Japan, and Lebanon sneaking a score in the corner. Exactly what they needed. Look at the speed at which Japan are rolling into the 7-metre line, but a loss of control in the ruck there. The supporters here around the ground as well. Fairly evenly split between Lebanon and Japan.
Lebanon through Robert Catalano Jr., to give him his registered name. Catalano Sr. must be, if he's here. Here come the Lebanese once again, and here come the Lebanese once again. They snuck a try just before. There's nothing wrong with that one. Joshua Bakos just splitting. We saw the dancing feet from Urakawa at the other end, and Bakos has done exactly the same thing to the Japanese defence that time.
Gets them out to a 3-try lead. Against the run of play, I would say, Chris, in this second half. Against the run of play in terms of these Lebanon scores here.
Yeah, they say they snuck a couple. Dive comes in from the Japanese. Had a touch too. Great defence there from Lebanon to stop. Junki Hamado dived early. Dive comes in this time. Loss of control though from Hagino.
Oh, so close as well. And you know what? Great covering defence by Lebanon.
I think if there is one thing that's going to really win the Lebanese, apart from, scoring obviously, but the way they've defended against multiple Japanese attacks in the first half, multiple sets, and then being the Japanese putting them left and right and still scrambling to shut them down. And this time...
Yeah, George Azzi with a little short ball there, appealing for a 6 again.
And they've got it.
And they've got it. George Azzi controlling that attack as they were rolling towards the Japan line. 6 again. This is what they need. Lebanon. Catalano, the number 23, in the mixed, as usual.
Oh, we saw some diving feet from Catalano a few minutes ago, and that's once again, he's got some great footwork, hasn't he? He's like what we see from a lot of the... I'm not sure if he is Australian, if he's from Western Sydney, but if he isn't, he should be, because that's very, very Australian in the way that he's stopped and gone and bounced his way over the defence for the second time in the game.
That little jink there, it was like half a goosey. It was just like a hesitating step that just got the Japanese defence off balance.
That one was a half goose that came with peri-peri sauce. It was that hot.
Oh.
Here comes Japanese playmaker Urakawa, but it doesn't come to anything. The Japanese trying a bit of flair themselves. Lebanon, their defence does what it needs to do. It slams the door in the face of the Japanese. It's a good job I didn't put any money on that going to extra time, isn't it?
I mean, there's still a chance here. This was much better in the midfield from Japan. I thought their shooting defence kept Lebanon tied down in their own half, and they've been rewarded with a change of possession here.
And a penalty for throwing the ball away as well. It's the thing that the Japanese haven't been able to do. I was chatting to one of the England Mixed Open, and it seems to be maybe something that's across the board with their teams. I was chatting to one of the England Mixed Open players earlier who played Japan, and they said that it was, they were able to make a lot of meters against them in and around between the 10-meter lines. They're quite passive, and Lebanon have really made the most of it.
Yeah, absolutely. and this is better from Lebanon, coming out of their own half. Lots of meters made, picking up from half, trying to catch this wing defender short, but half court, ended up making it back the 7 meters.
Japan now are getting to the point where they need to score quickly and then get aggressive in defence, but it's all starting to go wrong a little bit for the Japanese. They have, their accuracy that we saw, maybe they're trying to force it a little bit up at the other end, close to the Lebanese line. Now just trying to get away from their own line. And I think the dive comes in, but so does the touch. Diving Jonathan Webb there. No, Weeby.
And Catalano is just subbed on, ball away, but not enough juice on it, but there was a Japanese hand in there, so 6 again for Lebanon, and they definitely have the ascendancy in the final 5 minutes of this men's quarterfinal.
Another score now will surely kill it for the Lebanese and send them through into the semi-finals. Let's see what they can do. Bakos feeds Catalano, feeds the other Catalano.
Oh, very hard in the touch. An interesting one, that one. I was thinking it wouldn't have been a tough call for a hard touch against the Japan team there, but they've got the ball back.
Keeps the ball alive, does Seiji Yamamoto. Despite falling over, Japan need to score in this set. Referees take a tumble into the box. Play goes on though. They're trying to keep it alive, but again, the Japanese are just forcing it a little bit too much, and it all comes to nothing. And I was pretty confident about the extra time earlier on. That's proven to be wrong. I'm even more confident though, with 3.5 minutes to go, that the Lebanese are going to go into the semi-finals. And on the first Daily Show on Monday, it was called the Lebanese would beat dark horses.
And you can absolutely see why. Just classy touch. Little step back into the middle, switch back to the wing. What a finish by Lebanon. This is the touch that you come halfway across the world to play.
Luke.
Check this out. This has got to be in the try lights, Chris.
Absolutely. Just that little see you later. And it goes out to Luke Mansour, who I think will have that all on his Instagram reels. For now, next week, next month, all here on the Federation of International Touch YouTube and NextGenXV. Global audience, more than 50 countries tuning in. Thank you very much for your support of Touch World Cup 2024, as the Lebanese are going to looking to put the gloss on what is already an impressive win, considering that they were under the cosh for repeat sets in the first half and being stretched left and right and almost at will by the Japanese in the first half of the second half. This is a really impressive win.
Yeah, and a very disciplined performance by Lebanon in this second half. First half, there were quite a few errors. They gave a lot of possession on their own line, but look at them now, throwing the ball around. Catalano, he's been a star for this Lebanese team as he sends it right. And I think State of Origin has travelled with us from Australia to the United Kingdom with...
It's slightly more apologetic than the State of Origin, let's face it.
True.
Go, please.
As we enter the last minute of this men's quarterfinal, and you wouldn't think it was a quarterfinal, Chris, from the quality of touch that we've seen here on field 2, would you?
No, I think we've had 20 teams in the competition, and the standard, particularly amongst those in the top half of the divisions, has been extraordinarily high. And even the Japanese, they forced the play a little bit, had a couple too many errors, but they've still contributed massively to what has been an enthralling contest, especially that man, Urakawa. And it's going to pay dividend once again for the Japanese. They're not going to win this game, but they're going to score yet another sensational try. This time, Ryomi Koizumi with the finish just on the inside. Taking the scoring pass from Hijino, but that was created completely by Urakawa. And once again, with that deep ball.
Though the depth of how they run their links, Japan, They are just running onto this ball at 100% speed, and that's what's creating the opportunities. It's just so lovely to see pitch side.
It's been a real privilege to be here this week. Seen loads of different styles of touch from across the world. And the Lebanese, it's a penalty to finish, but they tap, drop the ball, Catalano, doesn't matter. 11-7 it finishes. Lebanon are through to the semi-finals in the men's open here in Nottingham. Deservedly so, Melde.
Absolutely. They've put on one classic for us this weekend already. They've thrown down another amazing game on field 2, and I can't wait to watch this men's semi-final, who I expect will be against New Zealand.
We will wait and see. Head to thetouch.live for the latest results. And we will be back, meanwhile, in 10 minutes with the Women's 27s semi-final between England and South Africa.
Very much looking forward to that game, Chris.
We're going to go and get ourselves a drink. We'll see you in 10.
So what does it mean to you? The time?
Sweat. The passion.
The thrill? The determination?
The support.
The camaraderie?
But it's so much more than that.
We're playing for something bigger.
You ready?
Question is, how are you going to leave your legacy?
It's our turn now. It's our turn now. Yeah. It's our turn now. It's our turn now.
love Nottingham, the home of Robin Hood. From the bright lights of Goose Fair to the peaceful nature of the Sherwood Forest woods. There's a feeling of togetherness, unity, pure, honest, love. And that feels great like a bright summer's day at the horses down by the lake at Colic. All I love Nottingham. The River Trent, the embankment, the Nottingham Carnival, different cultures dancing. The diversity, just walking down Columbus Street on a Saturday. The two lions in the square stand tall with pride. And when the markets in town come alive, it gives me life. Listen, as the council house clock chimes, and depending on how many times, lets you know the time. I've been to concerts at the Motorpoint Arena, and I've been to concerts at the Nottingham Caves. I've been here all my life and I'm still amazed by this place. I love Nottingham. Sometimes I stare at Hockley's graffiti colourful walls, and sometimes I gaze at the deers running around Woollerton Hall. Supreme thrills, from chilling up at Green's Mill or up at that castle on the hill. Nottingham, I love you, and I always will.
Visit Nottingham today.
Nola, and I'm representing the HIDEX programme, which is one of the sponsors of the Touch Rugby World Cup. HIDEX is a collaboration of a number of universities based in the Midlands, including the University of Nottingham. One of HIDEX's main aims is to support industry to innovate, developing new products and services in the hydrogen economy. We decided to sponsor the Touch Rugby World Cup, particularly in relation to energy use, so that Geopura, a locally based business, can provide hydrogen to be utilised at the event, making the event more sustainable and improving air quality for visitors and competitors alike. We hope this support will encourage others to look for more sustainable ways to run similar events in the future. Finally, just to say, we hope everyone that's involved in the event has a great time.
Warning.
where the women's open start, the women's 27s will follow. We saw an epic game between the women's opens teams of England and South Africa a couple of hours ago. Now it's time for the women's 27s teams from both nations to serve up what we anticipate here will be a classic semi-final in the women's 27s division at the University of Nottingham's Highfield Sports Complex. Beautiful day for touch here in the East Midlands of England. Welcome wherever you're watching us across the world. 51 nations and counting are watching the 2024 Touch World Cup. My name's Chris Wearmouth. To my right is Mel Day. Mel, what are you expecting from this?
Well, if it's going to be anything based on their pool game, a really, really exciting match. They've come straight from the pools into this semi-final, so these two teams finished second and third. The only loss that South Africa had in the pools, apart from to Australia, was to this English team, and it was only by one, 5-4, I believe the scoreline was the last time these two teams met. So a very, very close match, hopefully to come.
Katie Fielding takes play over the halfway line. England, European champions on multiple occasions, have been globe-trotting to set up their campaign this World Cup, including going to Singapore earlier in the year. But as Mel said, they found it tough against South Africa earlier in the pool. England's only loss of their campaign coming against Australia, who unsurprisingly, as with every pool here at the 2024 World Cup, have dominated. And South Africa, their previous attack from the tap-off, the move came to nothing when the ball hit the ground from Kutlwano and Magashula.
Yeah, Magashula, I've called another game for the South African women's 27s, and she's been on fire. A player to watch, Elizabeth Jane Ringrose and Nabila Boltman. I remember those two names very clearly from their previous match.
Question is whether they can do more with this attack than what happened previously when the ball hit the deck. England making the touch, and here comes the pace from South Africans number 6, Mona Lisa Tiacha. Shut down by the English. Ball comes back to Linda Wilson.
Yeah.
But once again, hits the deck from the South Africans. England's defence, they've had to defend two tap-off moves essentially in their own half, and they come out. Jamie Cohn takes the touch. Up to halfway come the English. Lucy Snape up to the 10-metre line. England getting some good play going forward here. Rosie Kells takes the touch. Here comes the pace. Izzy Moore.
Oh, I would have liked to see Izzy Moore just hold the ball for a little bit more. The number 3 for England, she has got some rockets on her. And when she gets through the line, there's not a lot to stop her, as South Africa stuttering a little bit, driving towards their sub-box. One thing that's impressed me about the South African team is the way they do sub-on. They do it from depth and they do it at pace. And here they go with a penalty for a hard touch against the England team. So ideally positioned.
And that's
South
a fair
Africa.
enough call, because we could hear the slap all the way on this side of the field against the wind. And South Africa now can essentially run their third tap-off move of the half, stretching the English. Here comes Zandali Pillay. England scrambling across to shut things down. Plenty of encouragement coming from both sub-boxes. Jarnell Charlie takes the touch, and England, for the third time, have defended a tap-off move in their own half. Snape, working her way towards the box, takes the touch. Ball up to halfway. Snape, once again, England keeping the same players on. Beth Newton takes the touch for the second time, and here come England. Moore, and a penalty. Will they look to make changes now or keep the same players on? They've run an attack and then a defence and then another attacking set. Quite unusual. Snape takes the touch. Sally-Ann Bucksworth finds Isabel Moore, but the South Africans dart across to to shut that attack down. Kells. And now Buttsworth.
Good.
Gets the ball back. Kells goes right this time, on the scoop, looking for support. Snape just can't collect. There was a covering defender there anyway.
A lovely set of attack, though, from this England team. Confident set of attack. They played their final match, pool game against Australia this morning, which was a very tough game. They were beaten by Australia, but I think that was exactly the match they needed coming into this South African semi-final.
That's the second heavy touch given on that far side against the English. And South Africa start again from just about halfway, but this time they've lost control on the floor.
Unlucky there, South Africa. They just need to watch their roll balls because they're getting some calls for them in some very positive field territory, but they're just not able to take advantage of it. Great defence there by Casey Claire Vanderberg, the number 1 for South Africa.
England not doing anything too complicated at the moment. They get fresh legs on Anna Wilson. Finds Eleanor Pitcher. And now Wilson once again. Oh, it's just eludes Pitcher. Hometown girl, hometown lady.
Yeah, Anna Wilson, a class player. She rested for the Australian game this morning, so she's going to be feeling fresh and definitely up for this game as it's 4th touch just over the halfway line for South Africa. Spreading the ball now.
Show and go there from Rachel Ann McMahon. And it's got England rocking on the back foot. McMahon once again gets the ball out this time. England are forced to scramble.
This is good from South Africa. They need to go forward again. They got the 6 again. Lovely, lovely attack from South Africa. Throwing the ball around and forcing that 6 again.
And they're switching it up as well, getting a couple of different players on, asking some challenges, posing challenges, should I say, to the English defence.
Yep, Kulwano Magashulu on the field, the number 12.
And this time a loss of control lets the English off the hook. South Africa, an interesting little play there, wasn't it? Just playing a bit of jouet.
Yeah, playing a bit of one-touch out there, South Africa on their 5th, and they just need to take advantage of those repeat sets in the England half.
England working their way off the field. Nikki Bird, really experienced campaigner, takes a touch. Izzy Moore takes the touch, and Cone once again. Just falls apart a little bit by the English there. The South Africans getting in their faces. England's transition, not smooth.
Yeah, that was brilliant defence. Nabila Boltman in the middle of the field, the number 9, getting up with her mid, forcing an error. And here they go. Ringrose with the backwards visor. Always easy to spot on the field.
It's getting really tall. What great play, great defence from both teams, and a bit of jouet as well coming in from Pillay in the South African mids, and she gets the ball straight back again. Gets it wide, and the ball hits the deck. And that's a forward pass. Lovely bit of jouet there from Pillay and Elizabeth Jane Ringrose there in the South African mids, meaning the English players had to be really on their feet, and England now get a penalty for offside. Tap comes in from Sally-Ann Buttsworth.
Going very direct here, England.
Jamie Cone. You can hear there's no doubting in the touch count from the English box right in front of us. Buttsworth looks to go wide, but the ball lost of control.
Yeah, just looked like it slipped out of her hands there, just straight out of the hands. No juice on it. And South Africa working off their line and driving towards their sub-box.
There was only one try in it in the pool game between these two teams, and there's absolutely nothing between them midway through the first half of this Women's 27 semi-final. South Africa in the trademark green get a fresh set of 6.
Tatia again, scooping from half, And forcing that 6 again from Isabel Moore's hands. Lovely, lovely from Tatya. She's dangerous wherever she is on the field. And remember, there's no New Zealand in this 27s division, so a win here will guarantee a medal to either team.
Chacha playmaking once again and gets the ball back off the floor and is attacking Jamie Cohn's channel in the mid. Chacha takes that touch on Cohn on the 7, gives herself plenty of space to play with. Touch comes in, 1-3 on another. That's Izzy Moore on Whitney Sarah Richardson.
Plenty of space on the left-hand side of the field here.
This time feeds the play back into the middle. Chacha goes left. England's defence holds firm once again, and that's a penalty for throwing the ball, well, leaving the ball behind. And they go back 10. Where can I take it from, says Cohn? Just there, says the referee.
There's been a lot of 10 metres given away by teams throwing the ball away in this tournament as England take advantage of it, streaking over the halfway line. 4th touch coming. They'll be able to set up a very strong strike up here.
Snape now with the ball in her hands. Nikki Marsh there as well, number 14, and so is Rosie Kells, and it's Kells who takes off from half. She says she got support out there on the wide, looking for it. And they scored. No, touch comes in on Annabelle Jansen over on that far wing.
What a touch this is, Chris.
Chacha there to put Marsh under pressure, and the touch comes in on Menka Singh. Annabelle Jansen diving, and the English thought they scored here in the sub box. South Africa not let off the hook because there was nothing lucky about that. That was fantastic defence out by the winger to shut things down.
And this is 5th touch for South Africa. They need to create something. Hands out left. And it's a turnover. When they start to put it through the hands, South Africa, I think that's when they look most dangerous.
This is bubbling like a saffron risotto. Very tasty, worth waiting for, and extraordinarily well produced. These two teams, very well coached. Lots of communication, serving up touch of the highest quality here in Nottingham.
Yeah, the experience of these 27s teams. There's been multiple times this weekend that we've heard people asking, what's that game over there? And when they hear it's 27s, not women's opens, they're very, very surprised. The skill level for these players, the speed at which they're running, none of them would look out of place in the women's opens division.
But here comes the pace. Oh, what an amazing touch, diving touch there on Amy Dixon comes Rosie Kells at absolute full strength.
Amy Dixon, she is fast, almost got outside of all of those defenders.
It's interesting, women's 27s and compared to women's opens, it's a bit like the men's 30s and the men's opens. There's, this obvious difference in the end, but the standard of the play for both of them, absolutely ridiculously high here in Nottingham. Here comes.
Oh, she's through. She's through, looking for a support player. Passes the ball. Lovely, lovely try from South Africa. Marion Marquard. Oh, that was brilliant. How did she get through these two defenders? Switches back, finds her supporting player. That was class. South Africa with the opener.
Like a rabbit out of the hat, the South Africans have scored the opening try. England's defence has been rock solid up to that point, and it just collapsed a little bit. Well, it definitely did collapse there just for that, because Pillay was straight through the mids.
Didn't look like there was a lot happening either, but she just tore right through the middle of those two middle players.
I think because she was half and it was 6th touch, the English just let her go, and then were just unable to scramble back, and that's been compounded now by a hips not square at the ruck. South Africa get rolling into the England half. Touch comes in from Megan Burton over on that far side. But South African have got the wind in their sails now, and they're putting some pace onto this attack. Comes back to Magashula. Ball goes wide. This time it stays in the hands. Dixon looking for just the touch comes in. 6th touch. Absolutely crucial there from Beth Newton, because Dixon was almost away.
Oh, They've got consistently high attackers across the field. Magashul, the 12, she's creating everything. Pillay, Boltman. New Zealand full of classy players, and they're going to get a handover 10 metres away from the halfway line.
England with a forward pass off the ruck. Concede the penalty. Back they go just into their own half. That's a real shame for England because they were getting a good roll on themselves. South Africa run the box move. Speedster. Elizabeth Jane Ringrose gets the ball again. Distinctive visor on backwards. Here they go again, Ringrose.
Pillay.
Fresh set of 6. Pillay forces. And the danger player for South Africa just created one, puts them into a fantastic position, but off she goes. The South Africans are mixing it up. It's the thing we've seen from both teams. They're really happy to do things that you might not see elsewhere. Keep players on for multiple phases, change things up when it just seems to be successful. They've got a couple of touches still to play with here in this attacking set.
They need to go forward now. They've given away a lot of space. They need to get the 7 metre line into play against South Africa.
One of those new players there, Linda Wilson, straight into the action, coming on this near side.
This is 5th touch coming. They can set up a strike dump here. Little quickie play, step out.
It's a penalty given for a late pass.
I think they just burnt a little bit too much getting those substitutes onto the field. They got very static, they got very far outside that 7 metre line, and they just need to get a bit more go forward, South Africa, as they're defending a very strong England subset. Nikki Marsh driving up the ball.
Here comes Anna Wilson, one of the key England playmakers. Oh, just gets touched going through. Looking to be ghosting away. The fingertips come in to slow things down for the English. Wilson. The ball just hits the deck from any pitcher.
Unlucky as there were some spaces opening up on this side of the field, Chris.
Yeah, there's both teams now, the fatigue is starting to play. You can see both teams are absolutely puffing away in their sub-boxes. 2 minutes and change until the half-time here in Nottingham. South Africa, one try to the good, but there is precious little between these teams. It has taken a bit of a breakdown in the English defence to create something for South Africa.
Oh, and they've got the penalty, South Africa.
For interference in the ruck.
And with Magashul, the number 12, on the field, directing play, getting it back from half, trying quick quickie, dive in. I fancy the... Oh.
Nice spin, giving us a touch.
Oh. Magashul again, they're taking their time.
South Africa not rushing things at all. They're in proper conditioning mode now.
Absolutely, tightening up this England defence. And we'll see whether they put it through the hands shortly. And quick fire up over to the other side of the field, step back.
Good awareness there from, good play there from Nabila Boltman, to keep play alive on her knees. Here comes Nagashula.
Nagashula, I thought she was almost through then if she'd held on to that ball. A lovely attacking set again. How has there only been one score in this game?
Because both defences are as solid as their attacks are rapid. And England are going to have to show some more resilience on their own goal line. A minute and change before half-time.
And these England defenders, they're going to be feeling the fatigue. Fresh South African legs onto the field. Out to Ringrose.
South Africa just slow things down. I don't think they wanted to. There was plenty of pace. Ringrose and Marion Marquand and Pillay are all on. Danger players. Pillay set up South Africa's try and nearly was through again.
Pillay is just threading the needle here on field number 2. Little short runner around the back.
And that's a 6 touch. One more attack for England. Sally-Ann Buttsworth takes the roll ball. Anna Wilson beats it out and gets the ball back off the deck. England are going to get one final attack in this first half. 10 seconds to play. Marsh up to halfway. Snape. Rosie Kells is screaming for it, and she gets it now. Pointed in the direction by Izzy Morse. The last play of the half. Here come England. But so comes South Africa, and this half, this enthralling, absolutely fascinating half of touch football, touch rugby, whatever you call it. This is fantastic sport, Mel.
It is very rare with a 1-0 scoreline that I am this excited about a game, but the ladies have turned it on. It has been end-to-end, plenty of attacking touch out there. And I think South Africa go into halftime deserved leaders at 1-0. I think their attacking plays have been exceptional. But England have plenty of speed. They're rolling into the South African line with a lot of attacking weaponry, and who knows what's going to happen in the second half.
Well, we see on the far side, South African coaches are all with their players. Here on this near side, the England Brains Trust is off to the left-hand side. The players are regrouping. One thing on either side is it's going to take something special to win this game. We've seen a special try and a defensive collapse to create the only try of the game. One thing from each team to work on in that second half.
For me with South Africa, I think in previous games I've seen them a lot more dynamic when they've come on in their subset. It just seems a little bit static at the moment, and the players aren't really coming on from depth. In terms of England, I think it's the execution on these plays as they get up to the line. We've seen quite a few drop balls when the passing has been on through the hands. So it's just the execution in their attacks, and hopefully we'll see a very strong second half, and who knows, maybe some extra time, Chris.
A place in the final is at stake against more than likely Australia, let's be frank. But regardless, it's a guaranteed medal for whoever wins this game. Plenty to play for. We'll be back in just a second. A place in the women's stake. England tapping off. At the start of the second half against South Africa, you can see on your screen 1 to South Africa, and if you are just tuning in here on the Federation of International Touch YouTube channel and NextGenXV, seriously, where have you been for the last 20 minutes? Because these two teams have been serving an absolute classic here at the University of Nottingham's Highfield Sports Complex. I'm Chris Wearmouth, she's Mel Day. Mel, you were telling us a couple of minutes ago what the coaches would be saying, but how excited are you about the prospect of the next 20 minutes of touch?
So excited. There was one try separating these two teams in the pool game. One try separates them now, but in South Africa's advantage this time, as Anna Wilson takes the ball, passes out to her opposing mid. We can see a sweeper coming around the back, but a ruck infringement by the looks of it, over the mark.
Overstepping the mark given by the referee. Wilson there. England, their tap move got them up to the 7, but no further before they conceded the penalty. South Africa led off this time by the English error, and they are all over. The English coming with their rolling sub-play. Mel had said that they would want to be more dynamic coming off the sub-box, but they've got an awful lot to do on and around the 10-metre line with only one touch to play. England's D does its job just there. And now they get going through Wilson. Off the floor to Isabel Moore. And here comes Sally-Ann Buttsworth. Taking the touch, taking two players out. Wilson. I think that kind of just fell down the move there for England. Have to take the touch. Moore. Fifth touch, one to play with. Buttsworth comes in on a dive. Try given for England, it is 1-1.
Yeah, what a great setup by England. Looked to have broken down a little bit, but Anna Wilson passing it out, and we can see that first offender didn't make the touch, and try given to Sally-Ann Buttsworth. She's been a highlight of this 27th team. She's got incredible speed. As she's just demonstrated, she can attack that line like nobody's business.
1-1. Where we started 25 minutes ago, all square.
And England really scored that try through their midfield D. Locked down South Africa. And here they go again off their own 7-metre line. And South Africa need to do the same to them and try and shut this down.
And cliches are cliches because they tend to be true. How you respond on both sides to a try is absolutely vitally important. England wanting to go in front for the first time. They are driving through the middle. South Africa maybe tried to force things a little bit too much. England now, Daniela Mendes takes the touch, and it comes off the floor to Marsh, to Snape, to Cone. Oh, sorry, wasn't Cone, sorry. Who's that on the far side? Who was that on the far side?
Menka Singh, that number 7 defender, coming off from her wing and shutting down that attack. That was incredible defence by Singh.
Megan Burton there hitting the line off the snake pass. Over on the far side. And South Africa are now getting that dynamic running from their box over here to their left. Taking the touch. The influential Magashula dictating play in the mid. She gets the ball back. Finds Amy Dixon. And Kutwano Magashula in the middle there turns the ball over, but as we say, incredibly influential there for South Africa. Here comes Rosie Kells. Now Burton. And Cone, Jamie Cone takes the touch. Isabel Moore finds Katie Fielding on the inside. South Africa are there. Here comes Moore. Speedster looking for support on the outsides. And that's a penalty given against Moore.
Very good defence there by South Africa. You could see they were all set for that 5th touch, all in a line, all onside, and they just shut that down very, very quickly.
Magashula works her way forward and over the halfway line.
Just getting caught on that touch, unfortunately. They need to start initiating these. South Africa well out from the England line, trying to create something on this close side wing, but a loss of control there from the team as England get the ball just a few metres short of the halfway, which they cross now. Nikki Marsh driving the ball forward. They're in very strong field position here, England. Anna Wilson with the ball now. Keep an eye on the number 12. She's a fantastic player for the 27s team. As she goes into half now, picks up, goes the other way.
Is that a fresh set of 6? You know what? I think that's potentially a fresh set. That is a fresh set of 6 called by the far side referee. That ball was played at. Understandable to be missed by the middle referee, but it happened so quickly. But England now have a set of 6 on the South African 7-metre line. Wilson feeds Pitcher, and Wilson now again. But this time there's a penalty given for a forward pass. England, just that error creep out, the error rate early in the touch count really doesn't do themselves any favours.
No, especially when it comes just before what looks like some very promising scoring opportunities. And just look at the crowds around field 2. It is just building and building here. Hundreds behind the score lines as South Africa get a fresh set of 6. And this is very promising for South Africa. They've conceded a lot of field position in this first half and they really need to drive hard. But unfortunately, an incorrect roll ball.
6 minutes into the second half, England 1, the Republic of South Africa 1. I think, you know, it was about 20 minutes ago you said this could go into extra time, and I tend to agree with you. This has a high potentiality of an extra 2 minutes. The nerve-wracking extra 2 minutes if it happens. But here comes Sally-Ann Buttsworth. Wanting to change that, Anna Wilson, the calm-headed Anna Wilson, the influential Anna Wilson, takes the touch, but Buttsworth puts the pace. Oh, just goes to ground. Buttsworth, the pass to Daniela Mendes. Mendes can't keep hold of it. That was an open goal miss there, unfortunately, for England.
Yeah, very tough pass to take. It was thrown around her ankles, and here comes South Africa. I'm going to say about 80% of this game has been played in a South African half. They need to get out of their half, whether it's through a penalty, but unfortunately a loss of control again. And South Africa, they're just breaking down with their drives coming out of their half. They need a set of 6.
It's a real curate's egg performance from this South African pods. They're creating an awful lot, but they're also making some fundamental errors, none more so than just that moment there. And it gives England the opportunity to build deep inside the South African half. Rosie Kells, courting play around, and she feeds Nikki Marsh.
But I think it's going to be.
But that's a pass given, that's a penalty given for forward pass. We can't quite see, we're just behind the England box here, not elevated, so we couldn't quite see, and they were all celebrating. You think, oh, the try's coming. No, forward pass.
And that was from sustained pressure on the South African line. If you give England enough sets on your line, they are going to score. And once again, an error coming, and England with the ball from tap-off position. South Africa need to get out of their half.
Say it's England are making their errors deep in the South African half. South Africa are not getting to the same position to do similar. Here comes Kells. She takes a touch on the 7. Ball comes out wide to Nikki Bird in that corner. 5th touch.
Menka Singh, her defence this game has been exceptional. That is not the first try that she has saved this game, as Nikki Marsh passes it over to that far side wing and it's killed on a South African sub-box side, and they need the yards here and they need to keep it for their set of 6.
Yeah, they need to get some dynamism out of their sub-box, and England's attack just then gave them the perfect opportunity to do that, and they come flooding forward, the South Africans. Jarnell Charlie takes the touch. The influential Zendali Pillay, she created South Africa's try.
Unlucky over the mark there. I didn't really spot that from our commentary position here, but they've had an over the mark, and unfortunately, just as they were building towards a very strong strike dump.
Yeah, it's England having the positions for all the momentum. And here comes the pace. Katie Fielding and Jamie Cohn. And here comes Izzy Belmore off the scoop, looking for support. Touch on the half. Great scramble defence against there by South Africa to shut that down. Their mirror plays have been absolutely superb every time England have tried to do that.
Oh, this South African defence, we can see the referees just having a bit of a chat down here. It looks like it's going to be a penalty against South Africa. It looks like for a hard touch.
Yeah, hard touch given. Hard touch given by the far side ref. Well, hard touch given by the far referee who's now in the middle, and then blown by the referee who's now on the far side. And England kept the ball alive. Isabel Moore, juggling skills. She pops it back up to Cohn on the 7. Moore takes the touch. Fielding, the speedster through the middle. Dives! And Swallow dives in to put England in front for the first time. Just see this finish, just that step in and step out, froze. Elizabeth Jane Ringrose on her heels, nothing she can do. You can see she knows she's been done like a kipper.
Just that little bit of footwork, and it just wrong foots the South African defence. They have been a brick wall in this half and sustained set after set after set. But unfortunately, if you throw enough bricks at it, it's going to fail, and England slipping through with the try to put them up 2-1 in this half.
And South Africa compounding that by turning the ball over relatively early in the touch count. Gives England the chance to drive up through the middle. Here comes Wilson. Megan Burton just behind her. She plays the half, feeds Sally-Ann Buttsworth. England driving with intent. Wilson. Out to Pitcher. Ball down. Try given. England, 2 tries to the goods. It's too early to sniff the final. But... ...
Yeah, this is when a team is most dangerous. Megan Burton, she is one of the top try scorers for this 27s team, and you can see why. An incredible finish by Megan Burton in that link channel, and South Africa will be desperate now to get one back. They haven't been up this end of the field in a very, very long time, Chris. I can't remember the last time they were challenging the 7 metres as they pick up from half and go on the outsides looking for a support player. But the England defence coming across. The referees are having a chat. I think there's going to be a penalty here.
Yeah, it's going to be a penalty for a push or tugging on the shirt there. But the one thing I was just going to say, just going back to that try, is it was really interesting how when Anna Wilson was coming, is that the other mid was right behind her. So it's freezing the South African defence, because you had the option there to play a quick ball if you wanted to, and that opened the space there for Eleanor Pitcher to dive over and score. And South Africa really don't want to see this happen, A, because it's an influential player on the floor, but also because it's using up valuable seconds when you're 2 tries down.
Absolutely. We've mentioned Chacha a number of times. She's been an incredible player, but you know what, Chacha, always the team player, hobbling off the field as soon as possible, knowing that this may be a time crunch when it comes to the end of this game. And South Africa trying to structure an attack here through Magashul. Oh, I think that was ball down there for me, and the referee agrees. And South Africa get one back straight away. First time they've been up in this England 7 metres, and they have converted through the magnificent Magashul with a beautiful dive through the middle. Fantastic work.
Rosie Kells had her hands up and she made the touch, but neither of her feet had made the whitewash, so she's offside. Play continues, and Magashula has been influential in her own right. As I said, just a little bit of a curious egg so far, but that was a lovely, shiny finish.
And a loss of control in that ruck. England, they need to cut out those errors. When they've got momentum, they score, but just a loose ball in that touch, and they've handed over possession to South Africa.
It'll be interesting to see how South Africa adjust as well. Player is still down over in the far corner. The medics and support from their bench, rather from their sub box, sprinted over because they need a full complement. They need to know how they're doing. Get up is a scream from the England box, and they've got 5th touch. One more strike for the South Africans. Magashula dived beautifully in their last attack. There's nothing she can do there, though. And England get a drive on, going through the middle.
We can see the fatigue in this game in terms of some of these defensive touches. These ladies need to get in front of their player. A lot of these touches coming in from the side and letting the attack just roll on through the ruck here.
This is the last game of the day for these teams. The final for the women's 27s is on Sunday. One of back-to-back-to-back 10 times the final footy here at the University of Nottingham. Jamie Cohn, one touch to play, goes wide, and the ball eludes Beth Newton. Just agonising fingertips. The England support staff just to our right. Oh, they know that was another opportunity, one of 2 that the English have had this half that has gone begging.
Yeah, and South Africa getting an extra 10 metres. This is what they need here. Now they need to hold it for their set of 6, control those roll balls, drive the ball forward. And here come the substitutes.
South Africa having to make adjustments in their subbing because they have a link down, out of play, off to our far left. Asking questions comes the 13, that's Rachel Ann McMahon, but she is half. England have the answers.
Skipping on 4th, and I don't think she had a lot of options there. I think the England defence were looking so strong, and she saw a couple of defenders up high as England give the ball away through a drop pass, and South Africa less than 2 minutes on the clock?
No, it's
4 minutes
3.5 minutes to play. This last 16 minutes has flown by. This is no less enthralling, more tries, but no less enthralling than the first half.
Magashula, the danger player, she is on the field.
This could. Magashula is setting up for a dive, but the ball just flies into touch, and that's a forward pass as well. Even if Zane Pienaar had caught that, it would still not have counted. England can now look to play a little bit of game management, potentially, with 3 minutes and change to play.
Oh, this is much better South African defence. That's 4th touch. England going to have to set up a strike dump on 5th from a good 20 metres out from their own line.
Here comes Anna Wilson. She's looking for support, though. Touch comes in on Daniela Mendes. South Africa hold firm this time. Their discipline is good. England now have to defend.
3rd touch just over the halfway line. Great metres up the middle by Amy Dixon. We've got Ringrose on the field. Lovely dump, and we've got live players. Hands is on, out to the left, but just a bit too much juice on that pass, and it goes into touch.
Just once again, they're looking to exploit this near side, South Africa, or they're looking to create something on this near side. But Pienaar, the ball just too high for that occasion, and it's into touch. It's out of play. Here come England up to the 10-metre line through Anna Wilson. Nicola Marsh. Back to Wilson. Very much a club environment within this England Women's 27 setup. Wilson from Cambridge, looking for support. She's the half, it was 6 touch anyway. Turnover, and she's shut the... it's a great place to finish your set, but at the same point, you want to be on this side of the field, not that side of the field. And also, England have conceded a penalty for throwing the ball away, delaying the game. Pretty much the same thing. What it's done is it's made life harder for themselves in defence, giving the South Africans a fillip. 80 seconds to play.
Oh, great yards here through the middle of the field by South Africa.
The South Africans need a try to take this into extra time. England need to stay solid to go into the final. Here comes the dump from Linda Wilson, and the scoop from Rachel Ann McMahon, and there's still plenty of treatment being given to the player. Still don't know who it is because there was the hobble over, but that seems to have been really important for South Africa because it's completely disrupted they're subbing.
That was
And
Cha-Cha who got injured earlier, as England are going to want to keep it for their set of 6. Just over 30 seconds left on the clock. 5th touch. And they're going to give away a penalty, and this is going to be the last possession from South Africa. They need to work very quickly here and make it all the way up to the England try line. Can South Africa string it together with 10 seconds left on the clock? We're expecting to hear the siren any time now.
It's unofficial time. That is it. South Africa have one more chance. The touch comes in, and England are guaranteed a silver medal in their home Touch World Cup. And boy, oh boy, did they have to fight for that.
That game was an arm wrestle. It was an absolute grind from the opening whistle to the final touch. Just an incredible performance put on by both teams. Once again, 1 try separating these 2 teams on the scoreboard, but I'd venture to say nothing separating these 2 teams.
Absolutely not. And Chachi's injury, both because of her influence as a playmaker, but also because of the disruption to the South African pods, absolutely crucial at the end.
Yeah, the girls really picked it up. There were some class acts from this South African team. Magashul, the number 12, she was outstanding at keeping her team in this game. But for England, once again, consistency across the board. I thought Isabel Moore and her speed across the field was very good. And Anna Wilson, you mentioned it earlier, her composure, the calmness that she brings to that attack, it's just incredible. So England with the win by 1.
England into the final. They will be playing on field 1 in the middle of the day tomorrow. One of 10 finals here at the University of Nottingham's Highfield Sports Complex. If you're in the East Midlands, come down. Entry is free. Use the tram park and ride because the car parks will be full. That's guaranteed. We see the interest here. There are thousands of people here in the site. We can't wait till tomorrow. Mel, thank you very much for the last 40 minutes of that game. It was an absolute pleasure. That game was sensational. Going to take a breather.
Absolutely unbelievable game.
So what does it mean to you? The time?
The sweat, the passion,
The thrill? The determination?
The support.
The camaraderie?
but it's so much more than that.
We're playing for something bigger.
You ready?
Question is, how are you going to leave your legacy?
It's our turn now. It's our turn now.
I love Nottingham, the home of Robin Hood. From the bright lights of Goose Fair to the peaceful nature of the Sherwood Forest woods. There's a feeling of togetherness, unity, pure, honest, love. And that feels great like a bright summer's day at the horses down by the lake at Colic. All I love Nottingham. The River Trent, the embankment, the Nottingham Carnival, different cultures dancing. The diversity, just walking down Columbus Street on a Saturday. The two lions in the square stand tall with pride. And when the markets in town come alive, it gives me life. Listen, as the council house clock chimes, and depending on how many times, lets you know the time. I've been to concerts at the Motorpoint Arena, and I've been to concerts at the Nottingham Caves. I've been here all my life and I'm still amazed by this place. I love Nottingham. Sometimes I stare at Hoxley's graffiti colourful walls, and sometimes I gaze at the deers running round Woollerton Hall. Supreme thrills, from chilling up at Green's Mill or up at that castle on the hill. Nottingham, I love you, and I always will.
Visit Nottingham today.
Nola, and I'm representing the Hydex programme, which is one of the sponsors of the Touch Rugby World Cup. Hydex is a collaboration of a number of universities based in the Midlands, including the University of Nottingham. One of Hydex's main aims is to support industry to innovate, developing new products and services in the hydrogen economy. We decided to sponsor the Touch Rugby World Cup, particularly in relation to energy use, so that Geopura, a locally based business, can provide hydrogen to be utilised at the event, making the event more sustainable and improving air quality for visitors and competitors alike. We hope this support will encourage others to look for more sustainable ways to run similar events in the future. Finally, just to say, we hope everyone that's involved in the event has a great time.
Well, there goes the countdown. We're into our 4 final fixtures of the day. Live here from pitch 2 at the Touch Rugby World Cup 2024. Highfields 2 has a lot to offer us, starting here with this men's open, this mixed open, semi-final between the Philippines and New Zealand. It's a family affair for the Philippines with 5 siblings amongst the ranks against this ruthless New Zealand side. And New Zealand look to start the brightest, denied at the 7. Back comes Teitua Muatuta. I'm joined by 3 members of Team Canada from the mixed open setup. Oscar, John, and Spencer. Guys, thank you so much for being with us for this game.
Honestly, pleasure. It's great to be here. This is going to be an amazing game. I know it's probably a bit of a rematch for a lot of these Philippines players who played in a semi-final last year in the under-20s category, where they actually beat the Touch Blacks in that category.
Well, it is a really young Filipino squad, and they go behind early here. It's another try on the board for Tian McIntyre of New Zealand. The other semi-final, it's the host, England, after beating Japan, who take on Australia. Another try on the board for Tian McIntyre in this mixed open category. They beat the United States 15-1 in their round of 16 game, and they put even more on France. I think it was a 15-3 victory in the end there. So pretty terrifying stuff for New Zealand as the first Philippines attack is denied. Well, the mixed open category this year, guys, has been, it's been really open, as you'd expect. But the Philippines knocking out the European champions Wales, a bit of a shock.
Yeah, I actually had the opportunity to speak to the Philippines coach this morning on the tram into the venue, and they were definitely nervous about that game, but from all accounts, it was an absolute cracker of a game.
Well, Wales were ahead right until the very end, of course. Wales were leading for the majority of the game, as New Zealand this time are turned away at the door by the Philippines, covering across well to that right-hand side. England with a big task on their hands against Australia in the other semi-final. I think it could be a Kiwi or Aussie final if things go as expected. Well, that's another turnover, unfortunately, and John, you just can't cough up possession like that against New Zealand in any format.
No, got to be almost perfect against the big dogs, right? So, Philippines got to dig deep here, get a defensive set going, basically a tap-off play for New Zealand. Let's see what they can draw up here.
Here go New Zealand again, coming off that right side, Teitua Muatuta. Back on the inside, Muatuta back with it. New Zealand looking dangerous here. Tian McIntyre, try score already today. McIntyre again, looking to open up the Philippines, the show and go. He gave the Philippines the eyes, and he's in for another score. And this dummy, pretty spectacular. Oh, really dangerous. How on earth do you defend skill like that, Spencer?
Well, you just don't, do you?
Straight over to score. The Philippines go 2 behind. What a start for Tian McIntyre in this semi-final. Oh, and here come the Philippines. What a tap from the 6. I think they might have won a penalty on the line. So important that they get something from this, their first attack from the 7.
Yeah, definitely. Again, this is a very young squad, but they've got experience in big games now. And we'll see how they go with a fresh set here. Really putting pressure on the line now.
Here come the Philippines. Lovely footwork from Van der Verde. He's got a teasing step. Van der Verde again, opening it up. Wide they go, through the hands of Aria Chadburn. One of 3 Chadburns taking the field for the Philippines today. And another penalty at the line. New Zealand under pressure here for the first time.
Yeah, it's great. They're really opening up the playbook. They run a sweeper there or back door, and then into a 32 short, and they're going to open it up. So they're really keeping it diverse, keeping them guessing.
Van der Verde diving in from close range, looking to get Philippines on the board. Kept out again by the Touch Blacks. Oh, despite the penalties, this is a pretty impressive defensive set as well, John. Oh, it opening up with a wide ball again. Chadburn caught. New Zealand still keeping them out.
Very strong defense on the line here.
Here's Jacob Richter, looking to open it up into the link. Can you believe it? Despite all those touches, the Philippines have been turned away again. What a shutout by the Touch Blacks. Richter, Antonio, and then into the link hole. Van der Verde kept out by the touch. And that's the kind of defence that gets you into finals, John.
Yeah, absolutely. Exit, strong exit as well, rolling on a lot of speed here. Let's see what the touch blacks can cook up here.
Well,
far side
right
wingers
for
got
transition, they make it to an edge.
Oh,
What pace by Takealani Buchanan. And it's got them in this excellent position with a few more touches to spare. Diving in close range, plenty of touches made on Ithian Jones. Jones again. Lift up by Sean Wilkie. Through they go, turnover for the Philippines. The game just settling down a moment, but New Zealand 2 tries ahead as they head towards the box.
Yeah, a lot of coaches talk about the first sort of 5 to 10 minutes as being, grind. You want to get into it.
Well, I was chatting to a couple of the Philippines players, the 2 Richter brothers, and I was trying to get them to make sure they were on our side for the game here so we could grab a word with them during the game. But they said, no, the far side is their lucky box, and they're not going anywhere. Is that superstition common in the touch community?
Well, I mean, everyone's got great game day rituals, right? And if that's worked for you up to this point, you want to have all the luck you can get at this point.
And they're going to need all the luck they can indeed if they want to race back in here. They still trail by 2 unanswered scores here. (2-0) to New Zealand in this game as they look to transition. Another missed opportunity for the Philippines. Lovely step off the right, opening up the field. Muir Tuta, he's been so involved so far today. Great pickup by the try scorer, McIntyre, spreading it out to the left. Over go New Zealand. Well, but no score on this occasion.
Great yards made by that latch. They're really starting to open it up, I think. They have a great transition right now. New Zealand, they just need to capitalize and finish those tries in the corner.
Well, the Philippines have got a lot to offer here on the transition. Isaac Richter's got 11 tries so far in this competition. Damon van der Werder up to 13 as things stand. Well, here they go then. Alan Shine through the centre. Had a conversation with Alan Shine after their round of 16 victory. And he stayed pretty composed, and I think that's how the Philippines feel. They're just taking everything one game at a time. And that's what you have to do in knockout stages like this.
Yeah, absolutely. Great midfield defense. Fresh legs coming on for New Zealand now.
Let's see what they can create. Plenty of changes. Little pop pass over the top to pick out Anderson. And Anderson wants it on the right-hand side. Tamahawken goes his way through and then picks him out. Ben Anderson goes over. New Zealand extend this advantage. And this is quite a commanding read. A great show and go as well, as you say, John. Well, how do you respond when you go down early in a big game like this against a top team like the Touch Blacks?
Yeah, you've got to make sure that you use field position when you have it, so a tap off, an excellent way to sort of get yourself back into the game. So if they need a score here, and then a stop off the back of it.
Here's Antonio looking to get Philippines' first score of the contest. Van der Verde, there's the wide pass, but it was tracked all the way by Atawe Hatene.
Yeah, really trying to throw different looks at them. The splitter there with the long ball, but excellent defense, great read from the winger.
Philippines then looking to defend a transition.
Yeah, they need to start asserting some dominance in the territory game right now. They're currently losing that. Letting them play around on first.
New Zealand open up the field. Muir 2-2 again. Great pace injected by Rapati. McIntyre looking for the missed pass, but it's hit the high field turf instead. But a round of applause comes up from the box here. I think they're pretty pleased with the shape that they're creating at the moment.
Definitely feels like there's a lot of swagger in the box. They feel comfortable with what they're showing and what they're presenting, and everyone's ready to go when it's their turn.
Good line speed by Tian McIntyre again. And now Caelan Chadburn makes it to the box. Good line speed though from New Zealand. And suddenly, a little bit of space for the Philippines, perhaps, but they're just rushed there. So desperate to get on the board, 10 minutes in. Desperate to get back into the game.
Yeah, quarter way through the game here. It looks like the Touch Blacks are getting to the rhythm a little bit.
And they've had a strong defensive performance across the competition, especially in their closing fixtures back in the pool stage. They look pretty hard to break down. They beat the United States by 16 points in that first elimination game, 16-1. They've continued to shut out teams across the competition as they lifted off the deck. Well, how on earth are they kept it alive there? Buchanan looking to create, but they are caught. Spencer,
Excellent.
it's pretty exciting play from New Zealand. That latest attacking foray got your attention?
Yeah, no, I think it's great hands from the winger, just keeping that ball alive. You know, ending it far side for Philippine staff to make a long drive up back to their box. It's just fun to see the girls getting their hands on the ball and throwing it around a bit too, I think.
Well, the New Zealand line has been breached by the majority of teams they've played, but their scoring rate is just unmatched. In games against the likes of South Africa, where South Africa needed a win to progress through to the latter stages, New Zealand went and put 20 tries past them. Similar thing with Japan, who are, you know, almost made it to the semi-final after giving England a good game. New Zealand put 14 tries on them and completely shut them out of the contest. I mean, they came here to play right from the very start. New Zealand opened their accounts with a 19-2 victory over the Cayman Islands. And they're almost over the line for another.
Yeah, the Touch Blacks come into every competition as at least runner-up favourites.
What a ball that is. Perfectly timed into the path of Kira Fisher. New Zealand have a fourth.
What an amazing hole there, just running it to perfection. Winger left in two minds as to whether to shot or go. Excellent pass, excellent hole, good try.
Chilo Flavel gave the pass as well. He's a real live wire for the Touch Blacks in this open competition. Richter carries it on for now, though. Philippines, this very young side, they're going to get back into the contest. Richter looking for Van der Verde, opens up the space instead. Touch made on Chad Byrne of the Aria variety. Jacob Richter leaves it back for his brother Isaac. Interception, here we go, New Zealand are away. It'll be another try in this game for the Touch Blacks, and take Tua Muir Tuta this time.
Yeah, it's a tough break for the Philippines there. Starting to mount a bit of pressure, some time on the line, but excellent defence. You just get in the channel as a defender, get your hands up if you can.
What a
speed
grab,
to finish it
right
off.
above his head as well. Excellent pick-off by the New Zealand side. I mean, they are starting to run away with this semi-final.
Yeah, I think the experience in the side here is coming through. Hopefully, you know, Philippines can, you know, come up with the result here on the line.
They've got another shot at the line here. Antonio through the centre. It's a good point. It's a significantly more experienced New Zealand side, but lovely footwork from Verld Antonio. He's kept out again, though. New Zealand with this unbeatable defence, and it's what separates the two sides. Lovely weaving run again, this time from Sean Wilkie. The transition is just so expansive.
Yeah, New Zealand are having their way in the midfield right now.
That's where the dominance really lies, and when they get into the seven, they're so clinical as well. Jones, Flavel. Chilo Flavel taking on all comers. Here's Wilkie. Penalty as well.
Yeah, it's tough. The Philippines showing them the eye defence or your pocket, depending on where you are, where you're from in the globe, and yeah, they just take too long to make that touch.
Jones sliding in, and I don't think anyone laid a hand on him there. The closest was Kaylin Chadburn. We'll have another look here. I think Jones got away.
Yeah, it's an excellent score. Gets low, gets the ball across the line before a defender could even get near him. I mean, that's as easy as it's going to get for him.
Now, New Zealand taking this young Philippine side to class today. They are learning a lesson or two from potential world champions when they likely take on Australia in that final, unless England can produce something meteoric on home turf in the other semi-final. Shine. Just misplaced, unfortunately, there. No chance for Timothy Schenker to have a go.
Yeah, tough mistake from Philippines to make on their 7 right there.
Good pickup and ball back on the inside for Mariana Winiana, who opens it up for New Zealand. Tama Hawken. Rollinson. Hawken again. So much depth as well in this New Zealand side. Each attack, regardless of who's in the middle, looks just as threatening. Rollinson scooping through. And he finds the pass as well to Atawai Hatene. But she's not able to score her second try of the game. Instead, the Philippines transition towards the box.
Excellent touch from that winger, really slowing their momentum down. Oh, and will they give it?
I think they are going to give a
great defense.
Well, great line speed. Ball on the inside. That's a very physical touch. What you need to see in a big semi-final. And here come New Zealand again. Sean Wilkie with the carry, and then wide they go.
Oh, wow.
Is that another score for New Zealand? I think it's an excellent touch.
Touch called, sir.
Here's Jones. Lovely step on the inside.
Yeah, great call.
Peregrina gets a hold of him. New Zealand, though, finds space on each side of the field. They're making it look easy here.
They sure do. I mean, they spread it right to left. They really made the Philippines work hard, and then they scored a beautiful dot in the corner. Great hands from the winger.
This time, Atawai Hatene does score. Another great ball from Flavel. New Zealand are in control.
Touch Black's making it look easy. A lot of us are coached to take the low-risk options early, but if you can throw it from left to right easily and execute efficiently, why not?
What do the Philippines have in response? Van der Verde, lovely ball and a good take from Emilia Chadburn, but again, denied at the line.
That's an excellent saving touch, but a brilliant hole. They've really made them work for that touch.
Philippines with one more strike at the line. Slap down, 6 touches at the 7 then for the Philippines. Big opportunity for them to get on the board.
Yeah, absolutely. Touchback's offense is unreal, but we're not talking about the defense nearly enough. The defense has been holding strong. Philippines can't get anything going in the line, giving them different looks, but let's see what they can cook up here.
Van der Verde inside to Richter. On the return, another interception. Philippines throwing the risky ball, but Van der Verde is hunting down Muirtuta. Muirtuta with the footwork. Van der Verde gets a hold of him. What defense, and everyone around the crowd, if you're a Kiwi or not, is applauding that defensive effort, but they still might make a score here. They've got plenty of touches in this area. What a run that was by Van der Verde to make the touch for the Philippines.
John, you know a little bit about a full field run, don't you?
No video evidence.
Couple of great tries scored by Canada in the early stages as, well, in the end, New Zealand do go over. Ball back on the inside, simple enough. Tama Hawken can just saunter in.
Defense to offense in a blink of an eye.
What an interception. Well, he's close to the box, so I'm going to wander over and have a word with Tetsuya Muirtuta. He thought you might have been away there on that intercept, but Van der Verde got back and caught you.
Yeah, man, but puff day.
Absolutely, but I mean, so far in the first half, it's been a near flawless performance from New Zealand.
Yeah, it's been all good. We're just sticking to the process, and hopefully we'll get the dub.
I'll let him get his breath back as well after that lung-busting run. The joys of being based right in the New Zealand box here as the Philippines, desperate to get onto board for the first time, lifted off the deck to try and keep it alive. But Peregrina is caught. Here goes Peregrina again for the Philippines right before the break. Richter opens it up, stepping back on the inside, Kaylin Chadburn. But a great defensive touch that time from previous try scorer Kira Fisher, doing her work defensively.
Yeah, New Zealand at this point happy to sort of just defend, let them have their go at the line, not giving them anything easy.
Ball back on the inside from Chadburn, and it hit the deck. I think it's another penalty at the line for the Philippines.
Here we go. Chance to go into half-time with a score.
Isaac
Bringing on some
Richter
fresh.
steps away from Wilkie. Sean Wilkie gets a hand to him. Oh, a little flick out the back door, trying to assist himself there. Isaac Richter, you've got to try those things on the big occasion. But at the break, it's been domination from New Zealand. Guys, what do the Philippines need to do to get back into the game?
I think it starts with just getting a couple of stops on the line, a bit more pressure in the midfield. New Zealand kind of having their way with them at the moment. Getting down to the field, nice and easy, saving touches. And at the line, they're really dangerous, so they need to stop them getting there first and foremost.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Nicely summated there, Oscar. So at the break in this big semi-final, New Zealand are well in control. I don't know the score. "20 minutes still to play here, but New Zealand have a almost insurmountable lead against the Philippines. They've never conceded 8 tries throughout the mixed open so far, so they've got to be feeling pretty confident. I've got a plethora of Canadians alongside us for this game. And Spencer, it's looking a little bit dire for the Philippines, who've done so well to make it this far.
They have, but I think it's just, you know, finals footy. New Zealand's bringing out their best of the best right now, and they're not stopping their tries that they're scoring.
Philippines with the tap, though, and they've got to strike early doors. It's Richter lifted over the top. It's just beyond their closest winger. That's away. Hatene got across. Pile on the pressure regardless. And what do you think your advice would be, John, if you were in that Philippines box to these guys who have got a lot of work to do to turn it around?
You got to trust your systems and your processes, right? I think maybe the young legs can pull through. End of the game, who knows what might happen. Just got to, trust what you've been training for months and months, right? So that'd be my advice. What do I know, though?
Yeah. It's a tight-knit Philippines team. You're part of the mixed open at the World Cup, John. You've got to back yourself.
Yeah,
as this Philippines side here need to do the same against an all-conquering New Zealand team. The European champs are out. They were beaten by this Philippines side. Wales already exiting the competition. They were tipped in Australia's preview that they posted of the mixed open as a side to look out for, but they were fallen by the Philippines, and the biggest shock of the tournament so far as New Zealand looked to slide in for another. Flavel, who's so often the creator for New Zealand, has got another score. A bit of a delayed decision there, but Flavel does go over again for New Zealand.
Yeah, another excellent score. Brilliant dive from about 5 metres out. And I mean, to talk about the Welsh being, exiting the competition, you just can't base anything off what you've seen before. So whether you play a year ago, your team's different, the teams you play are different, you've had time to work. So yeah, I think this has been a very, very close competition. This Philippines side's done really well, but I mean, if there's any team that you know are going to be good, it's New Zealand and Australia, right?
Well, the Philippines looking for their first score of the game. Van der Verde diving in, kept out by New Zealand again. Well, there's fans from every nation around here. The Cook Islands down the bottom there. There's a couple of Welsh flags dotted around. And, the support at this Touch Rugby World Cup has been massive, the biggest that there's ever been.
Yeah, it's been phenomenal seeing so many nations and so many people. I even have a friend I haven't seen in almost over a couple of years now who's come over to support both England and Australia. Shout out to Ross Bray.
Well, welcome back, Ross. Great to have you at the Touch Rugby World Cup here. As New Zealand look threatening again, but it's a good turnover from the Philippines. They're a long way from their box. Alan Shine takes the touch. Van der Verde takes it in himself and then flips it out wide to one of their top scorers in Solman. Round the corner come the Richters. Great pickup from Richter again. Inside to his brother, Isaac, and it's just cannons off the chest and goes down. You can see why the Philippines are at this stage. They've got so much to offer, but not enough to challenge New Zealand yet.
I know. I think it's, keeping that momentum up on those drives. Is it the second half creeping in on them? We're only 3 minutes in. They need to keep up that momentum and really keep driving through on those sub-ons and sub-offs, because that loss of momentum is causing them that loss of play.
Here come New Zealand then on the transition. It's a good run from Jones. It's flowing mop just protruding from the cap there. Here's Wilkie. Flavel with the pickup, but Sean Wilkie vents his frustration there as he doesn't nail the dump, but New Zealand still have it. Wilkie, Flavel, Jones again, hunting for another score. Oh, he evades the touch. Wonderful footwork. I think Richter may have just about got there.
A little show and go. We love to see it.
Here come New Zealand again. Have a look at this. Great footwork.
Yeah, I mean, they've been running riot today in this game. And with a 32 long, you know that you've got to chase out hard against players that are this fast. And they know that that's the same thing. So they step back. Great footwork, but awesome saving touches. Let's see if the Philippines can get up the field now.
I think it was Trey Horn-Cora who made the all-important touch there to deny New Zealand. And it's back then with the Philippines. Oh, it's been spilt. So unfortunate there. New Zealand come away with it again. And you just can't afford to make those kind of errors so close to your 7-meter line against New Zealand, who are on the charge again as they make their changes.
Yeah, it's definitely been the tail of the tape. Just not winning this territory battle, giving them too much time on the line. They're too dangerous. Philippines need to start executing, getting away from their box.
Well, lovely out the back door offload from Tahoko Rapati. Well, you're free to try that when you're 9-0 up. Here come the Philippines with the box. And that's just opening up the field this time. The Philippines looking brighter. Driving on is Richter. Great pickup. Van der Verde. He's got clever feet. Richter through the hole. Van der Verde on the wrapper down. And they will have their opening score. Philippines back in the contest. And the roar goes up. There's plenty of people pleased with that try. It's yet another score for the top scorer, Damon van der Verde.
What a finish. Open play footy, chucking the ball around, having a little bit of fun with it. Beautiful to watch.
Great creativity from the Filipino 14. He's yet another of the large section of this Filipino squad that is so young. They've got so much to learn about life, about the game of touch, so much to offer in the coming years. New Zealand, though, scooping through again. Surely another score. Great defense from the Philippines, but unfortunately, another score for New Zealand. They almost shut them out there, but Hawken got the pass away, and it's another try for the Kiwis.
Yeah, tough, but making them work. If you've got to run that far to find a score, you know, you're making them work hard. But to go back to what you were saying about how young and inexperienced these guys are, or this team is for the Philippines, we're looking at 4-year cycles. A lot of these players are under 20 years old. So whether they can play at the next World Cup when they hit their peak, or hell, even again the next one, they're going to be a really dangerous side for almost a decade, which is really, really exciting to see.
Well, if this game was played in 4 years' time, the Philippines will be taking on the host, because that's where we're heading to for the next World Cup. For now, though, another Philippines score, and it's another popular one live here on Pitch 2 at the Touch Rugby World Cup 2024 in Nottingham. Van der Verde has his second of the game. He is a really bright spark.
Definitely a fan favourite try there. Big cheer from the in-goal area. And they tried one in the first half where they threw. That's just a splitter or a taipan play. And diving at the line, catching them unaware. Really, really nice stuff.
New Zealand looking to strike back. They're into the double figures here. But Philippines, at the moment, only one try behind in this second half. Let's forget the first 20 minutes. It's 3-2 New Zealand. Philippines right back in the game. Good touch made there on the dangerous Tetui Muatuta. Muatuta hands it off. Tian McIntyre caught at the line again by the Philippines.
Great defense from the Philippines right now. They're really holding their own on their 7.
If they showed a little bit more of this kind of defensive acumen in the first half, they might still be in the game as it stands with 11 minutes to go. They trail by 8 scores. A final beckons for New Zealand. It's not the first time we'll be saying that this weekend in the closing stages of the Touch Rugby World Cup.
Yep, over their 50 with this drive.
Lovely pick up by Richter again, showing that bright spark he has.
Will he give it? Oh, I think he was going for that extra 6 right there on that ball, but the ref wasn't happy with it.
So instead, it's going to be New Zealand possession, I think. Unfortunately, Philippines have lost a player there. Isaac Richter leaves the field. That's a difficult call for the Philippines to take.
Yeah, it looks like the New Zealand team have done their homework on the Richters there. That, you know, got the clamps on when those boys come onto the field.
They've contained them really well, and they are incredibly bright young athletes. They've got a long future in touch. Penalty there against Trehorn Cora. Tap to be taken by Fisher. Fisher again takes the touch. Good pick up from Iriamia. Iriamia opening up the field for New Zealand, and now Rollinson on the wrap. Hawken again, show and go, but he does pick out Anderson. Changing the direction of the attack. Hawken, Anderson. Long ball, out wide they go, and they stroll in for an 11th try. Ariona Ieremia in the corner for the Touch Blacks.
Very calm and composed the whole way through. It looks like they were scrambling for a second, but never in doubt, I guess.
Well, never in doubt. A strong first 10 minutes in the second half for the Philippines. But New Zealand, they knew they had the game under wraps already into the break.
Yeah, it's tough against sides like the Touch Blacks and Australia. You really can't play 20 or 10-minute portions of the game. You've got to play a full, complete 40 minutes. Like John said, you've got to be nearly perfect throughout the game. And the Philippines, they've showed some excellent flashes and have been brilliant in defense, but you just have to be perfect and execute for 40 minutes against a side like these guys.
Now here come New Zealand on the transition in the meantime, and once again looking threatening.
Philippines coming up hard, trying to shut down this drive.
Well, it will be Australia who meet New Zealand in the final as the ball comes back on the inside.
Not a
from,
common mistake.
McIntyre.
Not a common mistake from New Zealand on that drive, but, you know, as you said, they are up. The worry of losing this game is long gone in their minds, I think.
And on pitch one, Australia, they lead by 13 tries to 4 against England. So it will be another Trans-Tasman final tomorrow in the mixed open game, which I'll be bringing to your screens over on pitch one. Unsuccessful venture into the New Zealand half for the Philippines.
Great pace on this ball from that New Zealand link.
And another clean transition. Well, the game perhaps is over. New Zealand will play until the last, but a reflection before this final as they roll in another with great pace. What acceleration from Rollinson. A reflection on this mixed open competition. Out on the whole, it is the largest it's been, and what's it been like to be part of the mixed open at the Touch Rugby World Cup 2024?
Yeah, no, I think it's been great. I mean, this is Canada's first time back since 1988, so being in that mixed open division, we've just played hard. We've had a lot of really good quality games against some quality teams. Won a few, lost a few. And I think we had a really great tournament and a really great show out for our first time back.
Yeah, just to go on from that, I think the quality of touch in general has grown so much and across the globe that in our pool alone, the difference between 4th place going through to the final 16 and then 6th place, where we ultimately finished, was 1 try at the end of pool play.
It was indeed a draw with Belgium in that final game. A win would have seen you go through after Chile's shot draw with us. I don't need to remind you about that exact game. I did go across to the touchline and chat to your coach, Sean, at that time, and he said, I do not need to hear that right now. Please leave me alone with 10 minutes to go. What a ball out the back door that is. Dotted down by McIntyre. So close then, Canada, and I think it shows that at the next World Cup, you'll have even more to offer in this mixed open competition.
Yeah, definitely. I think all of us, I'll pass on to John in a second to get his take, but we've all learned so much, whether that's been when we're resting and on the sideline or when we've been playing. But we came in with mixed expectations, and I think we did so much better than we thought we would, and we've all gotten so much better as people, as a team, as players. Yeah.
I'm exhausted. I can't even think about playing another World Cup yet. I'm just here to enjoy the rest of the tournament. We'll think about the next World Cup in maybe 2 to 3 years' time, right, Oscar?
Absolutely, and I think it is. You're right that enjoying the rest of the tournament is easy when it's such a spectacle like this, with so much on offer. I think a pretty big party as well lined up following the close of play on Sunday, but there's so much touch to play until then. And the Philippines, Van der Velde on a hat-trick. Oh, what a hat-trick would mean in the semi-final of the Touch World Cup to Damon Van der Velde. Here come the Philippines, well, forced to cough up possession. Well, in the meantime, as we've been chatting away, of course, New Zealand have scored a couple of blockbuster tries. You can catch all the highlights at the Daily Show tomorrow when they've all been cut up, and I'm sure a few of these will appear on the list. This touch game really has had everything. Free-flowing touch rugby, couple of intercepts, some great scoops, another one here from Flavel. Fiery footwork and long balls, everything you could ask for. That one just beyond Mariana Winiana. What a final we've got shaping up for us between New Zealand and Australia.
Yeah, should be a big one. It feels like Philippines, have, despite the score, have made them work pretty hard here. Hopefully the Kiwi legs can hold up for finals day.
They have looked really bright. I was lucky enough to catch Australia's victory over Lebanon as well. And that was, to be honest, pretty routine for them. Again, they just were out of sight after the first half. Hopefully that won't be the case in this big final. For now, though, what a run this is by Richter, almost away, but he's been touched as the half. Penalty Philippines.
Arguably a higher scoring game is a bit more tiring for the attacking side, the winning side. I mean, that's a lot of, jog backs to the 50, retap, another set of defense. They might be a little tired, both Oz and New Zealand, coming into tomorrow's final game.
Well, here go the Richters in tandem together. Diving over the line is Isaac. Forced back to the 7, even in this late stage. The cheers go up from the Kiwi box every time they deny the Philippines.
Yeah,
Richter.
commendable effort from Philippines, still going at the line.
Jacob Richter, long ball, picks out Solman. But a good touch. Across came the touchbacks. This time Winiana makes the defensive stop. Winding up the long ball, little show and go instead from Jacob Richter. But it doesn't fool New Zealand, who escape unscathed for now.
It's nice to see how dialed New Zealand are still in defense with 2 minutes left to play. They don't want to give up any more tries, so that mentality is going to be so important going into the gold medal game, right?
You can see Jones there celebrating that touch, even if it had no impact on the game with 3 minutes to go. New Zealand are away. Racked up a very similar scoreline to their neighbours Australia, as they might have scored another here. Indeed they have. Doesn't take them long, does it, to transition. Here was this, that was the defensive shutout from New Zealand, and then from the same set of 6, it's another score on the board for Tian McIntyre. Well, in fact, he got the assist this time, a first of the game for Takoa Rapati. Here come the Philippines, perhaps with one last shot at the line. They've racked up a couple of scores in this second half through that man there, Van der Verde, in the middle with Verl Antonio. Van der Verde, Antonio, penalty the Philippines. They're still driving on here despite the result.
Love the effort right till the end. Eh?
Van der Verde in for another, and that's the hat-trick for the young man. The top scorer for the Philippines, Damon Van der Verde, has a Mixed Opens Cup semi-final hat-trick, and that's something he'll remember for a long time.
What a player. So fun to watch.
Lightning footwork from Van der Verde, and he deserves it after all his hard work for this Philippines team.
Yeah, 100%. Just, every time he's been on, he's put 100% in, whether that's on his scoop, just injecting pace in that final third, or around the line with his diving and quickies. A hat-trick in a semi-final, regardless of score, that's a big personal achievement. I hope he's proud of himself.
Another ball on the inside. What wonderful soft hands from New Zealand to create another score. This time, Sean Wilkie working in tandem with Flavel.
Yeah, and then just ahead of us, like as we said before, you're always expecting New Zealand and Australian sides to be strong, but anyone coached by the venerable Pete Walters, who's in front of us here, and is the head coach of this mixed side, is going to do well at any competition.
And they're through to the final, despite the best efforts of the Philippines, who knocked out the European champions in Wales on their way. They also knocked out Scotland, so they've got something against the home nations, the Philippines. And they've made it all the way to the semi-final, but they will fall short at this final hurdle before that gold medal game, as New Zealand have had too much for them. Switch of direction, a hat-trick perhaps for Tian McIntyre. Kept out this time by the Philippines.
Yeah, given the competition the Philippines have had to go through, it feels like they were trying to collect the Infinity Gauntlet on the way to getting a gold medal.
knocking out every home nation. England, unfortunately, have been left to Australia, who have done that on the Philippines' behalf. Here's the big question, though, before the end of this fixture. New Zealand or Australia in that final tomorrow?
I think it's New Zealand. I think they're clinical. I think maybe it's my own personal bias, but that's my vote. What about you guys?
Yeah, I mean, kind of going back to what I said before, anyone that's got Pete Walters in the box is always going to be competitive. Australia are always tipped to be favourites, but yeah, my votes go into the mixed open touchbacks.
Well, what a performance by New Zealand. They've run away with things in the end in this semi-final. The game was perhaps over at the break when they notched up 7 unanswered tries, but they've only gone on and doubled it in the second half. A hat-trick for Damon van der Verde of the Philippines, but it was not enough to overcome that disadvantage at the break. New Zealand through to the final where they will place Australia. Thank you so much for joining us as well, Oscar, John and Spencer from Team Canada, and enjoy the rest of your tournament.
Thanks for having us.
Well, don't go anywhere because the rugby will continue live here from the Touch World Cup on Highlands Pitch 2, where up next we've got the men's 35 semi-finals. I'm going to head out on the pitch side and try and catch some of the Philippines players before they exit the tournament. Well, I'm pitch side with the hat-trick man, Damon van der Verde. I mean, a hat-trick in a World Cup semi-final. You've got to be pleased with that, despite the end result.
Yeah, I just want to say thanks to New Zealand. Yeah, they played too good, but yeah, I'm happy with our accomplishments of getting to the semi, but they were just too good for us.
I mean, it's a fantastic accomplishment. You've had some huge games on the way here, including knock out the European champions in Wales. You've done the Philippines really proud. You must, and the whole squad must feel that way.
Yeah, Philippines are all proud back home, and yeah, we're playing for them there. That's it.
But there's so much more to come from this Philippines side. I mean, you were telling me on the way over, what is it, 10 players under 17 in the squad? Perhaps one of the youngest squads in the entire mixed open, and you've made the semis. You must be excited for what the Philippines has to offer in the years to come.
Yeah, well, we're looking for the next 4 years to get back in, hopefully have a better result, but yeah, just growing from now.
And Damon, a hat-trick as well, congratulations. One last question, in the final of the mixed open, Australia or New Zealand, what do you think?
Aussie, they were very sharp, but I think New Zealand will get them there. They're even better than them, but yeah.
Well, the Philippines have taken on both Australia and New Zealand on their way to the semi-final. Fantastic performance. Thank you so much for talking to us as well.
And I want to say a big shout out to my mum back home. Yeah, I love you, Mum.
Fantastic, David. Thank you so much for talking to us. What a fine young lad as well. What a testament to the game of touch that produces such excellent young individuals as the Kiwis come back over to their box. They're through to a final, which will be live tomorrow on Highfields 1, the mixed open final between Australia and New Zealand. Commiserations to the Philippines, but what a run for them. Don't go anywhere, because the action continues. It's the men's 35 semi-final up next, live here at the Touch Rugby World Cup 2020.
and I'm representing the HIDEX programme, which is one of the sponsors of the Touch Rugby World Cup. HIDEX is a collaboration of a number of universities based in the Midlands, including the University of Nottingham. One of HIDEX's main aims is to support industry to innovate, developing new products and services in the hydrogen economy. We decided to sponsor the Touch Rugby World Cup, particularly in relation to energy use, so that Geopura, a locally based business, can provide hydrogen to be utilised at the event, making the event more sustainable and improving air quality for visitors and competitors alike. We hope this support will encourage others to look for more sustainable ways to run similar events in the future. Finally, just to say, we hope everyone that's involved in the event has a great time.
It's our turn now. 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 How much am I so can I give away till there's nothing left to take?
So we're here at Hillhead Sports Club, the third year of our annual Pride in Touch tournament. We have 16 teams, over 200 players. We've got about a dozen or so referees. We've had also a whole heap of volunteers. It's been brilliant to come to Glasgow after previous versions in Manchester and London, and it's ended up being our biggest tournament to date.
Get a lot of curious players that want to try out touch rugby for the first time, so they might be a bit nervous, but I think they come down, they hear the tunes that are playing, they see all the rainbows, all the smiling faces, and I think they realise that actually they can just have a good time. Our ambition is to make touch rugby one of the most inclusive sports there is. We want it to be super accessible to anyone. We don't want there to be many barriers or any barriers to picking up the game for the LGBT community.
What's been amazing over just the 3 or so years that we've been running Pride in Touch has been the interest and the growth and the opportunity we've had to platform good practice from people across the world that are wanting to do more LGBTQ+ inclusive initiatives. Now more than ever, we certainly feel it's really important to make sure that we amplify the voices of inclusion, show people that team sport can be really good for their mental well-being and their physical well-being, and hopefully we've got plenty of those people who have felt like that through enjoying our tournament today.
So what does it mean to you? The time?
Sweat. The passion.
The thrill? The determination?
The support.
The camaraderie?
But it's so much more than that.
We're playing for something bigger.
You ready?
Question is, how are you going to leave your legacy?
I love Nottingham, the home of Robin Hood. From the bright lights of Goose Fair to the peaceful nature of the Sherwood Forest woods. There's a feeling of togetherness, unity, pure, honest, love. And that feels great like a bright summer's day at the horses down by the lake at Colic. All I love Nottingham. The River Trent, the embankment, the Nottingham Carnival, different cultures dancing. The diversity, just walking down Columbus Street on a Saturday. The two lions in the square stand tall with pride. And when the markets in town come alive, it gives me life. Listen, as the council house clock chimes, and depending on how many times, lets you know the time. I've been to concerts at the Motorpoint Arena, and I've been to concerts at the Nottingham Caves. I've been here all my life and I'm still amazed by this place. I love Nottingham. Sometimes I stare at Hockley's graffiti colourful walls, and sometimes I gaze at the deers running round Woollerton Hall. Supreme thrills, from chilling up at Greens Mill or up at that castle on the hill. Nottingham, I love you, and I always will.
Visit Nottingham today.
Semi-final time in the men's 35 competition. It's a round robin that's concluded today, and how it's left it seeded is that Australia topped this round robin pool undefeated. They beat New Zealand to guarantee New Zealand's place in second. They play South Africa in the other men's 35 semi-final. Live here on pitch 2, it's England, defeated by Australia in the pool, but they've got a second chance, Mel Day alongside me, to right those earlier wrongs.
Absolutely, it was a convincing win by Australia in the pool game as England give away possession straight off the tap-off. In the pools, it was 16-3 to this gun Australian side as they stream on the subs straight away.
They've only conceded 9 tries across the pool stage. 4 of those were to New Zealand, 3 to this England side, but they put 16 past them, as you've said. So they weren't too worried there as the ball is lifted across that right-hand side. Brad Powell caught, so England have survived the first set of 6, Mel.
Yeah, they'll consider every shutout of Australia a win here, especially after that 16-3 score earlier on, but they're driving very, very well up the field now, right through the middle.
Lovely carry by Stewart. It's just been spilt there, unfortunately. They're going to have to use all 6 if they want to challenge Australia.
And a couple of players to watch from the Australian team. Keep an eye on David Marr, the number 5. He's been on fire, and also the 15, Taki Luke. He's one of their top try scorers for this tournament.
Marr, the captain as well of this Australia men's 35 side. Whipped over the top, lovely ball. But good defence by England. It was Carnui Cox who threw that wide pass. But again, good defence from England in the opening of this game.
Absolutely. They're a little bit flat now, and they've thrown an under pressure pass has gone straight to ground. They'll be disappointed with that because they're playing quite well here, and their last subset was very strong, but they cannot give away this possession to Australia. That's what we've seen all through the pool games. You can't give them an inch, otherwise they will punish you like that.
Well, Cox finds the pass, and down goes Jai Ayub. Australia on the board early here, and they're looking to set up a final with either South Africa or New Zealand. Tap off at the halfway for England. Chance for them to create and get back into the tie. They lead. They are led by Australia at the moment by just a single score. 2.5 minutes gone here, and this is a brighter looking attack. Stewart, ball over the top, it's ambitious, and it's beyond Liam Lawton.
And we've got our first gold medal match happening on field 1 as we're calling this semi on field 2. If you've joined us, welcome.
And it's the men's 35s in actions here. It's a very physical Australian team. They've got great pace about them, and they're being driven on for the now. Great scoop, lovely footwork as well. Kane Rangi looking to open up England. Ball on the inside to keep the attack alive, and then the touch is worn by Patrick Hogan. Rangi, well, he's held up by the referee. I think it's a penalty to Australia.
He's got a lovely right foot step, doesn't he, the number 8, Rangi, and it's 6 more touches to the Aussies.
Rangi creates. He'll float it back on the inside instead. Australia looking to scoop through. Touch missed out there. Carnui Cox goes over for Australia. Made it look a little bit easy there, Mel.
Yeah, they made it look easy, but I think the England defence could have just worked a little bit harder there. That covering defence from Jonathan Clark, you need a much higher level of desperation to come across to try and make that diving touch. And Australia doing it easy now, 2-0 and 4 minutes into the game.
Well, it's been a long week for the Masters division. This is the youngest of the divisions listed as more senior over at Riverside. That's a nice pass. Pick out William Simpson. And a strike at the line perhaps for England as they look to get back into the game. They trail by 2 inside 4 minutes here.
Colin Scott, the number 9, trying to create something here. Belongs to the London Eagles club, one of the biggest touch clubs in the UK, as they send it over the top. But that Aussie defence,
well, they
locking
read the long ball. England didn't do enough to contract the Australian back line there, so they will transition as they head towards the box. And they're on their 3rd touch, and they're racing towards halfway.
Oh, they look good driving the ball in from their sub-box, don't they, Australia? Brilliant, brilliant driving by Jai Ayub.
Another great pickup from Ayub, looking for a second score. Flicks it back inside. I think it's been knocked on there by England, so Australia with 6 at the line again. Good read, though, an important one by Scott.
Colin Scott just getting the hand out there. And Australia are going to delight in this. Despite the gold medal match on field 1, a big crowd for this semi-final. Long ball over the top and easy as you like.
There he is, Taki Luke, with a great finish in the corner, and it needed finishing. This Hail Mary pass.
It's building his lead as the top try scorer in this men's 35s team. Very, very nice finishing from him.
That was his 17th score of the men's 35s division. England looking to respond. They're 3 down inside 5 minutes here. Nice line up through the centre by Liam Lawton. Here is Lawton. Well, he is caught. Coburn at the half. Lawton. Miss pass, 2-on-1 perhaps. Australia cover well. Touch made by Jay Ayoub. And Australia have it back, Mel. They've shut them out again.
Lovely floating ball across the top to get it to the Aussie sub box. This is much better defence from Australia. 3 touches before Australia crossed the halfway line, and now they're sweeping on. These, I was just about to say, these roll balls are happening at speed, but you need to also maintain control, and unfortunately Australia just losing control of that one and gifting England possession.
Josh Phillips just losing control. The commentator's curse strikes even in semi-finals. Well, I must say, in today and yesterday, the roll ball nightmare that you're experiencing, Mel, has hopefully been quelled a little bit by some better performances.
Yeah, the quality of touch today here on field 2 has been exceptional. As we move into some medals footy.
Another failed England attack, however. They are making good yards, but unable to cross that white line freely for now.
Oh, this is very, very good defence by Australia. But there is going to be a hard touch penalty, accidental contact, but still hard contact. I mean, it looked like he was coming in from the side there. But we keep on talking about the gap between Australia and New Zealand and then everyone else. And these teams like this men's 35s who, oh, interesting, I thought he made it through there without a touch, but no. But these teams will only meet each other once every 4 years, and what Australia proved is that you need to be absolutely on your game and not make any mistakes, as we see another score through the middle. Again, I just don't think this defence is scrambling enough. You have got to cover your inside defender, and it was a long time before we saw vision of that England link coming in to help save that try by Dave Marr. We called him at the start of the game, and he's already having a cracking match.
Carnui Cox, the try scorer turned provider for his captain. This is a better attack from England, though. They look more expressive here. Carl Coburn looking to go over. Denied at the 7. Hennigan opening up the field. Pick up by Kalanko. And then wide they go. Australia tap it down. So it will be Australian ball, however. Good defence in the end. A good read by Scott Bradley. Australia hit the box 10 minutes into this first half, and well, they've looked the far better of the two teams, Mel.
Oh, this looks very classy stuff from the Aussies as they send it wide. Oh,
well, I'm not sure it's been given. It would have been some finish from the Emus here.
Brilliance on both teams here. An absolute cracking ball out wide, diving touch on the feet that have gone up high.
I mean, what
Lovely
a take,
stuff
though,
from
as
both
well
teams.
from Taki Luke. Here come England with a bit of broken field finally. George Headley-Miller. Dean Hancock hands it off to Headley-Miller. Hancock again. Headley-Miller gets it as the link on the wrap. Looking for the switch, caught by Australia, turnover. Richard Jones, oh sorry, Jonathan Bailey there, making the final touch. Oh, well, another penalty, just too many at the moment in Australia's favour. They're keeping England out of the game with this error count.
And look how deep these Australian attackers are coming on the left-hand side. The depth that they maintain going into an attack is just incredible. Running onto that ball, little switch play.
Well, they're still keeping it alive, Australia.
too good, Australia.
Jai Ayub with another score. Lovely little show and go to see off Tim Hughes. Now 5-0 after 11 minutes. It's looking a little bit ominous for England.
It is a bit like the weather. Very ominous here on field 2. And one aspect of the play I've got to mention is the Australian team. You can hear them shouting, you can hear them communicating. Even now in their defensive line, we can hear every single call being made. And I feel like down the other end, England sound very, very quiet. You don't see them geeing each other up. And I think that's where these lapses in defence are coming from. You've got to speak with your fellow defenders.
Indeed you do. Australia, though, on the offensive again. They lead by 5. It's another great transition from them as they move beyond the England 10-metre. Oh, lovely turn of pace from Cox. He is in control for Australia. He finds the pass. Over goes Jesse Green. What a game that Carnui Cox is having, Mel.
Yeah, just a little jinx step straight behind. Should be mirrors there, but I think the England defenders were just caught on the back foot, had their backs to the Aussies, and they've taken advantage of that through Jesse Green.
Oh, some delightful footwork. Here come England, though. Yet to get on the board here. They trail by 6. Looking to do a bit better than in their previous meet-up where England were beaten 16-3 in the pool stage of this men's 35 competition.
And another error coming off the tap-off. England have got to have a chat with themselves at half-time. As I said, you get these opportunities to play Australia a couple of times every 4 years, and you don't want to make those kind of mistakes.
Now England beaten by New Zealand as well as by Australia in the pool stage. They beat the likes of Wales and Fiji on their way through, and the United States. And they're looking to create something here, but that's a flashed pass off field. Kalanko, unfortunately there, can't find his teammate.
That's a communication issue as well. Normally when you're passing that ball, you want to hear that receiver shouting for the ball really loudly. Whenever I see those loose passes, it's usually a result of a breakdown in communication. And I'd really love to just hear the volume increase from this England side.
England's other game was a 9-all draw with South Africa, who play against New Zealand in the other semi-final. Nice show and go. Australia right at the line. Dane Ryan takes it in.
Yeah, that was better defence from England and really nice from Dean Hancock. Lovely body positioning, post-touch as they scramble out and
another
shut down.
diving touch there, Mel. It's what you called for. A little bit more commitment in defence.
Yeah, absolutely. Much, much better from the England team.
If they fix up their defence, they've got another problem. They need to find a way to break down this Australian.
A couple of Aussies getting called offside, and Australia trying to take advantage of that. Maybe trying to take advantage of one too many times, and they've gone back to the mark. But this Australian team just shooting up and shutting down everything. Colin Scott driving up the middle. This is 5th touch. They send it wide.
Well, England still looking for their first score. Now, how is this Australian defence keeping out England with such effectiveness?
Through very, very good shooting. I think fitness to consistently shoot up off the line is just incredible. It's communication as well. Nominating who's going to shoot up, who's staying back, who's going to take the next one. It just looks seamless at the moment. Pick up from half. And
put down by the captain, David Meyer.
Yeah, there was a lot of zing on that ball going left.
Would have been some take to keep the attack alive.
But look at these shooters, and these shooters are sometimes starting from a metre behind the referee and getting a running start.
Oh, good deception from the English winger. Nice feet from Jones. And that's a lovely ball out wide, looking to get England in behind. Desperate to get on the front foot as they make their changes. Looking for the inside pass. But again, it's been shut down on halfway by Australia. What a ball that is. An excellent take as well by Kolenko. But unfortunately, that's the end of the most recent England attack, and I think they're losing another few yards for a penalty as well.
Yeah, forward pass there. We can feel the wind start to pick up. We got overcast conditions this afternoon. It's been dry all day. There might be some rain in the next hour or so.
We hope not, with 2 more games to come after this one, live here on pitch 2 at the Touch Rugby World Cup. This game, Australia still need 6 unanswered scores to nil. Well, I was about to mention how the flow of scoring had slowed down in the last few moments. Before I can, Australia do in fact score another for another vicious long ball by Cox. Touchdown. Brad Powell is the beneficiary.
Easy as you like. I'd love to see England just hold it for a set of 6 on this tap-off. They've trained for this for a long time. As they send it wide, little step back. Oh, excellent touch made. Nice idea from the England team, though, sending it wide, trying a few different things. Little short runner.
Out the back door, picked off,
intercept.
away goes Australia. Will he have the legs to take it downtown? He will. Australia make it home. Who else for the Emus but Carnui Cox again involved. What a game he's having, Mel.
He's got some legs on him as well, doesn't he?
Great wheels.
And he's quite fast.
Absolutely. What a game for Carnui Cox. He gets another try to Australia. It was an ambitious offload, Mel, but when you're down against a side like this, you've got to try it.
I quite like seeing England try a few different things in that set of 6. And the important thing was they did hold it and set up a few attacking opportunities.
Well,
I'd like to just see a bit more intensity in their attack. Once again, these passing errors, I think that's the 3rd time there's basically been a pass to no one. They need to get their voices up and start communicating with each other. And just that old look before you pass.
Absolutely. This isn't England's only shot at a final today. It's the semi-final in the men's 30s up next, live here on pitch 2, where England will take on New Zealand. Let's see if the other side of the Trans-Tasmanian divide is any easier to crack than this Australian team, who, as we approach half-time, look on top. Well, I think that might be a penalty for Australia.
That's unlucky. I saw Stuart Bustle over on that far side losing his hat in that exchange. He's a former 100-metre hurdler, originally from Australia, almost made the 2000 Olympic Games in Sydney. A very, very rapid runner when you get him out into some space.
Well, let's see if he will be afforded any by this Australian team. Doesn't look likely for now. Good touch made by Bustle in the meantime. Australia march back to the 7. Here's the captain, Meyer. Lifted into the path of Ranky, who's got fast feet. Kept out by Colin Scott. Ranky so involved. The skipper goes in again for Australia, David Marr.
And no touch acknowledged by the England defender.
It's a good effort from William Simpson. But as we approach the break, this game is beyond England already, Mel.
And there
Final
goes the
carry
sign.
of the first half from Carl Coburn. 9-0 at half-time in this men's 35 semi-final. New Zealand take on South Africa in the other semi-final. It's likely to be a Kiwi-Aussie final, not for the first time in this Touch Rugby World Cup. England have another chance after this game to make it to a gold medal match when they take on New Zealand in the men's 30s. But for the men's 35s, Mel, it's looking a bit dire.
Yeah, convincing Australian performance in that half. England, a lot of unforced errors out there, a lot of balls going down, And the one thing I'd say to this England team is the more time that you're in possession of the ball, the less time Australia have to score. And they just need to concentrate on keeping this ball for their set of sixes.
It's the end of a long week of touch rugby for these men's 35 players, but Australia still have one more game left in them. If they can hold on here against England, they'll be in the gold medal match. 20 minutes to come in the semi-final. England with a lot of work to do. Second half, live in just a moment's time, here at the Touch Rugby World Cup 2024 at Highfields in Nottingham. Second half to come in this men's 35 semi-final. Mel, a pretty flawless performance by Australia in the first half, as they're already over for their 10th try.
I think this might actually be coming back here. A forward pass, letting England off the hook.
So just the 9 for Australia then. Whatever will they do, Mel?
Just the 9 for Australia, and the key thing will be whether England can start to get some control of this game, string their sets together. That was much better. gotten down to the Australian 7 metres.
It's a really good transition, though, the first couple of drives with great pace, good defence in the meantime from Dean Hancock of England.
Oh,
and
Dave
here come
Mark
Australia.
steaming onto the field. It's from the East Roosters Touch Club in Australia.
Well, there's the
Coaches
missed
as well
pass.
as plays. Has coached a lot of high-level team back home.
Oh, nice footwork again. He's pretty dangerous as well, is Kane Rangi.
2 shutouts from England to start the half.
What you love to see, maybe this is their route back into the game. Oh, the English mix-up there. Oh, what a take that actually is, coming onto the field.
Oh, that was very, very lucky from England. They've thrown 2 or 3 of those balls already that have gone to ground. As
A
they
chance
float one over
maybe
the
for the
top.
first try. Beyond Anthony Kalanko.
Very lucky there from England. They really do need to make sure that they're directing these passes much better.
Well, I was chatting to the president of Luxembourg's rugby union, and he was saying that in their men's 30 team, that they're just a bunch of dads, really, who have come together to play touch and try and inspire the next generation Luxembourg. This Australia team just has a completely different vibe, even in the 35s division, one up from the men's 30s. They just have such a serious and composed energy about them in the box in front of us here, Mel.
Yeah, these guys are athletes.
I mean, they've got a 4-man coaching team as well, even in the 35s division, or 5 even. They've got great support across the team.
Yeah, as we have an Aussie player coming off with a bit of a niggle, a slight injury, but Australia floating it across the middle of the field. Dump on the Lincoln mid and play on being the call from the referee. We could hear it from here. They've caught the England defence offside.
Good heads-up touch from Chris Jordan, who just bounces off the offside James Stewart. Goes in for Australia's first try of the second half.
The gold medal match for this game will be tomorrow, alongside many, many others on field 1.
Yes, a pretty stacked schedule tomorrow for on field 1. It'll be a long day with all the various national anthems. I was just chatting before the game with you, Mel, about how many times we're going to hear the New Zealand and Australian national anthem. I mean, thankfully, they're excellently entertaining ones. There's an interception, and Australia are off to the races. Well, great work from England on the charge. Australia could go all the way.
Great chase happening, diving touch.
Well, I think Brad Powell has made it home.
Lovely, lovely work. Great attempted dive by the England defender.
Headley, Miller and Simpson, no slouches in hot pursuit, but a great finish from way out from Brad Powell, a second intercept try for Australia.
They are plucking these balls from nowhere. Powell deserves a bit of a rest in the sub-box after that length of the field effort.
I've just heard Carney Cox, he said, I know that means heaps to you, mate, but get your breath in, let's go again, eh? There's no time at all for Australia, even now when they're 11 up. Cox is driving the standards. Such high standards, driven by the likes of Cox, who's had a really great game as well. He says when England look across into our box, they've got to see that nothing hurts us, even running the length of the field.
Yeah, and a loss of control in the ruck there by the Australian team. I think he was appealing for an England hand, but for me that was just a lack of control. As he's dumped it, I think there was an England foot he was trying to dump it on, but good call by the referee there. as England, centering the ball, trying to set up a strike dump here against this very firm Aussie defence.
Could be a first try for England, but that Hail Mary pass, which you often need to try and break down Australia, just goes awry. Still in deep discussion in the Australian box. It's so interesting to watch their reaction. They seem completely unfazed by their 11-0 advantage.
Yeah, although they're up 11-0, they're treating it as though they're 5 tries behind. They're talking about body language in the box, not wanting to give the other team even a sniff that there's any fatigue or anything like that.
Josh McCormack was just discussing how they're going to break England open tactically, and Josh Phillips was almost away with McCormack to his left, but as the half, he's been caught. England have it back. Oh, lovely take on the turn.
Very close to being another intercept from this Australian team.
Oh, lovely ball over the top in the meantime. I don't think I can handle another one of those, Mel.
Oh, they do need to sort out their subbing pattern. A lot of loose balls going down or unexpected balls being sent back out to the wing. And now they're just getting caught up a little bit. They need to really start initiating these touches and get a roll on through this Australian defence.
Big chance for England then as they race away to the corner. Richard Jones is caught. Oh, and it's going to be a penalty for Australia, Mel. Well, the most promising England attack of the second half, but it's still 11-0 in favour of Australia. I mean, to make it to a final without conceding in the semi would be pretty impressive.
Yeah, they're looking lovely at the moment. Dave Maher once again strolling over. And this is just sending an out ball.
Could drive a
Dave
school
Maher
bus
on
in the
the
hole
outside of his defender.
Could drive a school bus in the space that Dave Maher has out there for Australia as he saunters in. Liam Lawson knows he's beyond him.
Yeah, I heard you say.
And now Australia with some defending to do. A tap from the 6. And here comes Lawton. Lovely ball to the left-hand side by James Stewart even. And then, well, almost for England. They're knocking on the door here, but they still can't break down Australia.
Oh, they are. This was a lovely little ball out. I don't think anyone was really expecting it, but lovely covering defence by Taki Luke over there on the wing.
It would have been a fantastic finish as well. Well, there's been a score over on pitch 1, as you can tell by the music, but here on pitch 2 in this semi-final, Australia are well in control and still looking for more.
Oh,
the hole
lovely
opens
ball
up.
out. What a pass. This is just class from this men's 35s team. Dumped just inside the 7 and lovely ball. Oh, so hard to defend against. England have tightened it up in this second half though. 13-0, 10 minutes into this half.
Another score for Australia.
Oh, this is better from
Well,
England.
I've got Jonathan Bailey on the sideline here.
Lovely
You're live
switch,
with us
lovely
on
try.
the Next Gen live stream, and it's a pretty impressive performance by Australia. I mean, it's a semi-final, and yet as England score their first try, it won't scathe you much. You're well ahead.
Yeah, the boys are all working really, really hard. Doesn't matter who we play or what the score is. We're always putting 100% for each other, and today's no different, and neither will tomorrow.
Well, the box is staying sharp and focused on this game, but looking ahead to the final, if you'll let yourself, it's going to be a big game against South Africa or New Zealand. You've got to be confident given your record so far.
Yeah, look, if we play the way we've played through most of the tournament and even go up another level tomorrow, I'm sure we'll give ourselves a good chance of victory, but we respect whoever our opponent is tomorrow. New Zealand, South Africa, both great sides, and we'll have to bring our best selves to beat them.
I mean, it's going to be perhaps one of many gold medals that Australia might grab in this World Cup. What's it like to be part of such a successful EMU setup overall?
Oh, it's an absolute honour and a privilege. I mean, there's so many amazing players in Australia across all age divisions, mixed, women's, men's. So to be here is a great honour for myself and all the boys, and I know our families are watching back home and are incredibly proud, and we're doing everything we can to represent them in the best light.
Thanks very much for talking to us, Jonathan. Best of luck for the rest of the game and for the final later on. Well, the voice of Jonathan Bailey there for Australia, fortunately pulled up with an injury at the moment, but England's first try of the game, Mel. And they're looking for a second one here. Oh, it's another interception. You just can't write it. It's going to be a hat-trick as well for Kanui Cox, who's had a fantastic game.
Yeah, lovely interception, lovely place up the field. No one was going to get close to him.
Well, just as they got back into the game, England, with their first try on the board, they go behind.
Yeah, England will be happy with that. It's never nice to get a convincing defeat against your name and have a donut next to your country's name. So they'll be very pleased with that score.
Well, we could be on for an exact repeat of the last result when these two sides faced each other. It was 16-3 on that occasion. England looking for a second score.
Yeah, Colin Scott looking to create something, but nothing doing on that 7-metre line, unfortunately. But I think the improvement that we've seen in the England team has been that they have held it for their set of 6. There's been a lot less errors, especially in their own half, and I think it's starting to build slowly for them, but just not enough to threaten this Australian side. Lovely long ball out to the wing, and another cracking score by the Australian Emus. Great dump, pick up, and whooshka straight out. Lovely take and finish on the wing as well.
Well, it's a second try of the game as well for Brad Powell after his long-range effort earlier on. He's taking some rest back there, as you can see, and well, second try of the game for him. Australia up to 16-1. Some semi-final, Mel. They are looking really bright.
Oh, some very dicey passes. If I'm England in this situation, those 50% passes, very close to being touch passes, I just don't know how smart they are when you're 16-1 down. But they've gotten away with it, England, and they have 6 touches again just outside the Aussie 7-metre line.
Well, the rain may soon be upon us. But what will be upon us even sooner than that is an England exit in this men's 25 division. They are 6 minutes away from the end of this game, and they trail by 16 tries to a singular score. The same amount they conceded when these sides met in the pool stage, and Australia's 100% record in this competition will continue. There's surely another score here, a show and go. It was a 2-on-1. Patrick Horgan scores this time. What more could they possibly offer on this field, this 35 side?
And we expect England to now be in the bronze medal match, which is expected to be against South Africa. And you look at a scoreline like this and you wonder what Australia's goals for this game were with a scoreline like this. And I think they would have loved to have had a clean sheet coming out of this game. But other than that, I think they'll be very happy with the performance that they've put in.
England looking for another score just to take something home after this semi-final exit ahead of their bronze medal match. We've got our first bronze medal match live here on pitch 2. It's the women's 40s competition. That will be live for you as our final game of the day after the men's 30 semi-final between New Zealand and England once more.
Yeah, the women's 40s, a very, very interesting division at this World Cup. The very first year that we've had a women's 40s.
Just just indicative of the continued expansion of the game.
Absolutely. And
Lovely ball over on the left. What a transition by Australia. He thinks there's a foot in the ruck there. So, in fact, he has won the penalty. Scott Bradley wins the penalty that time. And taken forward by Scott Bradley. And Australia through the centre with Josh Phillips. 17-1 in this game. But they're looking to add another on the score as the rain begins to pour here. But it won't put a damper on these Australian hearts. They are far and away the favourites going into that final after defeating New Zealand already. Easiest score of the day for Scott Bradley.
that was insane, this long ball. Kanui Cox the man again. Oh, that was spectacular. Oh, wow.
Australia have 18 in this semi-final. Australia, Anthony Tipple happy with the performance as well. As you can see, there's the try scorer, Scott Bradley on your screens. But England looking for something to take with them into that bronze medal game. And they'll take on South Africa. It's yet another New Zealand-Australia final. And this time, he's completely on his own after the intercept. It's Taki Luke.
The three closest chasers are all referees, which is saying something.
Great effort from our match officials, but that will bring up 19 for Australia. They could hit 20 against the hosts now in a semi-final.
Demonstrating their class all over the park, Australia, as we come to the closing minute.
2 minutes to go. Another interception, 3 for Australia in this game. Or perhaps, I think that might be the 4th interception score, actually. And it's testament to how knowledgeable these men are in the game of touch.
And how confident they are in terms of the rest of their defensive line to get up very high, put themselves in position for these intercepts. And they have been picking them off from England all game long.
Well, it's the men's 30s for England here in action. Up next, Mel, do you reckon they'll fare a little better against New Zealand? That men's 30 semi-final?
Yeah, I think that this game's going to be very interesting. The men's 30s have been very, very solid. A very, very fast division, I have to say. It's like watching a men's open, watching the 30s run around.
Well, here come England. What can they create in the closing stages of this semi-final? Australia throughout dominant, a second half in which they racked up even more. They went in 6-0 at the break. They've racked up 12 tries in 10 minutes now in this second half. That's pretty remarkable.
As we come down to the last 30 seconds of this game.
England still driving towards the line. Carl Coburn looking to create. Nice footwork.
Yeah, nice intensity there late in the game. Trying to create something. They'd love to get another score to close out this semi-final, England, but so close. Through the middle of the field. Just dropping that ball. And Australia will play the closing few seconds of this game with a convincing 19-1 win in this semi-final of the men's 35s.
A terrifying performance by Australia. They have dominated England by 19 tries to 1. They are through to the final of the men's 35s competition. Well, as you hear on the tannoy, Australia have also won the men's 55 competition. Will they add another trophy to the cabinet in the men's 35s when they take on New Zealand or South Africa tomorrow in the final? Mel, a dominant performance.
I can't think of more superlatives to use to describe that Australian performance. They dominated across the field. Their class and their consistency across all of their players was amazing. The number 7, Kanui Cox, let's give him a massive shout out. Absolutely dominant on the field today, along with Dave Marr, the number 5.
England with another chance to make it to a final in our next game when they take on New Zealand in the men's 30s. That's up next.
New Zealand requesting New Zealand to New Pavilion get the instructions away, please. Can we also confirm the presentations we held on the other side of the picture, picture 1, next to picture 2, presentations will be going on there very shortly, straight after the game. New Zealand are requested in the new pavilion to get the next game, get the next game instructions on the way. We are on the pump. And the plan of the match as chosen by our broadcast partners at NextGenXV is Australia.
You said he was going to go.
England led out by a jubilant crowd and their captain for this game, Doug Maltby. They take on New Zealand in a semi-final. The Bananas are a nice touch as well. Alongside me for this game, Alice Summer. It's a semi-final in the men's 30, and it's New Zealand against the hosts.
Yeah, this should be a good game. Obviously, this is to get into the final, so always a big one on the hands.
It will likely be Australia in that final. That's not the first time that those words will be uttered across the competition.
Yeah, just the weather taking a turn on us here in Nottingham Highfields. Was sunny all day, now it's picked up a little bit of a breeze.
Well, perhaps that will favour the locals against New Zealand. New Zealand, of course, through to the 35s final where they'll play Australia. It's going to be a long weekend if you are a non-Tasmanian, as the Kiwis and the Aussies are going to dominate. Can anyone keep them out of the medal places? We'll find out here. And we'll find out in the men's 35 division as the hosts look to cause an upset and take down New Zealand. They'll tap off from the half. It's finals footy, Alice, and it's about to get a little bit spicy in here because New Zealand are opening England up. What a step that is. Back on the inside from Hamyara Tamati.
Yeah, New Zealand looking really strong. Just a 32 there, but that's going to be 6 touch. Looking really strong from England's point of view. Really good set of D, and that winger being able to chase out really, really high and fast.
Well, New Zealand and Australia, the two undefeated teams in this competition. France finished in second place in New Zealand's pool. England finished just behind Australia. That's their only loss of the competition so far.
Yeah, just England getting a penalty, so they're going to get a new set of 6 here in New Zealand's half.
Well, England defeated Japan by just 4-3 in order to reach this place in the semi-finals. New Zealand, on the other hand, had a bit of a blowout victory against Ireland by 12-5. Of course, Australia through to the semi-final where they'll take on France, and it's England currently on the offensive.
For the line. And just on that 32 play, I'm pretty sure. Let's have a replay. Just here. Coming round.
Richard Eccles it was who struck at the line. And in the meantime, however, England once again getting tight to the line, but denied again by New Zealand. Here's how close England came. Oh, it's just a diving touch, and an important one as well from Henari Wells.
Yeah, New Zealand's defence here looking really strong, and no one able to get on the board here, but great momentum here from New Zealand.
Here comes Chauncey Edwardson driving them on. But good defence, England shut them out. Cagey start to the final, 2 minutes in, Alice.
Yeah, and watching England's game against Japan, I tell you this, I was on the edge of my seat. Going into a drop-off as well, that must have meant the world to these boys. Making sure to get the win against Japan, knowing they are such a strong side as well. And getting the win in a drop-off is insane to think about.
Well, yeah, England have done really well to make it through to this semi-final, as we said. Ireland didn't put up much of a fight for New Zealand, as there's another unbelievable diving touch, this time to Janai Raumi Eriuti. So England still on the defence, but putting the bodies on the line in this men's 30s competition.
Yeah, the touch coming in from Harrison Farmer, and a great one it is. Just saving England just there and showing his speed.
Is Goldsmith. New Zealand still contained for the moment. Goldsmith wants it on the return. It clatters off an English hand.
And that's going to be 6 more for New Zealand. Just as we see the replay there, yeah, the ball's just gone down off the England player. So New Zealand will have a no set of 6, and here, a really solid chance to get a score on the board.
Henari Wells looking to get on the outside of England. Ben Geldert gets the touch.
Just dancing around England's defence, trying to get all the boys up, but just taking the touch there, just burning one.
New Zealand still looking threatening. They're in the 7, winding up the long pass. There's acres of space out wide for Haimora Tamati to touch down for New Zealand's first. How on earth did he have so much space out there, Alice?
Yeah, just a 32 playing, going straight to open the side and hitting that winger. Just a great heads-up play, and seeing that the wing was in acres of space and no chance for our England wing to rush over.
That's the 22nd try of the competition for Tamati. So prolific for New Zealand. England on the counter, however, driving through Henry Stratford. Stratford, here's the pickup to come from McDougall. Brent McDougall is a real customer out in the middle for England.
Yeah, just England here really needing to strike back if they want to stay in this game, and still looking really promising though in this attack.
Samuel Nella on the turn. Forced touch, so that's the final foray for England for now. The ball goes down. England want a penalty, but it won't come their way.
Yeah, England just making sure they need to get high in this midfield D to try and stop any momentum by New Zealand, but they're running into it strong and picking up, looking for the scoop, but a great touch by England's 13, Samuel Nella.
Chauncey Edwardson almost through again for New Zealand. England on the transition, 5 minutes in. They trail by just the 1 try. They're not out of this game just yet.
Yeah, just New Zealand really putting a halt onto England's midfield there, and really static now for England, making it so much harder to get meters, but we seem to do.
England on the offensive, lovely roll. It came off a New Zealander there from Peter Bowyer's pass. But unfortunately, not in the line of passing when it hit him, so New Zealand have it back. That's disappointing for England. Well, New Zealand have had a run of strong results in the competition so far. They put 12 on the Netherlands, 20 on Hong Kong, 10 on South Africa, 19 on Belgium, 12 past Japan, 14 past France and Wales, 15 on Singapore, and then, well, 12 past Ireland as well, yet to score less than 10 in any of their games. And that's a pretty threatening statistic coming into this semi-final, Alice.
Yeah, and just England getting another penalty on the line here, just giving New Zealand another chance to get a score.
Well, England, sorry, only defeat in the competition came 12 tries to 1 against Australia, who play on the pitch just beyond us here on pitch 3. Oh, just spilt over the line.
What a chance for New
Zealand.
Yeah, what a chance there for New Zealand. And we're seeing there again, back in that right-hand corner for New Zealand.
New Zealand escape because they've got another penalty here given away by England in a dangerous position. Haimora Tamati can't add his second try, but he'll get another chance here.
Yeah, New Zealand really coming up here, and really great. Mark Hodgson on the ball, number 14, and definitely someone to watch out. I think he's just gone to link here on the ball.
Well, wrapping around the corner instead for New Zealand is Ohai. What footwork from Hornbrook. Oh, what a score. Delight from the surrounding crowd. There's plenty of Kiwis on the bottom half of the field. That is special from Blake Hornbrook.
Yeah, this step on the right and then bouncing again, the head swivel and going again and then going for the line. What a try for Blake.
Twisting and turning his way over the touchline. Blake Hornbrook with wonderful footwork.
Rinse and repeat on that step.
Well, the message from the coaching staff is you've got to earn the right to go wide here. England need to constrict the New Zealand defence before they throw that long ball as Bowyer takes it on for England.
Yeah, really would want to see what England can do here to New Zealand's defence. We know it's so strong, and we know England do have something out the back of their hand, so let's see what is involved. 32
well, here's
short
the
here.
quick pick-up. England on the attack. That's just palmed right into a Kiwi chest. So an interception, England escape. Rugby can't create this time.
Yeah, just a lovely intercept there from New Zealand. Being high up in that channel, the passing channel, that's where you want to be, and just claiming that space, and that's what the New Zealand did there perfectly.
Carried on by New Zealand. Another score here would look really dangerous. That's a wonderful pass out wide. Popped back on the inside. Raumai Uretti puts it back in for Lance Cooper, and this game is getting away from England, Alice.
Yes, this game is getting a little bit... I think that's going to be Jimmy Lin, actually, with the score there, number 1 for New Zealand. And what a score indeed.
Lim indeed goes over for New Zealand. If England can't score here off this transition, then it will be an excellent opening 10 for the Kiwis. Great pace, better speed on the attack, but the pass is just behind Hamish Jones.
Yeah, England on this attack now, looking for a doggies
Jones
play.
on the wraparound. Here he is, sliding in. He will score. England are back into the game. Hamish Jones onto the field. He's injected some great pace into the attack, and he reaps the benefits for that lovely wraparound.
Yeah, just a great play there, sweeping round with so much pace, and that's the change of acceleration is so important in touch rugby, and that's exactly what Jones has done.
Well, England are on the board, but they've got to keep out the Kiwis here and transition. If they want to close the gap even further, it's a semi-final in the men's 30s competition. England have made 2 semi-finals across the 30s and 35s, already defeated by Australia in the last game, but they've got another chance here to get into their first gold medal match. The opening 2 have been Australia and New Zealand contest. What a pass over the top to pick out Jimmy Lim again, but turned away at the door this time.
Yeah, Thomas Davis on the touch there for England.
Oh, that's lovely hands, but, well, there was a miscommunication there. Lim went wide, but Taamati came on the cut inside, and England have shut out New Zealand. Once again, it's Davis involved.
Yeah.
Joe Wright once described him as having the best beard in touch rugby, and well, he's certainly got a claim to that title. Great work from him in defence. He's dropped to his knees on the sideline here. Look at the catch Bracker's breath. He's kept New Zealand out twice there, and now England can reap the rewards of his hard work, although it's a penalty, so they will have 6 on the line here. A chance to get back into the game. They scrape through against Japan in a drop-off. It's looking like another tight affair here, if England could convert.
If England can convert here, this would be massive for them, and real sense of relief to get another score on the board. Just another 32 player and giving it late.
The leg pass might open them up. What a ball! Rugby gives the last pass and England in the corner. But this from Brett McDougall is spellbinding stuff.
Yeah,
the delay to draw in 2 defenders.
Yeah, just a lovely finish from Tom Smith as well. In the left-hand corner that we can see, really, really nicely set up. And like we were saying, before England had that attack, it's going to be a tight game, and I love to see a tight game of touch rugby on our hands today.
In this men's 30 semi-final, Australia take on France in the other semi-final. Here, though, it's New Zealand who now have a narrow lead against England.
Yeah.
Switch back on the inside, little show and go. It clatters off an England hand, so 6 at the line for the Kiwis.
Yeah, just dug there for England, looking for the intercept, and maybe could have gone the whole way, but New Zealand looking very dangerous with their switch plays, and we know how well they are playing expansive.
Another good read by Davis, back on the field to save England's hides again. Here come the Touch Blacks.
Yeah, a sweeper play coming round now, but picking
high
up.
on the lift. He looks to the right-hand side. Across comes Davis for a 4th time to make the touch. Are you kidding me? He is everywhere for England. Thomas Davies again saves this English 30 side.
And what a touch indeed, but New Zealand's having another crack at it.
Well, they scoop through unopposed, and then finally a bit of space out wide. A great carry from Mark Hodgson, who found the pass. Over goes Reynard Haggie.
Reynard Haggie with the score there for New Zealand, and what a ball! Just so long and so high, and what a finish.
Cut out 4 English defenders. You've got to feel for Tom Davies as well, who defence on the wing has been fantastic so far, but he can't be on both sides of the field.
Yeah, and we can see him just the English box in front of us now, and just taking on a couple of sips of water.
Now needing back out there to stem the flow of this New Zealand attack again shortly. For now, though, they're on the attack, and it could be opening up here. They just ran out of space.
Yeah, just England on the attack here. Just trying to bounce around New Zealand. The counties play getting it back in, but going
Rugby
short side.
opens
Looking
up the
space.
field.
Dive himself I think that's going to be a score for
Jared Rugby goes over. He loses his cap on the way through. England go tit for tat. Lovely step. And over he goes. Back into the game. They trail by just the one try.
Yeah, just the one try in between here and looking like a tight game. New Zealand with the tap though, and they will want to respond back to England.
Well, they've responded quickly off both of England's two previous scores. Can England shut them out and look to turn it around? We've had a sincere lack of box-to-box transitions so far. Both sides happy just to score instead.
Yeah, and
well, here go New Zealand again. There's the long pass. Well, in fact, it was a dummy that sold even me watching on as Chauncey Edwardson looked to open them up again. Here he is at the half. Edwardson. Oh, that's an unforced error from Jimmy Lim. A try scorer already today. But England now, we're in one of these rare opportunities to make it to the box, carried on by Farmer.
Yeah, this will be one of the first transitions we'll see from England here, and getting great momentum as we come up the pitch, but great touches from New Zealand, just kind of holding them in the touch, picking up, going short side.
Well, the offside call, so play through. There's the ball back on the inside. Has he beat the touchline? Well, denied this time. How close were England to levelling up there?
And it's going to be called back for a penalty against New Zealand. So England will have a new set of attack on the New Zealand line.
Jared Rugby unexpectedly found himself in the try area, put the ball back on the inside, but he was just caught. Penalty though. And here is Ben Geldart. Well, it's a forced substitution as well. Off the field is Lance Cooper. England happy to play while New Zealand look to re-establish a six-player line. There must be space somewhere. It's between the link and wing. England equalise, and we've got a real game in our hands here, Alice.
Yeah, England scoring that to equalise the score as we play through here. Just trying to get the New Zealand mids up, and a lovely ball from the outside and a fission.
Rugby the creator again, Doug Maltby the captain, has got his English side level in this men's 30 semi-final. Tap off for New Zealand 4 minutes before the break. They are level again after being in front for the majority of this first half.
New Zealand looking long.
And once again, the winger finds themselves in acres of room.
And there's nothing you can do about that, because that is just an amazing play from New Zealand. As we watch the replay here, just ripping it 4-on-3. And just acres of space, like we say, for that New Zealand winger in the right-hand corner.
Well, Rauma Yariti, that's try number 20 in this men's 30s competition for him. Good pick-up. Bowyer on the charge.
Yeah, just England here having probably another set on the line and trying to deliver. Still got time. And it's going to be called up for another penalty. So,
well, these penalties are what's keeping England in the fight at the moment. They've been squeaky clean in defence themselves, and there's some passionate support. Our pitch microphone to the left-hand side. Here they go then, back on the inside from Rugby.
Yeah, just a mid play there, just trying to get quickies, and the ref looking like he called the New Zealand players off. So
it's another penalty. That's what Ben Geldart is telling the referee. That's their second at the line, so they'll lose another player if they don't keep clean here. Another set of 6. England have to score from here, you think. 2.5 minutes before the break.
Yeah, just a quickies play on the outside, stepping back in, going himself for the mid gap, but a lovely touch there from New Zealand.
Mark Hodgson denies England.
So important in defence here to stay tight.
Rugby, Geldart on the return, wrapping around the corner. McDougall. Lovely footwork. McDougall is away! Brent McDougall is dragging England through the semi-final. He set up a beautiful try with some soft hands earlier, driving through the midfield in the transition. And when they make it to the 7, he's so often the architect. And this is just lovely footwork.
And he was such an important part of England for the Japanese game, and love to see his try now with the amazing footwork. What a try. But New Zealand still got time before half-time.
Trying up 10 for Brent McDougall, which is a really impressive return from a centre like himself, who plays in that middle there.
New Zealand on the ball now, looking outside. Quickie
Back inside to Edwardson, long ball again, but this time it's read by Harrison Farmer.
Yeah, really nice read there from the English winger, just knowing that New Zealand are going to go and try and throw it long, so could easily release.
Rama Uretti denied at the line, but New Zealand with another strike. Lim flashes it across to Edwardson, good delay on the pass. Once again, England read it well.
England will be definitely happy about keeping New Zealand out there, but still got touches to go for New Zealand.
Lim at the half, Edwardson, Lim wraps around the corner. Here we go! Right before the break, there's an interception by England. They'll come all the way back because he's caught on the way through.
Wow, that was an intense moment here in this game, especially with half-time to go. And as we can see on this replay, just the pick-off of the intercept, just...
What a great read.
Oh, yeah.
But there's the touch from Lim, so important for New Zealand.
And it's not long left on the clock. England might be able to get something through here if they play expansive, trying to run out through the outside.
Well, away goes Geldart back inside to Farmer. They've got 10 seconds here to try and change the game. They have not led in this fixture at any stage. And at half-time, we're back at square one because it's 5-5 in this semi-final. New Zealand, who led throughout, time and time again, have been pegged back by the hosts. And here in Nottingham, England have levelled it up with 20 minutes still to play. Alice, a thrilling game, and there's still so much more to come here. New Zealand looks much brighter at stages in that first half, but no one cares about the overall performance if you can't transform that into results.
Yeah, totally agreed there, and England giving New Zealand a real tough game. England's not going to lay down here, and what to expect from the second half, I'm gassed for both teams here, and we're going to have a tough one.
Well, it's simply put, New Zealand and Australia dominating the competition so far. They've made it to the final of every category. Can England turn that around and make their way through to the final of the men's 30s competition? We'll wait and see. With 20 minutes still to play, it's 5-all at the break.
I love Nottingham, the home of Robin Hood. From the bright lights of Goose Fair to the peaceful nature of the Sherwood Forest woods. There's a feeling of togetherness, unity, pure, honest, love. And that feels great like a bright summer's day at the horses down by the lake at Colic. All I love Nottingham. The River Trent, the embankment, the Nottingham Carnival, different cultures dancing. The diversity, just walking down Columbus Street on a Saturday. The two lions in the square stand tall with pride. And when the markets in town come alive, it gives me life. Listen, as the council house clock chimes, and depending on how many times, lets you know the time. I've been to concerts at the Motorpoint Arena, and I've been to concerts at the Nottingham Caves. I've been here all my life and I'm still amazed by this place. I love Nottingham. Sometimes I stare at Hockley's graffiti colourful walls, and sometimes I gaze at the deers running around Woollerton Hall. Supreme thrills, from chilling up at Green's Mill or up at that castle on the hill. Nottingham, I love you, and I always will.
Visit Nottingham today.
Well, I tell a lie, just before the break, there is another English team into the finals. It's the women's 35 final, which will be on pitch 1 at 10 o'clock tomorrow. New Zealand beaten by England, so Australia against England is that final there. And then normal service resumes in the mixed 30s final and the men's 35s, where it's Australia and New Zealand all the way. Couple more semi-finals as well, especially over here on pitch 2, the women's 35 bronze medal match between Wales and South Africa. That will be here at 9 o'clock, and at 10, well, it's the Women's Open semi-final, which we're most excited about before the Men's Opens at 11. So much rugby to come live here from Highfields 2. It's nothing but finals tomorrow on Highfields 1, all the way through until 5 o'clock, where the Men's Opens will be the final game of the Touch World Cup 2024, the largest Touch World Cup there's ever been. And England, who were 3-0 down in that first half, have clawed it back level at the break. And Alice, we're mightily relieved that we're going to see a more competitive fixture.
Yes, 100% here with England on the ball now, looking dangerous with the sweep play going around, but that's going to be 6 touch. Just losing count there,
Yeah,
England
I think they needed one more in the locker there to really strike. New Zealand, though, with an excellent transition. They'll be disappointed with how the second half, of the first half, if you follow me nicely there, laid out, because they were ahead comfortably.
By
and then
3-0.
after 10 minutes, suddenly it all turned around, and England actually won the second lot of 10, 5-3. They'll take those little victories into the break, I'm sure. Here's the first strike of the second half for New Zealand.
New Zealand on the ball here, just looking to get all of the English players up, because that's such an important role of trying to get the offside player up. And New Zealand here, looking for the link hole.
Lofted ball has actually been picked off by England. So we'll start again at 0 touches. And it's a good take as well to deny New Zealand. 2 shutouts to start the second half.
Yeah, England driving up the box here, trying to get some fresh legs on and looking round the outside. A bit of change of pace here by England's number 11.
Suddenly there's a little bit of space at the edge. Farmer back inside to Bowyer. A promising start to the second half. Good pick up from Bowyer. There's the long ball. Oh, it's been picked off by New Zealand.
And he makes a good amount of meters there for New Zealand, but just making the touch there for England.
Haimiora Ta'amati knew he didn't have the legs, so he was searching for support. Good recovery from England, but a third shutout in a row. Neither side at the moment able to crack through the defence.
And we saw this in the first half in the couple minutes, but New Zealand breaking away now. And he finds his player, number 15 for New Zealand.
Well, the man who grabbed the interception and got New Zealand rolling finishes off the move eventually. Ta'amati gets another score. And this is, well, it's good heads-up touch to switch on the inside.
Yeah, some would say that's a lovely little bit of shake and bake on the wing from the link. And New Zealand leading into the second half.
New Zealand back ahead.
England will definitely still want to see a reply here and won't just lay down.
Well, at the moment, it's been 2 shutouts to 1. New Zealand keeping out England twice in this second half. This time, though, looking for another score is Hamish Jones. The roar goes up down that far side in support, but dragged back to the 7. Here's an important strike for England.
Yeah,
good pick up from McDougall. So often the creator. Another interception. New Zealand will come back for the touch.
Yeah, all these interceptions really come from that link we see it mainly in the link position here, being able to step up high and grab that ball. But England will have the ball now and be on the New Zealand's half. Just a doggies play, sweeping round.
Good turn from England on the transition from defence to attack.
Yeah, just 32 play here, but...
Jones again. The pass is just behind him. He needs those balls out in front so he can run onto them at pace. Across to make the touch, Henari Wells. McDougall, what can he create out in the middle for England?
Spreading the ball
round
here,
this time is Geldart, and he wins another penalty. Huge for England, 6 more touches at the line.
And especially with just being 1-0 up from England, New Zealand will not be happy in this situation because England are looking dangerous here.
Lovely
looking
step
at the line.
off the right, this time it's Rugby. Well, first touch made by New Zealand. England come back again. They've got plenty more time to strike here. Looking to the open side. Little show and go by Bowyer, and he's over to score. Plenty of space for Bowyer here. England level it up again. And it's a particularly popular score here for the hosts.
Yeah, just walking it in, as we can see, acres of space for that link. And England will be bringing it. Sounding from the box, it's saying, energy, let's go, boys. So can't wait to see the reply from New Zealand.
Well, England could do with a shutout here. It was really tit for tat towards the latter stages of that first half. Tries often responded with a second try as well. Well, the cry from the box is that Harrison Farmer wasn't playing that ball. It's just connected with him. Regardless, 6 more touches for New Zealand.
Yeah, just darting around here. And we see New Zealand being so quick on their toes, looking like a sweeper play is going to happen.
It's lifted into the path of Waihipi, and then trying to break through Blake Hornbrook, whose fancy footwork already racked up 1 score for New Zealand. Here's Sasu Waihipi. Touch made, good pick-up, good step from Lim. There's the long ball, he winds one up, pushed back on the inside. What a pass to set up Mark Hodgson. New Zealand back in front, and this might be how the game unfolds, Alice, with both sides scoring one after the other. It would certainly make for an exciting semi-final.
What a tap back there. Just the knowledge from that New Zealand winger, knowing the threatening wing of England rushing towards him and being able to so precisely tap that ball back into that link hole. So lovely. But a game we have on our hands, and England will want to reply back.
6 touches from halfway for England. They did well to draw a penalty out of New Zealand in this position just a few moments ago.
And that's going to be a new set of 6 for England on the New Zealand line.
Amarangi Goldsmith is pretty upset with the referee there, but he'll have to play on regardless. In the middle is Geldart and Rugby, with McDougall as well. They're the 3 for England who have offered the most threat. Another penalty.
And he's got to, it's currently 5 on 6 here for England if they take it fast. New Zealand's coming, running in.
Substitution, here's McDougall, gives the pass, winding to the right-hand side. Well, that is a huge missed opportunity for England, Alice.
Yes, it is indeed. And just with those types of plays, you see the New Zealand player running in, but they must hit that line to be onside. And England just throwing that intercept, just a silly mistake there. New Zealand might capitalise on it now, just trying to drive up here.
They've got a few touches at the line. That's a wonderful missed pass. The winger has to bite in. And what a ball by Sasu Waihipi. He's emerged in this second half as a real playmaker for the Kiwis. And it's the second try following the break for Haimora Taumati, the assister for the first, and he sets up the second. It's a hat-trick for Taumati as well.
Yeah, so New Zealand just going 2 tries up now, making the score 8-6. And England need to reply here, otherwise it might start to become out of reach.
Well, England have come back from worse before in this game. They were 3 tries down in the opening first half. They've still got plenty of time to rack up a few more scores. That's what happens if you don't take your opportunities. Peter Bowyer looking for his second after the break. They'll have another strike at the line, but they have to make this possession count.
And that's going to be another penalty against New Zealand for offside there. So England's getting a brand new set of 6 like we've seen so many times here. And that's really let New Zealand down here.
Here's Bowyer laying it back to Eccles. Wide they go through Nella, who keeps a hold of it, in fact, and changes direction. Nella at the half, sliding in again. Henry Stratford.
Really lovely defence there by the New Zealanders, being able to step up off that line to make that touch on that sliding in.
So another opportunity then after Stratford is denied. Here come England looking to turn up the pace. Another touch made, but they've still got an opportunity here.
England on the ball, looking to run hard outsides with the cut back.
They do give the switch towards Bowyer, but I'm afraid that's the time up for England. All 6 touches wasted. And another shutout by New Zealand, and that's the difference, Alice, between the two sides at the moment.
Yeah, New Zealand just looking so strong in that defence, and it's not easy. You're fatigued, you're tired, especially doing repeat sets on the line, working back to that 7. You don't know how hard it is until you have to do it.
Absolutely. New Zealand driving on. They've scored from similar positions here. That's a wonderful pass to pick out Yeruti, who cuts back in. He wants an offside call, but he's not going to get it. 6 up for New Zealand.
Yeah, just a lovely step back in, cutting in from that New Zealand winger there, and a great read of play. But England now just wanting to drive out to their box and get some more fresh legs on.
Good defence from New Zealand. Well, they claim they haven't made the touch there. It's really clever play from Sasu Waihipi. He is looking to turn this game around for New Zealand. He's drawn a penalty out of England.
Yeah, and it's so important in that attacking player. It's your responsibility to make that touch. So most players like to initiate that touch and put out your arm onto that defending player, but New Zealand there.
Hornbrook wants it on the return. Change of direction, ghosting through Hodgson. He's caught. And that's a missed opportunity for New Zealand.
England just subbing off here, trying to get as close to the box as possible to make that transition as easy to get those fresh legs on. But New Zealand really strong in here, but they're just going to get called for being offside.
Another offside call. Too many penalties in this second half for New Zealand, but as of yet they are not punished. England unable to make these opportunities count. They've got 6 touches from the 10. And you really think, Alice, that if they want to get back in this game, they have to start creating soon.
Yeah, 10 minutes left on the board, and England still 2-0 down. But
Rugby hands it off this time to Maltby, the captain. Here he is, Doug Maltby. Well, he just ran out of options there. He wanted Rugby to run in with him. Here's Maltby again, the England 30 skipper. Good lift, and there's the wraparound. Oh, instead he might go alone. Ben Geldart from wide out. Can't make it. England have one more chance. A third shutout in quick succession by New Zealand would be devastating. And New Zealand have denied them again.
So impressed by this New Zealand's defence. England just can't be able to penetrate it, and it's New Zealand just being able to stick together and step up as a team and putting that pressure on England, and done really well.
And that is the difference between these two sides. It's 8-6. England still very much in the game. They've had the better of the second half at many occasions, but it won't count if you can finish in the corner like that. New Zealand go 3 tries up. They've re-established that first half lead that they held at the beginning of this game. And England with a bit of a mountain to climb. The excellent finish from Haimora Talmati. This is 4th for the game.
Yeah, that was a really nice play there, because New Zealand's kind of banked all of England's defenders to the left-hand side of the pitch, but then quickly switched it to the right, leaving a lot of space on that right side wing, getting the score for New Zealand.
Tamati, the top scorer for this men's 30 side, as they look to establish a bit of dominance against England. Well, it only took 1 score to spark the fight back for England. They went 3 tries in a row last time.
Yeah,
but there's another penalty for England. They have to use it this time. Surely not, Alice, a 4th shutout from New Zealand.
And like we were saying, New Zealand's defence is so strong, but they keep on giving away penalties. So there is a chance here for England to get on the board.
Pines-Jones looking to get on the outside. He's caught again. Jones convinced there's an infringement. The referees wave play on. Farmer Here's McDougall. Wow, sliding in from close range. Good ball to pick out the link. England do have one back.
They were knocking on that door and they have answered. Really nice reply there from England, as we can see with that sliding dive.
Great step from Hamish Jones. Good change of direction. Heads up touch. There's some real clever touch players out there in this men's 30s game. And here go New Zealand.
New Zealand back on the ball here and just wouldn't be happy with England's reply. Would want to lead with more, so in attack now.
Good pickup. New Zealand look to go to the open side. Another missed pass. Surely not another score on the wing for Raumai Yaruti. He's kept out this time, and England will transition as they are thankfully on the right side of the box.
Yeah, really lovely touch there by English wingers. And we've seen so many that have been saved from the English wingers because New Zealand have been throwing that ball really out wide. But England here on the attack looking for the step.
There's certainly been a few tries left out there. McDougall out the back door. McDougall is the creator for England 30s. But this time, he is denied by the touch. Here is England again stepping inside and out through Peter Bowyer. And that's time up for New Zealand. They have won back possession.
A really tight game we have on our hands, and New Zealand driving to their sub-box now with great intensity and great meters.
Good transition from New Zealand. They're up over the halfway. Lifted and a great scoop, and it might open up for them again here. One more pass should do it. They have double figures. They've scored 10+ tries in every game of the men's 30s competition so far. The semi-final will be no different. Excellent scoop that time from Mark Hodgson. In the end, finished off, as per usual, by Raumai Yaruti.
He has been a game changer on that wing, catching all those scores, and we love to see it by the New Zealand. But still a chance here, still time on the board for England to get a score back. They won't lie down here for New Zealand and make it a real tough game.
The Touch Blacks have let a 3-0 lead slip before. They hold on to that advantage for now. There's 4 minutes to go. A try here for England would be crucial. But it hasn't been given for now.
Yeah, just England here on the attack and trying to work their way forward. Just a quickie play and then stepping back. And we know his dive is so dangerous.
It's another penalty, but it's against England this time. And New Zealand here, it's down to game management if they want to make it through to this men's 30s final. It's been a valiant effort by England so far, but they're running out of time. 4 minutes to go and they trail by 3 tries.
Yeah, not long left on the clock here, and New Zealand with ball in hand, wanting to play it and looking with great meters coming up for the scoop.
Well,
going
another
along the
try
outside.
might seal it here. One more pass should do it. Oh, back on the inside. Well read. No luck this time for Jimmy Lim.
Yeah, great defense there from the English side. Just wanting to now drive up the pitch.
Is that shutout the turnaround that they need in this game? Penalty New Zealand. They need 3 tries in as many minutes to this England men's 30 side. Do they have enough left in the tank to challenge the Kiwis? McDougall, 6 touches and they'll get in striking distance for now.
Yeah, England on the line here, and we've seen it so many times.
Good hands, Maltby out there, the captain. McDougall again. Creator-in-chief for England 30s. He has possession. There's the missed pass, but it's too much.
Too much sauce on that pill there, and just too strong for his own knowledge. New Zealand will get the ball back and working it all the way back to their sub-box. Punching in really hard here, but England's midfield defence pushing a lot of pressure on this New Zealand side.
Well, they need the ball back, and they need it back quickly as well. They do have a turnover. England have to get a wriggle on here. They need 3 tries in 2 minutes.
That is a real critical shutdown there from England. Like I said, putting that pressure to stop the errors, and really, really nicely done.
They have to score soon, England, to get back into the game. McDougall lifts in the path of Rugby.
New Zealand just being able to hold on, but I think this is going to be another penalty as we can see the ref talking to New Zealand's.
I think it will be another pen, but I don't think they'll have time to get back in the game. One more score might give them some hope. Pick up by McDougall. They're sliding in again, Jared Rigby. A minute and a half to go. And I think it might be time up for England, regardless if they get a score here.
And another just force up there. So currently it's going to be, he's going to the box. So it's currently going to be 6-on-5 here for England. This is a huge chance to get a score.
Well, the try might not be enough, but they want to finish with a flurry. McDougall over the top, the space opens up, and England do have an 8th score.
And England still have a chance here as they come onto the pitch. I don't think they have enough time though, but...
McDougall with the wonderful skip pass. It's a try in a World Cup semi-final for Thomas Davis, and his wonderful defensive efforts are rewarded in that first half. 45 seconds on our clock. New Zealand lead by 2 tries. All they need to do is eat out the touches here, and they will be through to the final to play either France or Australia.
This has been a great game from both sides here, and lovely to see a really tight game. Both teams putting everything on the line, and New Zealand still got time to go to maybe put another one onto England.
Well, they go back to the short side. A try would certainly seal it, and that's what's been given, so it's game over here. New Zealand add another one at the death to further extend the advantage. Sasu Waihipi came on in the second half and changed the game for the Kiwis. He was their secret weapon. Set up a few and scored 2 himself, and that's what takes the games beyond the host. Game over, and it will be France or Australia who play New Zealand in the final of the men's 30s competition. But an excellent game overall, Alice, despite the host falling short in that second half.
Well done to both teams here, and awesome work. Definitely a strong start, and can't wait to see what they can bring this New Zealand side into the finals and this England side into the bronze medal.
England are out, but for the 3rd time in a row on our live stream here, there's some silverware on the line on Highfields too. Both England sides into the bronze medal in the men's 30s and men's 35s. However, England women's 35s have made it through to a gold medal match. England's women's 40s will not be joining them. They're in a bronze medal game here to try and get England's first medal of the Touch World Cup 2024 here in Nottingham. Well, I'm joined pitchside by Tom Davies of England. You were led off the field to rapturous applause, and I think that's testament to the good performance you put in. Your Herculean defensive efforts in the first half kept England in the game, and it was incredibly tight. Unfortunate to miss out, however, Tom.
Yeah, it was a tough match. You know, playing against some of the best players in the world for our age group. You know, we don't get that challenge in the European side of it, and you know, just being able to play against them, let alone challenge them, is an incredible experience. You know, yeah.
And it was an incredibly tight game. You can be proud of your efforts throughout the competition, and well, the sides really come together. As it was mentioned earlier by Mel Day on comms, it's not every year that you get to face off internationally at this age grade. What does it mean to represent your country in such a high-profile fixture in which you've performed so well yourself?
You know, for all of us, you know, this has been a long, long journey. You know, we've been planning for this, some of us for 3 years, you know, going through multiple campaigns, and, you know, for those of us that have then made the selection, just to be able to play is an honour, let alone then to be able to perform, and, you know, it's an incredible experience being here.
Well, congratulations, Tom, although you couldn't make it to the final. An excellent performance from yourself and from the rest of the team. Thanks for talking to us as well. Well, it's disappointment for England in the men's 35s and the men's 30s competition. Unfortunately failed at the semi-final stage. But there is some silverware on the line to close out the day here. England women's 40s are through to a bronze medal match. That's live next on Highfields 2 at the closing game of Day 6 of the Touch Rugby World Cup 2024.
So what does it mean to you? The time?
The sweat. The passion.
The thrill. The determination.
The support.
The camaraderie.
But it's so much more than that.
We're playing for something bigger.
You ready?
Question is, how are you going to leave your legacy?
And I'm representing the HIDEX program, which is one of the sponsors of the Touch Rugby World Cup. HIDEX is a collaboration of a number of universities based in the Midlands, including the University of Nottingham. One of Hydex's main aims is to support industry to innovate, developing new products and services in the hydrogen economy. We decided to sponsor the Touch Rugby World Cup, particularly in relation to energy use, so that Geopura, a locally based business, can provide hydrogen to be utilised at the event, making the event more sustainable and improving air quality for visitors and competitors alike. We hope this support will encourage others to look for more sustainable ways to run similar events in the future. Finally, just to say, we hope everyone that's involved in the event has a great time.
That's
Well done, Minnie.
Our final game of the day, live from Highfields 2 here at the Touch Rugby World Cup 2024 in Nottingham. The sun is threatening to break through on this women's 40s bronze medal match. It's Australia and New Zealand who face off in the final tomorrow. But live on Highfield number 2, it's the bronze medal game between Scotland and England. Just discussing how you think this is going to be another even game.
Absolutely, our first medal match here on Field 2 at Highfields at the 2024 Nottingham World Cup. Now, these teams met in the pool stages twice. England, the victors, by 3-1 and 4-1. So England are going to consider themselves favourites, especially after their history-making victory against New Zealand. They'll be disappointed to lose to New Zealand in the semi-finals, but the very first Northern Hemisphere team to beat Australia or New Zealand. So it's been fantastic for these England girls.
But congratulations, of course, to this women's 40 side. They were then beaten in a reverse of that scoreline, 4-2 in the semi-final. Australia saw off Scotland with 12 unanswered tries. But, well, in the first year of this division at a World Cup, it's been top performances all round.
Lovely drives up the middle by Kate Hyde. She's moved up to this division from women's 35s, as has Kate Macca, who had the ball then. Now spreading it to the left.
That's a nice
little
ball.
Step in, lovely step in. I think she is in here. Lovely, lovely work. Danielle Pally-Williams, also known as Yelly. Everyone who knows her will know her as Yelly. The captain of this team, and showing leadership off and on the field with a brilliant solo try there.
Great acceleration, and England are in front. Well, now the establishment of yet another new division at the World Cup. Again, a testament to how the sport is growing at such a rapid pace.
Absolutely. They've introduced 40s at Euros levels, but fantastic to see this division and the number of teams in this pool as well.
Oh, some really soft hands by Scotland as they look to create their first attacking opportunity. Linda Leslie out there on the left is caught, so it's back with England, and it's their opportunity to head towards the box.
Oh, easy yards through the middle for this England team. Spreading it out wide now.
There's some real pace in this England side. Good transition, they're up over halfway.
And a strike dump in the middle of the field, taking off from half, almost getting through Lisa Brody there.
Well, great run. It's a transition, but Scotland a long way from home. Couple of passes. And England have it back.
I think she could have held onto the ball there and scooped through. There was a clear gap between the England defenders, and McFarlane demonstrating that she's got a great pickup, and she could have gone through this England defence, but a great out ball as England now moving up to the halfway line.
Nice little show and go. Some extra yards stolen from Scotland here. It could be their first medal of the 2024 World Cup. What an achievement that would be to see off the host, but wonderful hands. Undefensible play from England as they use up all the space. Simple rugby here, Mel, but a great score.
No, unfortunately, they've called it back, the referees.
Well, that's just quite frankly unfair after such excellent handling across the line.
But they're going to get the ball back. And over the mark from Scotland. Unfortunate because they've been very strong coming out of their half and making it down to the England line.
2 errors in quick succession. But England still lead. A chance for them to strike. 6 touches just shy of that 7-metre mark.
Bex Maxwell with the ball now, a fabulous player. Has
Maxwell,
come through
quick pick
the
up.
35s as well.
A lot of transition up the age grades across England. There is so much touch rugby to be played internationally here, and that is a great achievement by the English Touch Association, who have done an excellent job in putting on this huge event as well. The Junior Nationals will be taking place. That's the next event that NextGen will be bringing you from the world of touch rugby. Still with so much left to go in this World Cup. Another whole day full of nothing but finals as well.
And Scotland getting a penalty set on the England line. And I don't think we can't pay these players enough credit for not only their performance at this tournament, but how attractive they're making this women's 40s division. I think a lot of women now want to play touch past the 27s and 35s, and they've made it such an attractive and competitive competition, and it's just brilliant to see them out here in this bronze medal match.
Touch is one of its many selling points, Mel, is that it's so accessible, and I think that even at the highest level here, you can show that even at the most accessible age grades, it's still high quality, as we've seen through that impressive set of 6 from Scotland. Even if they don't get the score, they're knocking on the door for England here. They know they're still very much in the game.
Yeah, I thought that was solid from Scotland there. I would have liked them to have just taken the touch there, because I think they had touches up their sleeve and move it back to that left-hand side of the field. But a very solid set.
Well, great transition. England are in striking range already. Chong with a carry up through the centre. Chong with the pick-up. Good footwork. Out to the right-hand side they go.
Yeah, Cece Chung, she has been brilliant this tournament, and another solo try by the number 3, Cece Chung. I was talking to someone about her today because I watched one of their games earlier this week, and I was commenting how strong Cece was playing the number 3. She's so strong in the touch. And someone was telling me that she's a real tournament player. She shows up for these big tournaments, and she gets another try for the England team.
Well, her second try of the competition. What a time to get it as well when there's silverware on the line. Some big scores for England across their tournament there. Of course, that monumental win against New Zealand by 4-2, but they took on Australia in fine fashion, losing just 6-4 in their second meeting down at Riverside. Testament to the talent in this age group, Mel.
Great shooting D by Scotland here in the midfield. This is looking really good from Scotland. Loving this defensive set. Elaine Irvine, the number 9, leading from the front there.
They do look really impressive on the counter. Great run from Kate Hyde as well. Now it could be on that right-hand side. Scooping in is Paoli Williams. And it's another score for England, and they're running away with it in the latter stages of this first half.
Yeah, you can see a lovely dummy thrown there just to get the winger off her scent and over for another try. Yelly. 2 for the game already.
4th try in the tournament overall, following the 2 that she's grabbed in this game. Well, the final of this category will be tomorrow on pitch 1 at 8 AM, early start for our first medal on the line of the final day of the Touch Rugby World Cup.
And a gold mine on field 1 tomorrow, I think. Gold medal matches every single game on field 1, so make sure you tune in, and plenty of other close encounters scheduled for the outside fields.
10 gold medals up to grab on pitch 1. Closing out the day, of course, with the mixed women's and men's open games.
And here goes Scotland, a repeat 6 on the England line, testing that defence with the dive.
Up goes the hand from Chong to make the touch.
Sarah Ebbett, whose family is very involved in Scotland touch. Simon coaching the women's 27s. Lovely play in, little. Oh, very, very close there. Sarah continuing to drive this attack.
We had Simon Ebbett on co-coms earlier for Scotland's mixed open defeat to the Philippines. He was full of praise for his 27 side as well.
I've got a lot of time
there
for the Scotland women's 27s team. I think they're a class act across the ball, and Simon is the nicest guy that you'll bump into at these tournaments as England driving through the middle.
For that title, Mel.
Yeah, well, if there are any other candidates who want to introduce themselves to me tomorrow, just let me know. Sarah Bellew, the number 10, coming in from England.
Oh, lovely dump as well. Oh, I've spoken too soon, I'm afraid there, Mel. The commentator's curse strikes again, even in the bronze medal games.
A little bit skewed with the hips on that drive.
Now here comes Scotland as they're up to halfway with 3 touches. Still to strike at England. It's a commanding lead midway through the first half.
Oh, this is really good from Scotland. Driving through the middle, lovely pick up and pass out, and just lacking on that final pass. But Jill Guild, lovely through the middle, but they've got a 6 again.
Good turnaround for New Zealand to beat England after drawing and losing to this English side, New Zealand. They've done well to make it through to the final. England unfortunate to miss out in that game. I feel like they probably deserve a place in that final against Australia, Mel.
Yeah, it's always difficult with those games, and Scotland testing the outsides. This is a really good set of Scotland attack. This has been their best of the game. Liesl Lipsrud-Holmes, the number 12, doing very well in here, being very patient, going down on these mids. Little sweeper play across the back.
Well, shut out by England again, but they'll have one more crack at the whip here, Scotland. Looking to get their first score of the game. Missed pass out to the left-hand side. Denied by England. A great defensive set, Mel.
Absolutely. England look very solid, and a loose ball by Scotland ends that attacking set. But yeah, a tough semi-final loss to New Zealand from this England women's 40s. It is always hard to tell in terms of team setups for the pool games. Often they rest their very strong players and then bring their guns out for the semi-final.
We saw it in the last game when New Zealand's 30s member Waihapi came off the bench in the second half and grabbed himself, created 4 tries total to take the game away from England. Good game management from them. It's England who are looking for a 4th try of the game here. Looking for the switch, held on to that time by Kate Hyde. But a good drive from England to contain Scotland and keep them in this corner, Mel.
Yeah, and Scotland will have to pass the ball all across the field, burning a touch within their 7 metres. Not a great start from Scotland as they start to drive forward now.
Mel, we've often spoken about who's got the best, playing strip across the World Cup, and Scotland's tartan number is incredibly underrated, I think, in that ranking.
Yeah, it's always a lovely kit that they've got.
There's some good movement as well in the middle as they look to open up England. That's a good pickup. Away goes Scotland. Ball to the left-hand side from Senga Derrick. But unfortunately, it's England who have it back, if you're a Scottish supporter, that is. And they lead by 3, 5 minutes to go in the first half. Now, a pretty complete performance from England so far. Great defensively, and they've created the scores they needed to.
Yeah, they'll be fairly happy with this 3-0 scoreline. Still a good 5.5 minutes left in this first half, so I think they'll want to continue to put the scores on their Scotland side. As they drive forward, they're taking very easy metres up the middle of the field. Cici Chung taking off from half,
what a
picking
scoop.
up
She's
here.
In behind. Who can she pick out? Wonderful
Emily Eve,
movement as
number
well.
2, on the money.
Well, Emily Eve, top communication as well, Mel. Something that is not often mentioned when it should be, is how important it is to the game of touch. Make it fully aware to Cece Chong that she was open and free.
Yeah, Emily Eve got a couple of claps in before Cece finally threw that pass, but saw it in the end, and a lovely score by Emily. And once again, a former 27s player coming up through the ranks, and the 27s alumni are definitely bolstering this team, and 35s alumni, I should say.
Moved all the way up the
I
age
keep on forgetting that we're watching women's 40s. Yeah, I keep on thinking it's 35s. A compliment to every woman running on the field.
Absolutely,
right
there's
now.
just great intensity in this game, even after an incredibly long week of touch rugby. Down at Riverside as well, where it's not easy to get things going, as we've found out ourselves, Mel, having been there earlier in the week. It can often be a little bit wet down there.
Oh, lovely work through the hands here. Oh, it's gone through the whole team on that set.
Paoli Williams is having some game for England, Mel.
And they're making sure they've got those 6 extra touches as they move over the halfway line. Bex Maxwell has a lovely, lovely dump on her. She just seems to make her way through the Scotland defence.
Maxwell wants it on the return. Little show and go, caught this time. So another touch at the line for England. Here's the rollback, looking for a fifth try that would perhaps take the game beyond Scotland. They've only conceded 5 or more tries twice in the tournament. That was both to the finalist Australia.
Yeah, very solid defensive setup, as we can see in the current scoreline. 4-0. And it is the end of a long tournament. These ladies, they're starting to get caught making these touches at the side. The Scotland players are able to make
Well, I've got Zoe Parish of England Women's 40s alongside me. We're live here for the final game for England, and well, it's been a great tournament. The first time this division is at a World Cup, and England have made it through to a medal game. You've got to be proud with how the tournament's gone for England.
We are so proud of ourselves, of our division, of every team in the women's 40s category. It's a new division, and I feel we have showcased the best of our sport. There's been great tries, we've worked hard, and it's been a real privilege and pleasure to play alongside such a great bunch of girls.
And we have to touch on your first Northern Hemisphere side to ever beat a Southern Hemisphere side. It's pretty successful as well.
Yeah, phenomenal. We were aiming big, and I think if you dream it, you can do it. So I got to go.
Final continues here as well, with England back in possession. They're 4-0 up to begin with here. And there's another show and go. Another player having a great game. It's Cece Chong, as you pulled out before earlier on, Mel. She's running things out there for England.
Yeah, and Scotland having to come off their line again. Starting to make the meters now. They're going to get over the halfway line. They just need to rely on a penalty or getting an offside defender to try and make some extra yards, but the referee's calling offside defenders, but they've got onside and a turnover. Just got to get back to the mark there. And it was a forward pass in the end, unfortunately, from Scotland as they were making their way through the England half.
Well, penalty for England. A really impressive first half performance from them. They lead by 4 unanswered tries at the break. Another great transition, perhaps one more chance for them to add a fifth. Great carry there by Parish as well, and caught out wide.
Julia King on the wing out there. She spent a lot of games doing a full game out there, and she's got some speed on her. She's played very well this tournament. Sarah Bellew tries to go on the outsides, throws a Hail Mary over their head with Less than 10 seconds to go now in this first half of this bronze medal match.
They lead by 4 as the hooter will soon sound to bring an end to this opening half. England up by 4. Well, Mel, what do we highlight first? England's excellent defence or their impressive attack?
I think you've got to highlight both. I think they'll be very, very happy with that first half. High fives in front of us from the England box. And Scotland, it's just about the yards and trying to get down and threaten that England line. But when they do, they just can't seem to break through this very, very strong England defence.
Half-time in this bronze medal match. England looking for their first medal of the 2024 Touch Rugby World Cup. Hopefully the first of many for the host. They lead by 4 at the break. 20 minutes to come for Scotland to try and get back into the game. Come on, Jimbo. "20 minutes to play in this bronze medal match. It could be the first medal for the host England at this 2024 Rugby World Cup in Nottingham. A strong first half, Mel, from England, but Scotland have 20 minutes to respond.
Yeah, they do, and they'd love to get on the board here, but a lovely, lovely link hole by Kate Mackay. And great setup play by Bex Maxwell.
Come
there.
on, England, Jimbo.
Bex Maxwell getting the ball, little dummy on the left, and the space opening up on the right. The wing defender just not coming across in that covering defence, and straight off the bat, England with another try.
Another player you picked out in Maxwell, making an impact for England. They go 5 up. They've only conceded more than 5 tries in this tournament to the likes of Australia. But it would be great for Scotland to get on the board. Joe Amis with a great run round the outside. Up goes the hand from Parrish. Touch made.
Yeah, lovely run there. She was trying to get her offside. She's got some speed for sure, Joe Amis. And good little setup.
Oh, just put down, unfortunately, there. It was a good drift defence from England, and it's kept Scotland out for now. Still yet to concede in this bronze medal game. It'd be a pretty remarkable achievement to keep a clean sheet in a game as high profile as this, Mel.
Absolutely. And I think that would probably be the goal of this England team with the way they've dominated most of their pool games. Driving up the middle of the field, going wide, but just going back into traffic there. I would have liked to have seen Emily Eve just test the outsides there because she's got some speed, and she just went directly back into the defending players.
A try before the break from Eve. And Scotland, though, transition for now. Scotland up over the 10. Good pace injected into the attack. Well, they've looked a little brighter in this second half. They look more threatening going forward, but just that final pass at the moment, Mel, not coming off for Scotland.
Yeah, I think it's been a much more positive start for Scotland. I'm sure their box is a lot happier with the start in this half compared to the second. We've got a few viewers on our YouTube channel, the Big Cheese, cheering for Scotland. Well, I can tell you, mate, in the second half, they're definitely bringing it to this England side.
Let's see if they can turn it around here, although it's England on the attack for now. Well spotted, though, by the officials, an infringement at the breakdown. So Scotland transition as they race towards the edge.
Oh, this is much better. Easy 10 metres made. Little bit messy in the ruck, and the referee has spotted it, unfortunately, with a loss of control. Such a shame, because that was a lovely drive, and it's so unfortunate that those ruck infringements often happen on the back of a really intense drive like that.
Ball back on the inside, lovely wraparound. This is looking threatening from England. Hunting a 6th try, putting the ball across. And it's been slapped back, and it's a turnover. Mel, the difference between a knock-on deliberately that results in 6 more touches for the opposition and the ball just colliding with the opposition, leading to a turnover. How tight and how difficult is it to make that call as a referee yourself?
Normally you can tell, and it's all about whether the player has played at the ball. You can normally tell when it's a cynical pass directly into a defender where the attacker isn't really aiming for someone in their team and where they're just trying to get that knockdown. But it's tricky sometimes because players don't have to play the ball with their arms. If they position themselves in the passing channel, that can be deemed as playing at the ball and a 6 again as well. So all judgment calls on the field, but the referees in this game have positioned themselves well to be able to make them with a lot of credibility. Good
pick up and a clever wraparound. Fabricius looking to open up Scotland again. They hold firm for now, 5 minutes into the second half. Ball out wide, England denied again. Zoe Parish caught. Oh, there's the first touch of the set for Scotland.
Yeah, we can see the winger guiding her players, telling them exactly where she wants this dump as they come streaming onto the field. This is a lovely dump, but it's fifth. They have to set up something, scooping from half, pass in, and they just working off their own 7 metres line. It is very hard to make metres against this England side because straight away England are at the halfway line on second touch. Bex Maxwell, you can hear her communication from here. She's got such a big voice on her, just getting caught out on the touch a little bit there. Kate Hyde with the ball now, driving it forward, making those metres. And I would consider that touch to be on the ball there. And the referee has judged a deliberate play at the ball by the defender, so a penalty to England. And this is not what Scotland want. England within 7 metres of their scoreline, a dive in, lovely, lovely touch made.
Let's have another look at this strong defensive effort from Scotland. That's also improved in the second half, Mel. Scotland have denied England a few times at the line.
Great call by the referees there as well. The touch was definitely in as England dive through again, but this time the score is going to be given.
Oh, Scotland look disappointed, but offside is the call. So it will be another try on the board for England and for Danielle Powley-Williams. Another try for her in this bronze medal game.
And their captain Yelly, I think that's her hat-trick for this bronze medal final, if I'm not mistaken.
3 of the 6 tries, courtesy of the captain. What a performance that is from a real leader in the team. Had the opening try as well in this game.
Yeah, she looks great out there, Yelly, whenever she has the ball. Such speed on the outsides and a great finisher of these scores. And once again, Scotland just giving the ball away very cheaply early in the set.
Lovely footwork in there from England as well. Bello looks bright in the middle. At the conclusion of their campaign in the women's 40s division, they're finishing with a flourish. Ball over the top, almost the interception. And it is so disappointing that that will be given as another 6 for England, because Tanae Francis was so close to reeling away for Scotland. Sorry, Susan Ferguson-Ward was so close to reeling away for Scotland.
Oh, and she just had free space in front of her as well as a dive goes in from England, but the touch in first. And these ladies, after defending these sets of 6, it's just going to be telling in the muscles on day 6 of this World Cup tournament. And a lovely score in there by Zoe Parish, the number 4 from England.
Well, this time the space opened up right through the centre, and 10 minutes into this second half, the floodgates have begun to open for England. They were kept out for the opening 5 by Scotland, but you can't keep out this talented England 40 side for long, and they have 7 up in this bronze medal game.
And I'd like to just see Scotland keep it for their set of 6, get up to that England line. I'd love to see them score. They do deserve it. And sweep a play coming from behind the ruck and just putting it down on the line. But this is where I think Scotland need to bring the intensity, keeping England down this end of the field. We can see some shooters coming up now. They need to get set again and send those shooters straight back up. I think that slow play the ball will help them.
England looking just to manage this game. With 10 minutes to go, they're up by 7, and although this game may be beyond Scotland, there's still action for the women's 40s games to come. Tomorrow, Mel, New Zealand take on Australia. Who do you fancy in that game?
What division is that happening
in the men, in this women's 40, sorry. gold medal game.
Oh, absolutely. I think Australia are definitely clear favourites for that game, going through their pools unbeaten and largely unthreatened. And obviously we've spoken about New Zealand with that historic loss, and in their other pool game they drew with England. So Australia red hot favourites for this women's 40s division.
They did put 8 on this England side, Australia, and put 12 on Scotland in the semi-final. For now, though, Scotland looking for their first try. That's an ambitious pass to open up the field. It's well read, though, by England. Mel, how good has this defence been? Still shutting out Scotland 30 minutes into the game.
Yeah, it doesn't look like day 6 of a tournament for this women's 40s team. Scotland need to get these defenders up there. This is going to be 5th touch. England have to set up an attacking platform from here. We'll see a scoop from Lisa Brody on a 5th. Little switch and ball down.
Scotland on the transition then. Still have time to get a few back against this talented England side. But this is England's medal for the taking. They've got one hand upon it.
Yeah, this is going to be 4th touch over the halfway. They'll set up on 5th. Love to see a scoop here and try and catch a couple of these defenders short. But England are all set on that defence.
It's certainly a good transition from Scotland, Mel, but they still haven't really threatened England as they'd like to in this second half.
No, the England defence are just making it back on side. I think it's their speed, their comparative speed. They're just that little bit faster and able to get on side and cut off that scoop.
England transition, on the other hand, injecting great pace through Eve and others as they enter the field. Williams, good ball across inside. It might open up here. Lovely show and go. Another for Chong. What a performance. Paoli Williams and Chong, between them, are driving England towards this bronze medal.
Yeah, lovely play again. Just getting on the outsides, and I think the Scotland team are just running out of legs a little bit. You could just see desperate to make that touch, but the body and the mind is just doing two different things for this Scottish team at the moment.
And we can see in the box as well that coaching staff and the players particularly delighted with that score.
Moving it back into the middle. This is much better. Sweeper play coming around.
Jo Amis trying to threaten for Scotland. She's there at first receiver.
Yeah, Jo Amis has been involved in a lot of these plays. I think she's going to start for a short run now.
Oh, it's
so coming around the back of the ruck and just mistiming that pass, unfortunately, Scotland. But it's good to see them testing out some different attacks.
England's turn to transition. What's been the difference between these two transitions, Mel, that has allowed England, to strike, whereas Scotland have been a bit subdued?
A lot of them have been where the ball is turned over. The England shooting defence, as they turn the ball over on halfway, the England defence has just been shooting so hard, and England have been getting the ball kind of 10 metres past the halfway line, so they've been able to drive hard and set up an attacking fifth well into the Scotland half, whereas Scotland have just really struggled to get out of their half, and they're having to scoop through just over the halfway line. But they've got another set. This is their best field position for quite a while. They've got the 7 metres into play now.
Well, close to the line they go. Across comes England to make the touch. A rare error by this England women's 40 side, confounded with a penalty. Scotland still with 5 touches to try and break through this solid English defence, unscathed as of yet in this bronze medal game. Lovely pick-up, Derek to the line.
Yeah, solid defence. Chung again, she can score, but she's also locking Scotland out of this try line. A very slow restart. I'd like to see Scotland just go for some phase play and string a couple of these attacking plays together.
Here's Francis on the return. Francis looks inside just to drop it at the toes of Derek. Would have been a great ball if it went to hand. Instead, England will come away still with that clean sheet intact. And that's probably the aim in this closing 5 minutes for England, Mel, just to shut out Scotland across 40 minutes, which would be a great achievement they've, as of yet, been unable to claim.
Yeah, it'd be a great finish to the tournament for these ladies as they pass out wide, and Julia Kang with another score over on that far wing. As you can see, it's just through the hands here. Holly Ross, Lisa Brody over the top to Julia Kang.
That's a wonderful pass from Brody as well. Well, a clean sheet here, Mel, would be England's first in this women's 40s division across the pool stages. And, of course, the semi-final where they were defeated. And it would be an incredible feat across 40 minutes of touch rugby, especially in a game like this.
Absolutely. We always talk about setting goals, and setting goals depending on the game and your competition, everything like that. And for Scotland, I think their goal is to get across this line. They've done it before. To do it in the bronze medal match will be something that they want to do again. A pick up from half, trying to avoid that defender, but they just can't get through at the moment.
Well, this is an important moment for Scotland as they look to get on the board. The shout from the touchline from England is that we love a D set. Indeed, they have looked solid throughout, but that's a lovely run from Sarah Ebbett. Denied this time. There's the show and go. Doesn't catch out England on this occasion. Ebbett lifts it into the path of McFarlane. Ebbett again at the half, running the show for Scotland. And they've won another penalty now. This is their best chance to get on the board.
Yeah, and that's from England not moving up off the line. So as soon as England enter that defensive 7 metres, they've got to continually move forward to make sure they affect that touch. And they're just dropping too early, not moving forward with enough momentum as Scotland get fresh legs on to attack this line. Less than 3 minutes in the game.
A chance though, Scotland with fresh legs, looking to strike, diving over is Guild. Oh, Jill Guild unable to score this time. And England have shut out Scotland again as they have the ball back, 6 touches up. Well, this is far and away England's best result of the entire women's 40s division, pool stage or otherwise. And it's come in a medal match of all things, Mel.
And in the background, we can hear a set of bagpipes playing, perhaps playing just to try and give this Scotland team a little boost going into the last 2 minutes of this game.
Good scoop.
Scoop from half, but the defenders onside.
Zenga Derek with another good run for Scotland, but England transition, and in this closing stage, if they just eat up all 6 of their touches, they'll certainly retain this clean sheet in this bronze medal game. Carried on by Bello again. Brody set up a few tries in this second half. At the half, Parrish. Could be one more for England here. And that's got double figures up for England, and it's delighted the box here.
A well-constructed try, sweeper play, Zoe Parrish coming around behind the back of the ruck and diving for that line.
Mel, their highest scoring game, their best defensive game. What an all-round performance by England in the bronze medal fixture.
It's definitely taking the sting out of that semi-final loss for them. They should be very, very, very proud of themselves. This England team, and this win has just been dominant.
One more chance for Scotland to try and get over the line. Lovely take on the run as well from Macaulay. One more strike at the line, 30 seconds to go. Scotland desperate to add an something on the board here, but that pass, well, perhaps they knew the clock was against them. It's just rushed.
Yeah, England absolutely dominating. The first medal match on field 2, a bronze that's going to be won by the England women's 40s.
Well, in
team.
our first ever women's 40s competition here at the Touch Rugby World Cup 2024, it will be England who take the bronze medal in emphatic fashion with a 10-0 win against Scotland.
One penalty to play after a little touch pass in there, which Scotland will just take in the ball. And well done to Scotland. It's the end of a very, very long week for the ladies. Women's 40s, a lot of these women are going to be mothers with children at home, full-time jobs, and to be competing at this level to such a high standard does the whole division credit. And well done to England, 10-0 in their final game of this tournament.
Well, medalists for their country. England women's have beaten Scotland by 10 unanswered tries, and a wonderful all-round performance to close out our coverage of Day 6 of the Touch Rugby World Cup. We'll be back for more action for the women's 40s tomorrow as the gold medal game kicks off on pitch 1. Our first game at 8 AM on pitch 2 is another bronze medal game, this time in the men's 40s. Thanks for joining us for Day 6 of the Touch Rugby World Cup. We'll continue tomorrow for finals day. Nothing but knockout games and medals on the line across the day here at the Touch Rugby World Cup 2024 in Nottingham. We'll leave you with the jubilation for England in their bronze medal victory in the women's 40s category.
So we can get the presentation of the role